Michael Naas. Miracle and Machine. Jacques Derrida and the Two Sources of Religion, Science, and the Media. Miraculum ex machina. In February, Jacques Derrida participated in a small conference on the island of Capri devoted to the question of the nature and role of religion in the world today. Derrida's essay Faith and Knowledge, the Two Sources of Religion at the Limits of Reason Alone, RST, published in French in and then in English translation in, is a revised and expanded version of the reactions Derrida offered on that occasion. It is a dense and difficult, highly synthetic and sometimes elliptical essay, in which Derrida gives us his most sustained engagement with the question of the nature of religion in general, the two sources of religion, as his subtitle puts it, as well as his most provocative and speculative interrogation of the forms religion is taking today. It thus includes themes we would expect to ND in a work on religion, example the nature of revelation, faith, prayer, sacrus, testimony, messianicity, secularism, and so on, as well as themes that are a little more surprising and that Derrida will have treated elsewhere, example teletechnology, telecommunications, globalization, media, sexual difference, sovereignty, democracy, literature, specters, and so on. What began, then, as an informal discussion with a small group of scholars, including Johnny Vattimo, Hans-Georg Gadamer, and Maurizio Ferraris, would thus become a 78-page essay that condenses a great deal of Derrida's prior work and anticipates much of his work in the decade to follow. In other words, what began as a series of more or less improvised remarks on religion would become, as I will try to demonstrate in what follows, an absolutely crucial essay, a text. Charnière, as one says in French, for understanding not just Derrida's work on religion but his work as a whole. Miracle and Machine is, in ARST moment, an attempt to explicate and elucidate the seemingly improvised and yet, as we will see, rigorously structured, highly articulated, and tightly argued essay on the topic of religion. It is intended, on one level, as a kind of reader's guide to Derrida's text, providing essential background to faith and knowledge, explaining its premises, justifying its unique formatting and argumentative style, commenting on its texts, gers, and themes, making suggestions for further reading, and, of course, analyzing the claims and arguments Derrida makes throughout on the relationship between religion, science, and the media. But Miracle and Machine is intended to be more than just a commentary on a single text. It also aims to be something of an introduction to Derrida's work in general through a close reading of this one essay. I thus refer throughout to many other Derrida texts, both to illuminate key points in faith and knowledge and to show how this one essay is exemplary of themes, motifs, arguments, and argumentative strategies that can be found in Derrida's work from the beginning right up until the end. My belief is that by reading an exemplary text such as this one as closely, critically, and patiently as possible, in its spirit and in its letter, one will be much better prepared to read Derrida elsewhere on other themes and in other contexts. If readers have generally acknowledged the importance of faith and knowledge in Derrida's corpus, the telegraphic and sometimes even cryptic style of the essay has made it difficult to give a coherent reading of the essay as a whole. Though faith and knowledge has thus already provoked a great deal of discussion about, for instance, the precise relationship between a general structure of religiosity and various determinate, revealed religions, or else the role played by the Greek kura in a text that is ostensibly about the three Abrahamic monotheisms, or the relationship between Derrida's and Kant's respective views on religion, little attempt has been made to spell out the general argument about religion in this essay and the way in which Derrida's writing and style contribute to and exemplify that argument. To carry out such a reading, one must do something more than just distill Derrida's positions on religion in this work. While I will indeed develop what I believe to be a series of philosophical claims or theses regarding the relationship between religion, science, and the media, I will get there by looking at the letter of Derrida's text, at its structure and form, at its mise en scene aspects of the text that are often ignored in philosophy as we attempt to strip away these mere supplements or parerga in order to get to the work itself, to Derrida's position, for example, on whether revelation is more originary than revealability, or to his claim about the role played by the media in the dissemination or perhaps determination of the religious message. In short, my goal is to give to Derrida's text the kind of close textual attention that Derrida always gave to the texts of others, in the belief that another, more interesting and more powerful textual logic will emerge. I thus try to move throughout this work from the greatest levels of generality regarding Derrida's understanding of religion, science, and the media to the smallest details that reach or exemplify that understanding. I consider everything from the three principal theses that, on my reading, run beneath the entirety of Faith and Knowledge to a consideration of the structure of the essay, the reason why, for example, it is divided into FTY2 sections, to a line-by-line, indeed word-by-word analysis, in both English and French, of a single, brief passage near the middle of the essay where Derrida recounts the genesis of faith and knowledge and where, I will argue, this genesis reeks and illuminates the overall structure of the essay and its three theses. As we will see in an exemplary fashion through this reading of Faith and Knowledge, Derrida's most general ideas and far-reaching claims are often developed through or wreaked in his most rigorous attention to the details of language and of writing. If that is always true of Derrida's work, it is especially so in a text that concerns the irreducible relationship in religion between the meaning of the religious message and its expression, manifestation, or, indeed, revelation in a particular language or medium. The questions at the center of this work regarding the relationship between faith and knowledge, belief and reason, religion and science, are, obviously, hardly new. They have been with us in this form and posed in these terms since at least the beginning of modernity, and there seems to be no sign of their losing any of their relevance. From debates about teaching creationism or intelligent design to controversies over stem cell technology or the publication of what are taken to be offensive representations of religious gurus, there has been no shortage of public discussion or scholarly research about the relationship between religion, science, and the media. Few of these contemporary issues are broached directly in Faith and Knowledge, but almost all of them call out to be rethought in light of the provocative analyses and arguments Derrida offers there concerning the relationship between religion and contemporary teletechnoscience and the processes of globalization that are facilitated by it. Central to these analyses will be what Derrida understands to be the paradoxical, what he will call autoimmune, relationship between religion and science, and in particular the rejection of technoscientific modernity by many so-called extremist or fundamentalist religious groups through a hyper-sophisticated appropriation and manipulation of this very same technoscience. Derrida attempts in this important essay to explain at once the logic behind religion's simultaneous rejection and appropriation of science and the global stakes of this paradoxical relationship. Part of this explanation will involve the claim that an originary or elementary, though non-dogmatic, faith is at the origin of both religion and science, a claim that can shed much light on all kinds of contemporary issues regarding the role of religion in civil society or education, the desirability or possibility of a truly secular state, or, indeed, the very possibility of clearly distinguishing today between religion and science. While all these issues and questions can be net from thoughtful reaction on Derrida's Faith and Knowledge and other texts, this work does not pretend to take on any of these questions directly, let alone the enormous question of religion itself or religion today. It does not even pretend to treat in a comprehensive manner Derrida's many works on religion. Others have already carried out this task much better than I ever could. But because Faith and Knowledge was hardly the first time Derrida treated questions of religion, faith, belief, testimony, sacris, and so on, it will be important to cast an eye back on some of Derrida's other important texts on religion, from, to give just a few examples, Glass and How to Avoid Speaking Denials, to Circumcision, and the Gift of Death. For reasons that should become clear in the course of this work, however, a certain priority has been granted to those texts written within just a year or two of Faith and Knowledge, from Sauf l'Enam, Postscriptum, and Archive Fever to Demer and a Silkworm of One's Own. My intention here is thus to demonstrate the richness and complexity of Derrida's thought and writing, as well as the coherence and unity of his corpus, by means of a single text on the topic of religion and its relationship to science and the media. For if Faith and Knowledge is, as I will argue, an absolutely unique text in Derrida's corpus, uniquely structured and argued, if it takes on more directly than any other the question of religion today, there is little in it that is not anticipated or announced in earlier works, and there is, as I have already suggested, much in it that can help us understand Derrida's project more generally. If the focus of this work is thus a single essay of Derrida and the issues raised in it, reference will be made throughout, both in the text and the notes, not only to other Derrida texts, both early and late, but to the texts in the history of philosophy that are being referred to. As I will argue in the opening chapter of this work, in order to understand the unique signature of Faith and Knowledge, in order to understand its event, one must understand its context. Though the context never completely determines the event, and the signature always breaks with the context it signs, a signature can never be read without its context. Because Derrida is working within a Western philosophical tradition with well-known arguments and a well-established vocabulary with regard to religion, I have supplemented my reading of Derrida with multiple references to, and then 4 supplementary observations on, the Gers Derrida refers to most throughout Faith and Knowledge Immanuel Kant, and particularly his religion within the limits of reason alone, G.W.F. Hegel, especially Faith and Knowledge, Henry Bergson, especially the 2 sources of religion and morality, and Martin Heidegger. My intention here is thus to read Faith and Knowledge, the 2 sources of religion at the limits of reason alone, as my original source, and then to see how that single source is immediately compromised and multiplied, automatically divided, so as to engulf or inscribe other texts, beginning with the historical sources of the essay but moving then to Derrida's own works, to all those written around the time of Faith and Knowledge and to some written by Derrida near the very beginning of his career and some written right near the end. In addition to earlier and later texts of Derrida, I also put some emphasis on a few lengthy and, in my view, very telling interviews given around the same time as Faith and Knowledge. A Taste for the Secret, for example, is a series of 6 interviews with Maurizio Ferraris, the organizer of the Capri Conference, which date from July to January, that is, from just months before the Capri Conference to almost a year after, as Derrida was no doubt completing his written text. A long interview with Bernard Stiegler on questions of technology and the media that dates from December, just weeks before the Capri Conference, also anticipates much of what will be said in Faith and Knowledge. In order to understand some of Derrida's most difficult remarks about the autoimmunity of religion in its appropriation of the media and teletechnologies, I will turn at several junctures to these interviews, as well as to some improvised remarks from December, where Derrida, at a conference in Paris on religion in the media, develops even more fully and provocatively much of what is only suggested in Faith and Knowledge. By reading widely around Faith and Knowledge in this way, we should be able to see how Derrida's views on religion and faith are inextricably related to a whole host of other concerns in his work, from questions of language, media, community, politics, sovereignty, technology, sacris, and so on, to the entire project of deconstruction. Faith and Knowledge is, we will see, a major philosophical text on the great question of the relationship between faith and knowledge, or revelation and reason, or religion and science or technology. But it is also, precisely, a text, one that operates on many levels, some in continuity with the great philosophical tradition on this question and some that break with that tradition. In Miracle and Machine I am interested in showing just how well Derrida's essay works, just how well it succeeds in explaining the relationship between science and religion by means of a philosophical text that exemplifies and puts that relationship to the test. Only when we see how this text functions, how it puts to work everything from the lifted title to the doubled subtitle to the untranslatable subtitle et grenades, will we really be able to understand the theses of this major work. To invoke the name of one of Derrida's own pedagogical instances, a name that is rarely cited and easily forgotten alongside those of Althusser, Foucault, or Levinas, I would like to give here a reading of Derrida that will be, in certain ways, a la Géraud, that is, in the manner of Martial Géraud, specialist at the Collège de France in 17th-century philosophy. In A Taste for the Secret, Derrida describes Gerault as offering a type of reading that reconstructed the internal concatenation of a system, step by step and with the maximum care for detail, with a respect for the way the text works, for the logic of the philosophemes. As Derrida goes on to argue, it was not a question of subscribing or not subscribing to a thesis or of philosophizing for its own sake, but of seeing how things worked, a sort of philosophical technology. At the same time, there was an attention to the letter, to literality, not to the breath that breathes through a text, to what it means, but to its literal working, its functioning, t.s. It will indeed be the working or functioning of faith and knowledge that will interest me most here, though this will often require, perhaps contra Gerault, taking the author or at least a certain signature effect into account and, if not the text's animating breath, at least the theme of the breath as it is inscribed, as we will see, at the very origin of this great text on religion. My task is thus not to try to explain Derrida's text as he himself might have done, it is not to reanimate some animating breath of the text or return to Derrida's original intentions. It is, rather, to clarify and to analyze both the theses of this essay and its unique mise en scene, to explicate not only the main storyline but the background and the backstory, the actors and the voices, even the prompters or souffleurs, the staging and the setting, even the props and the lighting. If this will involve a certain ventriloquy on my part, if it will resemble here and there a kind of marionette theater, it will all be in the service of trying to demonstrate that philosophical ideas and argumentation never come without such a mise en scene, and that any claim to have done away with such theatrics is always the most theatrical and naive of all. In an interview on Artaud, Derrida seems to invite just this kind of reading when he says, "I have never written for the theater, but my feeling is that, when I write something, even the most classical of philosophical texts, what is most important to me is not the content, the doctrinal body, but the mise en scene, its spatial arrangement, la mise en espace. I have the impression that someone is reading me well when he or she reads the most university-like and most academic of my texts by taking an interest in the spatial arrangement, in the mise en scene. Such readings are rather rare, but, believe me, that's what interests me and is most important to me. I hope to persuade the reader of Miracle and Machine that, if faith and knowledge invites the kind of reading I am attempting here, a reading at once macro and microscopic, one that attempts both to survey the whole and zoom in on certain key arguments, passages, lines, even words, this essay is hardly unique in Derrida's corpus. Indeed, I wish to suggest that, despite the hundreds of books and thousands of articles on Derrida, we still find ourselves, several years after his death, only on the threshold of the serious, rigorous, detailed, and, yes, sometimes playful reading his work deserves. A reading worthy of the name, that is, worthy of the name reading but also worthy of the name Jacques Derrida, that is what I would like to try, at least, to begin here. Miracle and Machine, a title that attempts to translate in its own way a certain deus ex machina, or, indeed, faith and knowledge itself, begins by reading Derrida's essay as a philosophical essay, to be sure, but as one that cannot be understood without thoughtful consideration of how it works as a discursive machine. As we will see in what follows, the unexpected and the unforeseeable, even the miraculous, as I will come to understand it through Derrida, can come about only within or by means of a certain machine, the singular event only thanks to a kind of repetition, only from within a setting or a scene that has already been well rehearsed. If this work thus resembles in places this very French model of philosophy à la Gerault, t.s., if it takes an interest not only in the content, the doctrinal body, but in the mise en scene, its spatial arrangement, it will also try to remain open and attentive to a certain displacement and relocation. For deconstruction can continue to work today only by being repeated, reread in its letter, and transplanted elsewhere, uprooted and translated into other idioms, grafted onto other contexts, reformatted according to other protocols, taken out of its original context and, sometimes, brought closer to home. For me here, that means bringing it closer to America, or privileged reference for Derrida in Faith and Knowledge and elsewhere, particularly with regard to the relationship between religion, globalization, global media, and the hegemony of the Anglo-American idiom. But instead of supplementing faith and knowledge with contemporary scholarship on the question of religion in America, I have opted instead to turn to a great 20th century American novel that depicts in an exemplary and perhaps prophetic fashion the relationship between faith and knowledge, religion and science, in late 20th century America, though also the relationship between religion and the weapons industry, religion and waste, religion and the World Wide Web, and religion and no kidding baseball, Americans' national pastime Don DeLillo's Underworld. My analysis of Derrida's faith and knowledge is thus framed by a prologue, an epilogue, and two brief interludes on DeLillo's extraordinary novel, which not only treats many of the same themes as Derrida's faith and knowledge but has the additional merit of being written at almost exactly the same time. As we will see, the lines connecting these two texts are innumerable, and, while some are rather clear, right on the surface of the text, some are far below, in the underworld, precisely, in a place where phantoms roam, haunting our history and our unconsciousness. If this frame and these brief interruptions from DeLillo appear at the outset to be a rather unlikely supplement to Derrida's essay, a bit out of left field, I hope to demonstrate by the end of this work, if not their necessity, at least their strategic utility and interest. For Faith and Knowledge or Faith and Knowledge in America could well have been the subtitle of DeLillo's great American novel, which traces the place of religion in American culture from a miraculous event on a baseball field into an apocalyptic apparition on a billboard in the Bronx some 4 decades later. As for the theme of the underworld itself, we will see that, while Derrida explores everything from the role of cyberspace and telecommunications satellites in making religion a truly global phenomenon to the relationship between religion and certain Enlightenment values of publicity and universality, Faith and Knowledge also has its subtexts, its phantoms and its specters, in short, its own underworld, a place where the ghosts in the machine can lead not only to the miracle of an unrepeatable event but to mass delusions or unimaginable mass destruction. As both Derrida and DeLillo seem to believe, we always begin late in the game, with men on base, behind in the count, and it really could swing either way. Miracle and Machine is divided into 3 main parts: the island and the starry skies above, 2, and 3 afterlives and underworlds corresponding roughly to heaven, purgatory, and the underworld, a divine comedy in reverse that leads from general questions of context and history to questions about what is happening to religion in the world today to, Nally, a consideration of what is repressed in certain religions or religious discourses, con to some unspoken and unseen underworld, only to resurface to haunt our discourses and our history. Though I will offer only a very poor imitation of Virgil as I try to guide the reader through Derrida's text, the reader should not be surprised to see shades of all kinds, if not Beatrice, at least a certain Esmeralda, emerge from out of the shadows to accompany us through the null stages of this work. Miracle and Machine thus begins with something of an aerial, googly eye view of faith and knowledge, before going down beneath the surface. The 3 chapters of Part I all look at various conditions and contexts for understanding and interpreting faith and knowledge. In chapter, Content Event Signature, I look in some detail at the context of the Capri Conference, the place and the participants, along with their languages, nationalities, and religions, since these are all essential to understanding Derrida's presentation at that conference and the essay Faith and Knowledge that resulted from it. In the next chapter, Duplicity, Denition, Deracination, I turn to the structure and organization of faith and knowledge and Derrida's initial attempts to deem the nature of religion or the role religion is playing in the world today. This chapter demonstrates how the RST2 sections of the essay adumbrate almost everything that follows, from the sources, terms, and themes of the essay to the significance of Kara. I also turn in this chapter to the question of language, which is never just one question among others for Derrida, and particularly not for the theme of religion, where the Latin origins of the word and concept religion are related to the way in which religion is spreading across the globe through a process Derrida calls globalatinization. Finally, in the third and concluding chapter of this section, 3 theses on the 2 sources and their one common element, I attempt to develop the three principal theses I see running throughout Faith and Knowledge. While Derrida does not himself identify these three theses as such, I try to show the extent to which they structure the entirety of his essay. It is in this chapter that I address Derrida's claims regarding the autoimmune relationship between religion and science, and particularly the technoscience of the media. In Part 2, I turn to larger questions regarding the relationship between religion and technology as it is developed in Faith and Knowledge chapter. The genesis of Faith and Knowledge begins by looking at a single, very brief passage in the essay where Derrida recounts the origin of the Capri Conference and its theme of religion. It then goes on to demonstrate how Derrida's approach to the question of religion echoes or doubles his approach to other questions, such as the relationship between speech and writing, or breath and the machine, in a couple of important early texts. We also see in this chapter how, as I noted above, Derrida's thought always develops through a mise-en-scene of other texts and other voices, in this case, the two versions of the creation of mankind in Genesis. It is also here that I attempt to give a succinct definition of the RST keyword of my title Miracle, with the definition of the second, machine, being reserved for the following chapter. In chapter, then, The Religion of the Media, I look at the distinctions Derrida makes in several places between religions on the basis of their use of and/or reaction to the teletechnological machine and the media. I thus consider here why Derrida suggests that perhaps only Christianity should go by the name religion, and why globalization is perhaps RST and foremost a Christian phenomenon. Chapter, Greek is Greekio messianicity kura democracy, returns much more closely to Faith and Knowledge in order to explain two historical names, messianicity and kura, for the opening or the promise that, on my reading, is one of the two sources of religion as well as science. I thus ask in this chapter why Derrida sees the need to supplement a Judeo-Christian notion of messianicity with the thinking of the Greek kura from Plato's Timaeus, a text he once called, no doubt weighing his words, a Bible avant la lettre, AV. Finally, I try to explain here a few of Derrida's more elliptical comments in Faith and Knowledge on democracy and literature as the right to say everything in light of other texts from around the same time on these same subjects. As we will see, such themes are hardly extrinsic to the principal theses of Derrida's essay, since they require a rethinking of what Derrida believes to be the Judeo-Christian origins not only of the concept of religion but of literature, democracy, tolerance, even secularism. As I suggested a moment ago, Part 3 is the place where Miracle and Machine goes underground, into the underworlds of Faith and Knowledge, in order to explore, sometimes with Derrida and sometimes well beyond his explicit arguments and themes, the hidden sources that will have motivated his text and that can be seen to be lurking just below the surface. In chapter, Life, Sacrus, and the Sexual Thing, I look at Derrida's contention that religion's attempt to indemnify a relationship to the holy or the sacrosanct takes the form of an absolute respect for life that sometimes requires a sacrifice of the living in the name of a life more valuable than life itself. This then leads to the question of sexual difference and sexual violence in religion, to all the attempts to indemnify the living body and often the female body by protecting or safeguarding it, or else, for this is the other side of the same logic, scarifying or sacrificing it. According to the autoimmune logic we will have seen developed throughout, religion often attacks the very things it wants to safeguard and protect. What Derrida calls the sexual thing will thus not be just one place among others to see this logic at work. It is for this reason, I will argue, that Derrida constantly reminds us in Faith and Knowledge that in today's wars of religion women are often the principal victims of violence, often by sexual assault or mutilation. Awaiting us here will thus be not the divine and radiant Beatrice of Dante's Paradiso but Persephone and Freud's Great Eva, the RST, an important symbol in Western mythology of sexual aggression and the underworld, and the second an emblem of repressed sexual desire and the phantasms that are likely to result from it. If the opening chapters of Miracle and Machine look in some detail at the opening sections of Faith and Knowledge before going on to read the essay as a whole, the null chapters focus on elements from the null 3 sections, and the unnumbered paragraph that concludes the essay. These sections, all very brief, bring together a series of images and themes that at once reek back on the essay and lead it in other directions, from the image of an opened pomegranate or of scattered ashes to the references to calculation, violence, the Spanish Marrano, and a cryptic recollection at the very end of Jean Genet. In chapter, I explore some of these images and issues and try to think them in relationship to the themes of calculability and incalculability, the limits imposed by the machine and the possibility for something unforeseen to arrive in the remaining space available in the null chapter, the passion of literature Genet in Laguna, Gide in Algiers. I look at two important figures for Derrida: Jean Genet, who emerges right at the end of Faith and Knowledge, and André Gide, who is not explicitly referred to in the essay but who must nonetheless be included in any account of Derrida on religion because of Derrida's repeated claim that Gide's Fruits of the Earth was, as he put it at once playfully and, I believe, in all seriousness, the Bible of my adolescence. Through a reading of Genet, we will see why. Derrida draws attention in Faith and Knowledge to the striking absence not only of women at the Capri Conference but of representatives of the Muslim faith. Along with all those who have been displaced by today's wars of religion, refugees of all sorts, and perhaps the Palestinians are st and foremost. Through a reading of Gide we will be able to ask not only about the origins of Derrida's affirmation of life but whether or not, for how could this question be avoided in a book on religion, Derrida believed in any kind of personal immortality or any kind of an afterlife. While Miracle and Machine does not work through Faith and Knowledge section by section, preferring instead to end other groupings by motif, theme, or gur, it nonetheless moves roughly from the beginning of the essay to the end. Part I treats the overall structure and form of the text, as well as some of its opening sections. Part 2 looks at a few crucial middle sections on technology, media, democracy, and so on, and Part 3 focuses primarily on the null sections, where the ghosts of religious discourse and of Derrida on religion emerge and are given space to roam. The trajectory I suggested earlier of moving from the heavens to the earth to the underworld is thus not mine, in the end, but Derrida's, and it will tell us a great deal about what Derrida believed any serious analysis of religion or of the relationship today between religion, science, and the media should attempt to understand. If Faith and Knowledge was hardly the beginning of Derrida's thinking on religion, it nonetheless feels like something of a new beginning for him on the subject, complete with its own Genesis story and its own messianic visions. Whether read as an expression of Derrida's most visionary and poignant revelations about the nature of religion or, as will be my inclination, as an extraordinarily intricate discursive machine that makes the truth around which it then turns, Faith and Knowledge is a text that makes serious demands upon us. It demands to be read and reread, interpreted and studied, as the unique, unforeseeable, and unrepeatable event that it is, though also, and especially, to be taken apart and broken down, analyzed and reassembled, deconstructed, if you will, so that we might understand the machinery behind the event, the machine at the origin of the miracle, and the miracle that will have always primed the machine. Prologue. Miracle and Mass Destruction, Underworld I. You believe in God, he said. Yes, I think so. We'll go to a ball game sometime, Don DeLillo, Underworld. Because there is, as I believe, no proper place to begin reading Derrida on religion or anything else, because all one can do is prepare, calculate, strategize, and then give it a shot. I would like to begin with a religious tale that is rather far away from Derrida's interests, idiom, and culture, an American prophecy followed up by an American tale of faith and knowledge, testimony, and technology, the miracle and the machine. The prophecy I am alluding to is not to be found, however, in what would generally be recognized to be a religious text. Worse, it is not exactly a prophecy about the future, about some future event that has not yet taken place but is promised one day to come to pass, on December, for example, to cite just the latest in a long line of doomsday predictions. No, the prophecy I am alluding to has in some sense already happened, even if, as we shall see, it has never been taken fully into account and so has never fully arrived, like a trauma that has been registered in our collective conscience but has yet to be revealed and understood. And while it has left traces and will continue to leave traces in our history, The prophecy I am alluding to was RST and most clearly pronounced in literature, in a couple of works of Americanchen, which does little, in my view, to annul its prophetic power. For inasmuch as prophecy and particularly prophecies of apocalypse and anal judgment can be uttered and heard only in a time before the end of time, Shin has perhaps always been their proper place. The RST attempt to voice this prophecy in Americanchen is to be found in Carson McCulloch's novel The Heart is a Lonely Hunter, where an African-American street preacher proclaims the day of judgment to be near and even takes the risk of giving it a precise date. Speaking in the time in which the novel is set, the preacher in McCulloch's novel stands on a soapbox with Bible in hand and preaches to the crowd that has gathered around him that the apocalypse will not be long in coming. He talked of the second coming of Christ. He said that the day of judgment would be October. Now, while it is tempting to read this passage today with a smile as yet another example of a mistaken or false prophecy, as one that simply never came to pass as predicted, I would like to suggest that we not be so quick to dismiss it in this way. If prophecy must always be thought in relation to Shin, and Shin can never simply be measured against history, then it might be said that the prophecy has either not yet happened, that it remains imminent, or that it has already happened, that the end has already come, and that our historical knowledge is simply trying to catch up to what has always been known or registered by our Shin. Entertaining this last hypothesis, one might speculate that McCulloch's street preacher was perhaps not as mistaken as all that but was simply off by a single day, that the day of judgment actually came not on October but on October. This would have been the day of a true apocalypse, one that, again, will have left traces in history but will have been registered most profoundly in literature, in Shin, where a certain revelation and a certain end of the world are foretold and where what comes to pass is an event, a miracle, that so shocked those who witnessed it that they could express little more than their disbelief, a sign of their belief after reason, their faith in the wake of knowledge. As the announcer of the event would say in words that live on today as a testament to the miracle, words recorded but RST pronounced live over the radio, as if radio waves were the proper element for this miracle. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I do not believe it. Bobby Thompson hit a line drive into the lower deck of the left-eld stands and the place is going crazy, In case some of you have not yet heard the good news, the evangelist in question here is Russ Hodges, a baseball radio announcer, and the line drive home run he is speaking of is Bobby Thompson's ninth-inning home run off Ralph Branca that gave the New York Giants a victory over their cross-city rivals the Brooklyn Dodgers to win the National League Baseball pennant. Thompson's home run, which came to be known as the shot heard round the world, so tested the limits of belief that it would be compared to a miracle and so shattered the horizon of everyday expectations and events. The Dodgers had been leading the Giants by 13 games just 6 weeks earlier, that it would be compared to the final judgment. Though life would go on after the miracle, and time would continue on after the final judgment of that day in October, the Polo Grounds in New York City would forever be remembered as the place of a singular, I would even risk calling it a religious experience. That's the event, the miraculous event, that was recorded and handed down to posterity through the marvels of a tape recording of the announcer's voice as it was broadcast live on the radio on October. If there are thus fewer and fewer of the original eyewitnesses to bear testimony to the event, fewer and fewer of the original disciples on the eld or in the stands, there is still the recorded voice of the announcer, Russ Hodges, the RST evangelist, as I would like to call him, and then there is Underworld, another Americanchen, another American prophecy, Don DeLillo's novel, which begins with this singular event and unfolds its implications and its consequences as a way of exploring and encapsulating the entire latter half of the 20th century in America. DeLillo's novel begins with this so-called shot heard round the world, this single moment of revelation, this single stroke of the bat, this single instant of impact, in order to show how a singular event can ripple outward to touch an entire half-century and beyond. I know it may seem heterodox or heretical, but I would like to argue that DeLillo's Underworld, one of the great works of literature about religion and faith in America, about the relationship between religion, science, and the media, calls out to be read alongside Derrida's work on religion, and particularly Faith and Knowledge, an essay written in, and published in, just a year before the publication of DeLillo's novel. Underworld is a major American novel about quintessentially American things like baseball, conspicuous consumption, shameless waste, and weapons of mass destruction. But it is also and precisely through these very things a great work of fiction about American exceptionalism and exceptional revelations, about both miracles and a day of reckoning that may be looming over us all in the form of a global catastrophe of human origin. The language of religion and miracles runs through Underworld from beginning to end, with one of the characters in the opening pages saying as he watches the game in the Polo Grounds, "This is the miracle year." Nobody has a vocabulary for what happened this year, you. Or as another puts it, what could not happen actually happened, you. Though it may seem sacrilegious or quite simply banal, we must, I believe, consider taking such pronouncements seriously, for whenever the impossible happens, and even in the most seemingly secular of places, we are somewhere in the ballpark of a miracle. If there were, quite unexpectedly, some 20,000 empty seats at the Polo Grounds that miraculous day in October, it was perhaps because people had a premonition that this game was related to something much bigger, because there is an underground, a consciousness of baseball, that links this national sport to a national spirit and perhaps a national religion. One might be tempted to hear nothing more than ironic detachment or postmodern cool in these references to faith and religion in Underworld. After all, revelations take place in the desert or on deserted islands, in the depths of some religious experience, and not during a ball game at the Polo Grounds. But, again, I would not be so quick to write off the miraculous nature of these everyday things or to assume that a baseball diamond in New York City could not be the place of a revelation or a miraculous apparition. As for the final judgment, it plays just as important a part as the miracle in DeLillo's epic novel, in this American Odyssey or Aeneid called Underworld. The prologue to the novel, entitled The Triumph of Death, recounts the miraculous win by the New York Giants over the Brooklyn Dodgers from the home run of Bobby Thompson by cutting back and forth, in vintage DeLillo fashion, from the voice of Russ Hodges in the announcer's booth doing the play-by-play to the action on the field to the reactions of the spectators in the crowd, with each out, each pitch, being drawn out as in the game of baseball itself to heighten the narrative tension. From the game to the announcer to the crowd, that is, from the miracle on the field to its announcement and its reception, DeLillo jump cuts between these three moments or locations as if to demonstrate that the event itself really depends upon or, really, is all three at once. It is thus only in the crowd that the miraculous begins to merge with the apocalyptic, the announcement of the miracle with forebodings of imminent doom, the celebration on the baseball field with the fears of killing fields and mass destruction. For among those in the crowd watching the game are four celebrities, four almost mythic, iconic American gers, sitting together like the four horsemen of the apocalypse, four legendary personalities drinking beer, eating hot dogs, and yucking it up on an early autumn afternoon: the comedian Jackie Gleason, restaurateur Toots Shore, singer and actor Frank Sinatra, and, Nally, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. Four kings, we might say, the king of clubs or king of comedy, Gleason, the king of diamonds, Shore, the king of hearts, Sinatra, and, Nally, the king of spades or the king of death, Hoover, the one who will see death coming before anyone else, who will see in this miraculous event at the Polo Grounds the signs of the coming apocalypse. For just as Bobby Thompson is set to hit his game-winning home run, J. Edgar Hoover is informed by one of his G-men that FBI intelligence sources have learned that the Russians have detonated an atomic test bomb somewhere in the Soviet Union, a bomb with a radioactive core, as we will later learn, about the size of the baseball about to be hit into the stands by Thompson, a V-ounce sphere of cork, rubber, yarn, horsehide, and spiral stitching, a baseball, a simple baseball. That begins already to look a lot more ominous in the radioactive light of its plutonium double. The miraculous event on the field, the singular stroke of Bobby Thompson's bat, is thus immediately divided in two like an event engine. It is immediately opposed to its other and confounded with it, immediately linked to an atomic blast in the Soviet Union that portends the apocalyptic underside or underworld of the Giants' victory. As the crowd celebrates the Giants' win by throwing everything they can get their hands on onto the L ticket stubs, napkins, newspapers, torn magazines. A picture from a recent issue of Life magazine reproducing a 16th century painting comes oating down from the upper deck and lands auspiciously in J. Edgar's hands. The painting is Peter Bruegel's Triumph of Death, a gruesome scene of death and destruction that mesmerizes Hoover and introduces the apocalypse into the miracle celebration on the Polo Grounds. When Thompson thus hits his shot heard round the world, J. Edgar Hoover and, by extension, the reader of DeLillo's novel hears this shot in two different ways, as a phrase with two different origins, two different sources, to anticipate Derrida, one related to America's favorite pastime and one to the Soviet war machine, one to faith, we might say, and one to knowledge, one to life and one to death, one to a miracle made in America and one to the machine, it too American, that might well be the engine of the apocalypse. It is as if a single stroke, a single source, had spontaneously or automatically split in two, so that perhaps, just perhaps, a fuller understanding or appreciation of underworld might not only benefit from but might actually require an analysis of the relationship between faith and knowledge at the core of an essay with the subtitle The Two Sources of Religion at the Limits of Reason Alone. It is as if, in short, this great novel by the American DeLillo called for the supplement of a text by Derrida RST written for a conference in Italy but then completed and signed in Southern California. Since DeLillo, to whom we will return throughout this work, sees in baseball a series of mystical trinities denning the game itself: 3 strikes, 3 outs, 9 innings, 9 players, and so on, and since, as he writes in Underworld, the repeated 3 beat has the force of some abject faith, a desperate kind of will toward magic and accident, I have divided my reading of Derrida's Faith and Knowledge, as I explained in the introduction, into 3 parts, each of these with 3 chapters, giving me 9 different chances, 9 new beginnings, 9 shots at convincing you that this essay is indispensable to understanding today both Derrida and the relationship between religion and science, the miracle and the machine, though also between the ordinary and the extraordinary, the playful and the apocalyptic, a simple horsehide baseball and the plutonium core of a nuclear weapon. Parti. Voir compris et mourir. French proverb. This is what I want to show by deporting you as swiftly as possible to the limits of a basin, a sea, where there arrive for an interminable war the Greek, the Jew, the Arab, the Hispano-Moor. Which I am also, following, by the trace que je suis aussi, et la trace. Glass B. Context event signature. If faith and knowledge is Derrida's most direct and ambitious attempt to answer the question of the nature of religion in general and its relationship with science and the media, it is hardly the RST text in which Derrida treats themes and topics related directly to religion or religious discourse. Already in Glass the question of religion is front and center in Derrida's reading of Hegel's early writings on religion and Genet's novels and plays. One can then trace Derrida's continuing engagement with the question of religion in his many references to negative theology throughout the SNS, particularly in How to Avoid Speaking Denials, and Sauf l'Enam, Postscriptum, and in a series of works that take up religious texts or themes in order to rethink, for example, the question of translation in sacred texts, in Detours de Babel, RST published in, or else the questions of confession, faith, and mourning, in Circumcision in or in Sauf l'Enam Postscriptum, or the relationship between justice and divine violence, in Force of Law in, or prayer, in A Silkworm of One's Own in, or hospitality, in of hospitality in and acts of religion from, or else forgiveness, the gift, apocalypse, or messianicity, in too many texts to mention. In many of these texts, moreover, from Circumcision to Sauf l'Enam, Postscriptum, to Memoirs of the Blind, Derrida not only evokes religious themes but actually engages in or with religious genres of discourse, from apophatic discourse to confessional writing and conversion narrative. We must thus resist the simple narrative according to which Derrida's work somehow took that now infamous theological turn in French phenomenology during the SNS, under the Ignans, so speculation often runs, of Emmanuel Levinas. Derrida was from the very beginning engaged by questions of religion, though always, as we shall see, in his own way, and he was writing on Levinas and never without some degree of critique as early as Faith and Knowledge is thus hardly a radical turn in Derrida's earlier work, even though it addresses even more directly than these early works the question of religion in general and the unique forms it is taking today. Though I will try in the next couple of chapters to read the essay more or less on its own terms, beginning with its context, with the event for which it was prepared, and with its signature, we must constantly bear in mind these earlier texts in which Derrida approached similar questions and themes related to religion. How, then, should one begin to read Faith and Knowledge? When French high school or university students are given a text to read and study, it is common for them to speak of trying to decorticer it, that is, to translate this French verb in this context, to try to peel off its outside layers, to husk it, shell it, or debark it, so as to get inside, dissect, and analyze it. If decortication, a word that exists in English as well as French, is not the same thing as deconstruction, it is often a very good place to begin, starting with a decortication of the decor or the setting. To read a text of Derrida, it is often necessary to begin by considering the context and the occasion for which it was written, the time and place it was read or published, the anticipated audience, the expectations Derrida would have had of his audience, and the expectations he would have expected his audience to have of him. Since, as Derrida often remarked, almost all if not all his texts were occasioned or occasional, that is, since his texts were always responses to requests for a talk, paper, or publication, the context for these works inevitably becomes part of the works themselves, as if to mark the historical and contingent nature of all speech acts. Each time I write a text, he says in a conversation with Maurizio Ferraris in May, the very person, as we will later see, who organized the Capri conference, it is on occasion, occasional, for some occasion. I have never planned to write a text. Everything I've done, even the most composite of my books, were occasioned by a question. My concern with the date and the signature reams it, T.S. This is particularly true of Faith and Knowledge, an SARST conceived as an improvised talk on a subject Derrida himself had a hand in determining, even if, as we will see in chapter, he himself did not exactly choose it. In a couple of early sections of Faith and Knowledge, Derrida points to the context and pragmatic conditions of the essay, as if these program to some extent the content of the essay itself. I will thus spend the majority of this chapter looking at some of these circumstances or conditions, since they are absolutely critical, as we will see, to understanding the themes and claims of the essay. Before looking, then, in the following chapter, at the machinery of this text, at the way the various parts work together, I propose looking at the circumstances or conditions of time, place, setting, audience, subject, language, and, of course, source in Derrida's Faith and Knowledge first, then, time. Derrida himself provides the date for the original meeting for which this text was written or prepared. Faith and Knowledge began as an improvised discussion, Derrida tells us, that took place on February, a discussion that was subsequently written up and dated in the null paragraph of the text, a brief sequence in parentheses and italics that bears the date April. There are, then, notice, two dates, separated by about 14 months, two origins. We might already speculate off this text that will speak about the two origins or sources of religion. As for the place, it too is doubled at the very least, and Derrida explicitly marks this doubling as well. In addition to recalling in that null paragraph the date on which the essay was completed, Derrida marks the place, Laguna, that is, Laguna Beach in California, just a few miles south of Los Angeles. But this is, of course, the second place name of the text, the secondary source or origin, the second seaside setting. Derrida recalls that the setting for the original conversation about religion was the Italian island of Capri, just south of the Bay of Naples. A place of isolation, contemplation, even revelation. In the West, the island is the place where religious communities throughout the world, and particularly in the Mediterranean, have traditionally retreated from the world as if into a kind of desert. Derrida thus compares the participants in the Capri conference to a group of monks or hermits, to anchorites, a word that comes from the Greek anachorio, meaning to withdraw, retire, or seclude oneself. Faith and knowledge began, then, as a conversation among a few friends or colleagues who had secluded themselves on an island to talk about the nature of religion. An island is thus surely not just any setting for a discussion about religion, and Capri is not just any island. A tourist destination during the spring and summer months, Capri would have been relatively deserted in February, making it an appropriate setting for the conference participants to seclude themselves so as to consider what Derrida will label this abstraction called religion. On this island or in this desert, they would withdraw from the world or withdraw from history in order to tell themselves, says Derrida, a story of the sort. Once upon a time, just once, one day, on an island or in the desert, imagine, in order to talk religion, several men, philosophers, professors, hermeneuticians, hermits, or anchorites, took the time to mimic a small, esoteric, and egalitarian, friendly and fraternal community. Though isolated and cut off from the mainland, the desert island of Capri is nonetheless not too far from Rome, one of the four places, says Derrida in the Holy Quartet: Athens, Jerusalem, Rome, Byzantium, names that right up to today evoke terrible wars of religion, in the question, for example, of the division and control of Jerusalem and its holy sites. But if Capri is not too far from Rome, it is even closer to Pompeii, which is in fact visible from the island, Pompeii being not only the site of the famous eruption of Mount Vesuvius in AD but the setting for Wilhelm Jensen's novella Gradiva, which Freud will analyze in Delusion and Dream and which Derrida will allude to more than once in Faith and Knowledge. We will return to this theme later, or rather, this theme will later return to us, it will resurface. For the moment, let us simply note that within eyeshot of Capri there is the scene of one of the most famous disasters in history, a truly apocalyptic event and the setting of the story of the return of the dead, and particularly a dead woman, Gradiva, she of the graceful walk, gathered on the island of Capri in February, isolated in order to talk about this abstraction called religion. The setting resembles, says Derrida, a sort of retreat, a place for religious exercises, a kind of monastery for a little religious community, or, indeed, fraternal order that would exclude. And I think we are to hear in Derrida's comments that this was not his choice or decision. Women, as Derrida will remark, as he gazes, we might imagine, around the conference table during their gathering not a single woman, to discuss a subject as important as religion, a subject that, obviously, not only concerns women but in many respects and particularly with regard to the theme of respect should place the question of women at its center. As for religious affiliation or the religious culture of the participants in the Capri conference, this too was rather limited or insular. Once again, Derrida seems to look around the conference table before commenting. We represent and speak four different languages, but our common culture, let's be frank, is more manifestly Christian, barely even Judeo-Christian. No Muslim is among us, alas, even for this preliminary discussion. Present at the gathering, at the retreat, were, therefore, only men, and, Derrida remarks, only European men. We Europeans, as Derrida will say, echoing Nietzsche's "we good Europeans from beyond good and evil." Indeed, only European men with a Judeo-Christian background, whether Jewish, Derrida, or Catholic, Johnny Vattimo, or Protestant, Hans-Georg Gadamer. No women, therefore, and no Muslims or representatives of other cults in attendance to discuss a topic such as religion or the state of religion. No Muslims to speak of or to represent Islam, which is clearly not just one religion among others in the current debates about the fate or place of religion in the contemporary world. And so Derrida says they must speak for these silent witnesses without speaking in their place, Speak for them without claiming to speak as them. Women, Islam, women in Islam. All these important gears and themes that had been excluded at Capri will return, as we will see, by the end of Faith and Knowledge they will return, both for Derrida and for us, from the underworld into which they might have seemed to be conned. There are thus 2 times and 2 places, April in California, an American place, as if the supplement of deconstruction in America were essential to thinking religion today, and February on the island of Capri, a European, indeed an Italian place, where Italian would have been the language spoken around them, not just any language, to be sure, when it comes to religion. Another important condition or context for this more or less improvised discussion of religion was thus language, the fact that, as we saw Derrida affirm in the passage cited above, 4 languages were spoken in Capri, all of them European, namely, Italian, French, Spanish, and German. In Faith and Knowledge, Derrida will speak a great deal about language, and especially about the relationship between religion, the nation-state, and language, or the national idiom. As he will remark early on, these questions are unavoidable insofar as language or writing is the element of all revelation and belief, and insofar as language or the idiom is always linked to a social, familial, or ethnic place, to a particular nation, people, or land. In thinking about religion, therefore, in speaking about religion, one must always ask about the relationship between the national idiom and all claims to autochthony, blood, earth, land, place, citizenship, the nation-state, and so on, about the possibility of a sacred language related to a people if not a place. Themes treated by Derrida in several texts, from De Tours de Babel to The Eyes of Language, to name just 2. It is, moreover, in Faith and Knowledge that Derrida will introduce the neologism mondialatinization, or globalatinization, to remind us that it was through Latin that the contemporary notion of religion was deemed and disseminated, a thesis that will lead him to claim, as we will see more clearly in chapters and, that perhaps only Christianity merits being called a religion. If all these conditions or contexts for speaking about religion, time, place, setting, religious affiliation, and language already from the outset exclude certain perspectives, women, Muslims, non-Europeans, non-European languages, and so on, they would at least seem to assure that their discussion can take place within a certain shared tradition or common culture, in short, a Judeo-Christian culture, and by means of what Derrida calls a certain pre-understanding of their subject matter. Though they have as yet no assurance that they understand what religion is, what the name religion means after all, that's what they have gathered to discuss. There is nonetheless a kind of faith, says Derrida, in what might be called a pre-understanding of what it means, a kind of minimal trustworthiness or reliability, as he will call it, in this word religion. They don't know exactly what it means, but they would seem at least to share a kind of faith in what might be called the horizon of the question of religion. We believe we can pretend to believe doucieri act that we share in so mepra understanding. We act as though we had some common sense of what religion means through the languages that we believe. How much belief already, to this moment, to this very day, we know how to speak. One can already hear hesitation if not skepticism in Derrida's language. We believe we can pretend to believe, we act as though. Derrida thus goes on to link this belief to the kind of pre-understanding Heidegger speaks of in Being and Time with regard to our or Dasean's pre-understanding of being. We believe in the minimal trustworthiness abilite minimal of this word. Like Heidegger, concerning what he calls the factum of the vocabulary of being, at the beginning of Senuendizeit, we believe, or believe it is obligatory that, we pre-understand the meaning of this word, if only to be able to question and in order to interrogate ourselves on this subject. But, Derrida continues, nothing is less pre-assured than such a factum, in both of these cases, precisely, and the entire question of religion comes down, perhaps, to this lack of assurance. As we will see, it will be not so much hesitation, uncertainty, or skepticism but the very notion of faith itself that will puncture this supposed pre-understanding and call into question all assurances with regard to religion. Faith beyond assurance, beyond a common culture and beyond a shared horizon, will be what makes religion possible and impossible. Though an originary or elementary faith will be, as we will see, the very element of religion, it will be anything but a horizon or a shared pre-understanding. These references to a shared horizon and pre-understanding recall yet another condition, another shared point of reference. Though the participants in the Capri Conference speak 4 different languages, come from 4 different nation-states, and have somewhat different religious backgrounds, all of them have been formed by European philosophy, and all of them have been attracted, says Derrida, by a certain phenomenology, that is, by a certain philosophy of light that took its inspiration from Husserl but that also ended up taking its distance from him. Moreover, all of them had been drawn at various moments in their intellectual itineraries toward a hermeneutics and exegesis of religious texts. Their common horizon is thus, among other things, the phenomenological notion of horizon, and their common pre-understanding that of a certain hermeneutic conception of pre-understanding. Politically, says Derrida, the members of this little quasi-religious community or fraternity share a common rejection of the intervention of religion in the public sphere, and all of them have an unreserved taste, if not an unconditional preference, for what, in politics, is called republican democracy as a universalizable model. Hence all of them are interested in a kind of thinking that links philosophy to publicity and light, to a public space freed from external powers and, especially, from all religious authority. And yet, while all of them are against the imposition of religious dogma or doctrine upon the public realm, none of them can be considered sworn enemies of religion or preachers of secularism, a notion, as we will see in chapter, that will elicit serious reservations on Derrida's part. Derrida thus recalls that, whatever their respective religious affiliations, none of them are priests bound by a ministry or theologians or qualied, competent representatives of religion, and none of them are enemies of religion as such, in the sense that certain so-called Enlightenment philosophers are thought to have been. While they would all like to see public space freed of religious dogma and authority, none of them would disavow faith entirely, and all of them, including Derrida, would staunchly defend religious freedom. Indeed, just 3 weeks before the Capri meeting, that is, on February, Derrida spoke in Paris on the occasion of a public meeting organized by the International Committee in support of Algerian intellectuals in order to call for the effective dissociation of the political and the theological in Algeria as the best way of protecting the practices of faith and the freedom of discussion and interpretation within each religion, AR. Derrida thus called for the dissociation or separation of the theological and the political, in short, the separation of church and state, not in order to reject religion or religious faith or relegate it to the margins of the state, but in order to guarantee the freedom of religious practice and expression within the state. Thus far we have considered, and, notice, Derrida has himself explicitly marked the time and setting of the meeting from which faith and knowledge arose, the language or languages in which the meeting was held, the gender, nationality, and the religious and philosophical backgrounds of the participants. Derrida draws our attention to these conditions and these contexts and points out the necessity of taking into account everything that contributed to making the Capri Conference an effective and unique situation. If Derrida is always interested, as I suggested in the introduction, in the mise en scene of a text, that is because he believes that a discourse must always be situated in order to be understood, its specific context clarid in order to understand its unique event. What Derrida thus demonstrates here, as he has done elsewhere, indeed everywhere, is the necessity of dating, that is, of signing a night meeting in its time and in its space. In order to address the question of religion today, everything about the day must be taken into account. Perhaps it would be necessary, in addition to situate such arguments, limit them in time and space, speak of the place and the setting, the moment past, one day, date the fugitive and the ephemeral, singularize, act as though one were keeping a diary out of which one were going to tear a few pages. Law of the genre, the ephemeris, and already you are speaking inexhaustibly of the day. Date February. Place an island, the Isle of Capri. A hotel, a table around which we speak among friends, almost without any order, without agenda, without order of the day, no watchword motd order save for a single word, the clearest and most obscure religion. These are the most obvious and immediate internal conditions and contexts for the discussion of religion that forms the basis of Derrida's faith and knowledge. There were also, however, countless external conditions for this meeting, just a couple of which should be mentioned here. In the political or geopolitical arena, relations in the Middle East between Israel and the Palestinians were tense and on the verge of breaking out into armed conflict. The phenomenon of Christian fundamentalism in America or Islamic extremism in the Middle East and elsewhere was being widely discussed, and the term ethnic cleansing had become a staple of the media to describe what was happening in the Yugoslav wars, with an emphasis on the violence and often the sexual violence perpetrated against women. Finally, as might be inferred by that February meeting of the International Committee in Support of Algerian Intellectuals, death threats were being issued against intellectuals by fundamentalist Islamic groups in Derrida's native Algeria, and violence was threatening the fragile democratic institutions of that former French colony and, especially, the place or role of women in politics and Algerian society more generally. As we will see, all these things that form the backdrop or the larger context of faith and knowledge will inevitably make their appearance in one shape or another in the text, either on its surface or deep down within it, in its underworld. As for the choice of the theme of religion, Derrida recalls that it was he himself, when asked by Maurizio Ferraris in the Hotel Lutetia in Paris, who came up automatically, mechanically, almost without reaction, with the topic. Derrida recounts their discussion this way in the beginning: Maurizio Ferraris at the Hotel Lutetia. He tells me, we need a theme for this meeting in Capri. In a whisper, yet without whispering, almost without hesitating, machine-like, I respond, religion. Why? From where did this come to me? And yes, mechanically. Once the theme was agreed upon, discussions were improvised between two walks at night towards Faraglione, which can be seen in the distance, between Vesuvius and Capri. Jensen refers to it, Faraglione, and Gradova returns perhaps. This automatic or machine-like response gives us our RST indication of what, for Derrida, will be at the origin of religion, namely, an automatic or machine-like splitting of every source into, every single source into two sources, an origin, then, an origin of religion, that in its automatic duplicity will also be, as we will see, the common source of religion and science. We will have occasion to return repeatedly to these themes, and, in chapter, we will look in much greater detail at the scene from, where the genesis of the Capri meeting is recounted. But, one might ask, why religion? One of the reasons for Derrida's quasi-automatic or mechanical response to the question of what they should discuss in Capri no doubt had to do with the fact that in the midst it was common to talk about a seemingly unexpected and spontaneous return to religion, or a return of the religious, a surprising resurgence or revival in religious interests, church attendance, and so on. See. Derrida will, however, question throughout faith and knowledge whether such a so-called return to religion really is as surprising as so many commentators have thought, and whether it really can be characterized as a return. He will question the assumption that religion is today or really ever has been on the one side, while reason, the Enlightenment, science, and critique are on the other. In other words, he will argue that those who have assumed that secular society eschews religion and that science or technology simply excludes faith overlook or misread the fundamental relationship between science and religion, or science and faith. It was also no doubt in part because of the growing interest in the topic of religion that publishers agreed right from the start to publish in book form the texts of the Capri Conference. This meant, of course, that yet further restrictions, yet another aspect of the context, would come to limit what could and could not be said, an economy dictated by publishing exigencies. However improvised, speculative, or informal their initial discussion might have been, the participants of the Capri Conference knew from the very start that their discussion was destined for an international publication that would be RST of all Western, and then conned, which is also to say conned, to several European languages: German, Spanish, French, Italian. Nothing more ordinary, it might be said, for a group of internationally known philosophers to be asked, in the collective name of several European publishers, to state a position in a few pages on religion, even if such a proposal, as Derrida says, might well appear monstrous today, when a serious treatise on religion would demand the construction of new libraries of France and of the universe. Faith and knowledge thus cannot be read without consideration of the discourse of the surrounding the so-called return to religion. One of the principal objectives of faith and knowledge will thus be, as we will see more clearly in chapter, to show that we misunderstand the nature of this so-called return so long as we continue to think faith apart from knowledge, or religion apart from science. Derrida will argue throughout the essay that today's return to religion cannot simply be reduced to, and so written off as, extremism, fanaticism, or fundamentalism. If certain forms of Christian fundamentalism or Islamic extremism occupy a privileged but hardly unique position in this so-called return to religion, we will have to ask about the precise relationship between such extremisms and the science they appropriate and manipulate in particularly sophisticated ways. It was no doubt in large part to explore this relationship between religion and science or faith and so-called secular society that Derrida suggested that the Capri Conference address the question of religion and the putative return to religion in contemporary society. In an interview conducted in and subsequently published in Paper Machine, Derrida does us the enormous favor of summarizing much of what he argues at length and more cryptically in Faith and Knowledge and, indeed, much of what he will develop in subsequent works such as Rogues. Asked by the interviewer, "What is your explanation for the return to religion that is occurring in so many parts of the world, but not in Europe?" Derrida responds, "In Europe too. Is it a return? Church attendance isn't the only way of measuring religion, p.m." This response is vintage Derrida. He begins by questioning the fact assumed by the interviewer's question and then the principle or premise upon which the supposed fact relies. Asked to explain the return to religion that was occurring in many parts of the world, the interviewer no doubt had in mind the Middle East and the United States but not Europe. Derrida suggests that the return is happening in Europe as well, in Europe too, he says, since one cannot simply measure such a return by citing church attendance figures. But Derrida then goes on to question whether this really is a return, as the interviewer seems to assume, and whether such a so-called return does not invite other kinds of interpretation. He continues, what gets called for short a return, and is not con to Islam, far from it, is marked above all by the appearance of fundamentalisms or integration movements that are aggressively political. They seek either to contest the authority of the political or the state or else quite simply to subject democracy to theocracy. The thing needs to be analyzed in many dimensions. For instance, it would be difficult to explain the force of these movements if the concepts of the political, the state, and sovereignty especially, weren't themselves concepts that are theological in origin, and hardly secularized at all. P.M. Derrida here introduces a theme that is at the center of much of his work from at least the S through, and most prominently in works such as Rogues, the theological or onto theological origins of political concepts such as sovereignty, and not only as it is embodied in monarchies but as it is identified with the nation or the people, notions that are often considered, and quite wrongly so, according to Derrida, to be completely secular. For Derrida, even our most seemingly secular notions of modernity, from the sovereignty of the people to religious tolerance to human rights and the institution of literature, contain an irreducible theologico-political remainder. From this perspective, then, the return to religion is hardly a return at all, insofar as religion in the form of theological concepts continues to operate even in Western political concepts that are mistakenly understood to be purely secular. We will return to this argument in much greater detail in subsequent chapters. After relating religion or the theological to the political, Derrida goes on in the interview to relate religion to science, a theme that is really at the center of Faith and Knowledge. On the other hand, contrary to what is often thought, these fundamentalisms tie very well with the advances in technology and science. Iran is just one example. So it is a matter of actively opposing the modern technologies that result in delocalization, uprooting, and deterritorialization and, simultaneously, of reappropriating them, p.m. Derrida here begins articulating the paradoxical or, really, the autoimmune relationship between religion and science or religion and technology, a distinction we will make in chapter, that will be at the epicenter, an epicenter, we can already imagine, that is always in a state of dehiscence, of faith and knowledge. If religion reacts against science and technology in order to return to what is assumed to be a prescientic, non-technological order, it does so only by appropriating the very technology and science it eschews. I will treat this theme in much greater depth later, but by way of introduction let me simply read the rest of Derrida's response to the question of religion in the interview published in Paper Machine. The so-called return of religion tries to go back to the literality of idiom, the proximity of home, the nation, the earth, blood, liation, and so on. In order to spirit away the threat, you therefore incorporate it in yourself, by appropriating technology, telecommunications, internet access, the effects of globalization, and so on. A process of self or auto-immunization. It destroys the organism that it thereby seeks to protect, and that is why, in the end, I do not believe in the future of these fundamentalisms as such, at any rate not in their political expression. But what is interesting to observe is this sometimes rend marriage of rationalism, even scientism, and obscurantism. But in the same way as I make a distinction between justice and law, I think you have to distinguish between faith and religion. p.m. In this one tight little paragraph, Derrida introduces many of the themes we will encounter in Faith and Knowledge: the relationship between religion and technology or religion and science, faith and knowledge, the questions of democracy, globalization, and autoimmunity, and, nally, a crucial distinction between religion and faith, which might be thought, Derrida suggests in a quasi-analogy, along the lines of the difference developed in force of law and elsewhere between the law and justice. According to this analogy, which we will pursue in more detail in chapter, faith has to be thought in relation to religion or in relation to determinate religious beliefs in the same way that justice has to be thought in relation to law. Hence Derrida will argue that faith has not always been and will not always be identifiable with religion, nor with theology. If the theme of faith will have thus been of interest to Derrida from the very beginning, it will have never been reducible to religion. To understand Derrida's skepticism with regard to the so-called return to religion or return of religion in S, we will have to bear this crucial distinction in mind. Now, if religion was undergoing in the S something like a resurgence or a re-emergence on the public stage but not exactly a return, Faith and Knowledge and other texts written around the same time would seem to represent a similar resurgence, though, again, not exactly a return in the life of Jacques Derrida. This will be the last of the conditions or contexts we will look at here, the place of religion not in Derrida's work but in his life, and particularly his childhood, Derrida's own acts of religion, to borrow the title of an anthology edited by Gil Anajar that brings together many of Derrida's most important writings on religion, including Faith and Knowledge. Though I cannot treat the topic in any detail here, a few words seem necessary to put the discussion of religion in faith and knowledge into the context of the author's early relationship to religion. Just a few things about Derrida's own background, and particularly his religious background, to help situate our reading. While it would be imprudent to want to explain Derrida's long-standing interest in margins, borders, borderlines and, here, limits solely in terms of his unique personal history, it would be just as imprudent to claim that this history played no role in the formation of this interest. For in terms of nationality or national affiliation, language and ethnic identity, and, of course, religion, Derrida's position was in each case marginal to the dominant culture in which he lived. Born on July in El Biar, a suburb of Algiers, in what was then the French colony of Algeria, Derrida grew up, one might say, in the margins of France, in France but not exactly, a French citizen but not like the others. Growing up in a French-speaking family in a predominantly Arabic-speaking neighborhood, Derrida would thus have cultivated from within this marginal place of a French colony the language of France, the colonizer, but he would have been at the same time more or less isolated from the language spoken around him. From this marginal position Derrida would develop a desire to master this French language or, better, a desire to cultivate and adore it, to speak it better and respect it more than those born in metropolitan France. Born into a Jewish family living in a mostly Muslim community within the colony of a predominantly Catholic nation, he would have experienced firsthand not just the discomfort of being in the minority but the pains of exclusion, marginalization, even persecution. Derrida recalls in several places, including monolingualism of the other, or, the prosthesis of origin, being subject to individual acts of antisemitism as well as to institutional and governmental antisemitism when he was prohibited by the French authorities from attending public schools and his French citizenship, which had been granted to the Jews of Algeria by the Crémieux decree was revoked. Though his citizenship would eventually be reinstated, Derrida says he experienced this event as nothing less than a fracture or a trauma, an event, as he put it that no doubt killed in me an elementary confidence in any community, in any fusional gregariousness and that cautioned me against community and communitarianism in general, AO. In the face of this fracture or this trauma, Derrida did not seek to identify with or seek refuge in the Jewish community or his own Jewish identity. He began instead to view with suspicion any kind of community bond, especially one that would be based on religion. In an interview from January, just weeks before the Capri conference, he says, "My spontaneous or infantile reaction to anti-Semitic violence consisted in saying no, I am part neither of this nor of that, neither of this anti-Semitism nor of its victims," a haughty and affected gesture, without sympathy for the self-protecting attitude of the Jewish community, which tended to close ranks when endangered, t.s. If Derrida's attitude toward this violence would become less spontaneous and infantile over the years and would in fact play a large role in his seminars of the that went under the title Philosophical Nationality and Nationalism, he would continue to resist identifying in full with any particular group. Though he would leave Algeria for France and would not return for any extended period of time apart from his years of military service it is hard not to think that these early years of living in a Jewish family within a largely Muslim community and speaking French in a predominantly Arabic-speaking culture did not leave traces in the life and thus the work of Derrida. If, as Gil Anadjar argues in his excellent introduction to Acts of Religion, Derrida would live most of his life in Judeo-Christian France, if he would refer to himself as the last of the Jews, he would also describe himself as a little black and very Arab Jew or, elsewhere, as a kind of African, cited in AR, see also MO. Arab, Jewish, Judeo-Christian, African, Macroban, Franco-Macroban. Jacques Derrida was all of these and yet none of them completely, just as, in the other heading, he would say that he was European without being European in every part, that is, European through and through. In terms of religion, then, Derrida grew up Jewish in a predominantly Muslim colony of France, and he lived almost all of his adult life in the Christian, indeed, Catholic country of France. But in addition to inheriting, as we will see in the chapters that follow, various aspects of all three of these Abrahamic religions, Derrida also or nonetheless cultivated a certain atheism by means of or even through the various communities of which he both was and was not a part. As he writes to Catherine Malibu in Counterpath, "My atheism develops in the churches, all the churches, cp. It is this belonging without belonging, or this atheism within religious tradition, that makes deconstruction in general and Derrida's work in particular resemble, as we will explore in chapter, a certain negative theology with regard to citizenship. Derrida would thus be French and yet not quite French, French but because Jewish, not French for a time, French but because Algerian, never really French enough." In terms of language, he would speak French both at home and at school, putting him at a remove from the language of the neighborhood, which was Arabic, as well as from the language of the synagogue, of which he would admit to having only a passing knowledge. About Arabic, which was spoken around him but which he never really learned to speak, especially since it was offered in school in Algeria only as an optional foreign language, Derrida says in a public discussion about a year and a half before his death, "Sometimes I wonder whether this language, unknown for me, is not my favorite language, IW. With regard to culture, Derrida's schooling would have focused essentially on the history and culture of France and not Algeria. All eyes would have thus been oriented from the start toward France, the metropole, and particularly Paris, the capital of the colonial power and the place from which the culture most valued would have emanated. As Derrida would say in the monolingualism of the other, and perhaps even more poignantly in a public conversation with the Algerian intellectual Mustafa Cherif in the spring of, the community to which he belonged was so isolated in terms of language, culture, history, religion, and so on that he would come to question throughout his work the very nature of community and the very notion of belonging. The community to which I belonged was cut off in three ways. It was cut off both from the Arab and the Berber, actually the Maghreban language and culture. It was also cut off from the French, indeed European, language and culture, which were viewed as distant poles, unrelated to its history, and nally, or to begin with, it was cut off from the Jewish memory, from that history and that language that one must assume to be one's own, but which at a given moment no longer were, at least in a special way, for most of its members in a sufficiently living and internal way. Much more could obviously be said here about the influence of this rather unique historical, cultural, and linguistic background on the thought of Jacques Derrida, and particularly with regard to religion. It would be very unwise, as I said, to reduce everything here to biography, but it is hard to deny that Derrida's interest in margins and limits, in a certain outside or elsewhere, his suspicion of all communities based on race, territory, language, culture, or religion, can be traced back to some extent, even if this alone will not get us very far, to these early years in Algeria, where Derrida occupied an ambiguous and marginal place with regard to all these categories. As Helene Success has written somewhere, there is only one Jacques Derrida. He's 1,000 different things, or as Derrida says of himself in the postcard, in a memorable phrase that my friend and colleague David Farrell Krell adopted as the title of an important work on Derrida, he was the purest of bastards, CPC. Much more could also obviously be said about Derrida's education and upbringing in Algeria, as well as his attachment to the Jewish religion, everything from his refusal to circumcise his 2 sons to his calling himself a Marrano. Let me simply conclude these very brief remarks by citing Derrida again from his conversation with Mustafa Cherif in the spring of. The conversation took place, Cherif informs us in the introduction to the book in which these remarks are published, just hours after Derrida had received confirmation of the diagnosis of the pancreatic cancer that would lead to his death less than a year and a half later, on October. Speaking in Paris at the Institute of the Arab World, at a conference of French and Algerian intellectuals organized by Cherif under the title The Future of Civilizations, Derrida begins, I want to speak here, today, as an Algerian who became French at a given moment, lost his French citizenship, then recovered it. Of all the cultural wealth I have received, that I have inherited, my Algerian culture has sustained me the most, IW. For someone who would go on to spend years of his life writing and teaching a decidedly European philosophical tradition, this is perhaps a rather surprising admission. He continues, the cultural heritage I received from Algeria is something that probably inspired my philosophical work. All the work I have pursued, with regard to European, Western, so-called Greco-European philosophical thought, the questions I have been led to ask from some distance, a certain exteriority, would certainly not have been possible if, in my personal history, I had not been a sort of child in the margins of Europe, a child of the Mediterranean, who was not simply French nor simply African, and who had passed his time traveling between one culture and the other. Everything that has interested me for a long time, regarding writing, the trace, the deconstruction of Western metaphysics. All of that had to have come out of a reference to an elsewhere whose place and language were unknown or forbidden to me. My emphasis, I would like to think that Derrida's attention to this elsewhere, his allergy to community, had something to do with his interest in a kind of originary or elementary faith that would be at the source of but also in excess of all dogmatic or revealed religions, an elementary faith that would be at the origin of every social bond but could never be reduced to any particular community or communitarian vision. When reading Faith and Knowledge, we must not lose sight of these autobiographical details, not only because they form the background or context for Derrida's discussion of religion, but because they are commented on in several places in Derrida's own work. Indeed, few philosophers have integrated autobiographical elements into their philosophical works to the extent Derrida has, from Circumcision, where Derrida combines a reading of the Confessions of Augustine, who was also born, of course, in northern Africa, with reactions concerning his mother's own impending death, to Memoirs of the Blind, monolingualism of the other, and, of course, the postcard. In an interview from January, just weeks before the Capri conference, Derrida says that in literature what always interests me is essentially the autobiographical, not what is called the autobiographical genre, but rather the autobiographicity that greatly overrose the genre of autobiography. He then goes on to speak of the place of autobiography in philosophy, of the wild desire to preserve everything, to gather everything together in its idiom. To gather together even that which disseminates and, by its very essence, dies all gathering. Philosophy, or academic philosophy at any rate, he goes on to say, for me has always been at the service of this autobiographical design of memory, t.s. We will want to recall this emphasis on the autobiographical as we begin reading Faith and Knowledge in light of the circumstances for and in which it was written, and as we try to interpret, much later, what looks like an autobiographical detail, the memory of an opened pomegranate at the end of the next to the last of the FTY2 numbered sections of the essay. All of the conditions we have looked at thus far form the context for Derrida's choice of theme and for his treatment of it in Faith and Knowledge. These conditions must be constantly borne in mind as we see how Derrida on this day, in this place, with this background, for this audience, and in his language, approaches the question of religion. If an analysis of such conditions is always essential, as I argued earlier, to understanding the form of Derrida's arguments, it is even more so for Faith and Knowledge, insofar as Derrida will not simply refer to or take account of these conditioning factors in his approach to the subject, but will transform each one of them into a theme within his text. Hence the place, the island as a place of desertion and abandonment, will become a thinking of the space of revelation, of Kara, and so on. The time will become a thinking of history and the historicity of religion, a thinking of the state of religion today. The languages spoken at the conference will become a thinking of the Latin origins of our discourse on religion. The absence of women will become a discrete though unmistakable inscription of women's voices throughout the essay, and the absence of Muslims will become a series of reminders about the role Islam must play in any serious thinking about religion today. After having laid out some of the conditions, both internal and external, personal and political, national and international, for Faith and Knowledge, we should be better prepared to enter even further into the core, so to speak, of this essay, even if, as I have already suggested, this core is always in a constant state of motion. If Faith and Knowledge was originally presented orally and in an improvised fashion on the island of Capri in February, we must now consider the fact that what we now have before us is a written text. Let us begin again, then, by reading this text, beginning with its title or its titles, but then also by looking at its form and its fonts, its numbers and numerology, all of which, we might already suspect, will say something essential about the fundamental duplicity at the heart of the relationship between religion and science. The principal title, Faith and Knowledge Foiet Savoir, brings together two nouns, or, in French, a noun and a substantivized verb, into what appears to be a fairly straightforward conjunction. But this conjunction already suggests a kind of originary duplicity or connect, perhaps even an antinomy, between what are commonly believed to be two very different and perhaps even irreconcilable realms or domains, faith or religion, on the one hand, everything that would come before or after reason, and knowledge, science, and the reason or rationality on which these are founded, on the other. But talk about duplicity. Derrida's title is not simply a play on but more or less a repetition of Hegel's Glauben und Wissen, from, a work Derrida refers to Brie, in, under its French title Faut savoir, and whose null paragraph he more or less paraphrases, having cited it in its entirety some 20 years earlier in Glass. This is the famous passage, which I will look at in more detail in observation, in which Hegel speaks of the death of God and of the need to re-establish for philosophy the idea of absolute freedom and along with it the absolute passion, the speculative Good Friday in place of the historic Good Friday. If the title of the essay already evokes Hegel, and thus Derrida's reading of Hegel in the left-hand column of Glass, it may not be insignificant that the essay concludes some 78 pages later with a reference to Jean Genet, the central gur of the right-hand column. It is as if faith and knowledge were at once a nod toward that monumental work of and a development or displacement of it, a development in the direction of not only Hegel but Kant and Bergson, and a displacement into concerns of Genet that emerged well after the appearance of Glass. Derrida's title is thus not simply a play on Hegel's but a repetition of it, or, more pointedly, a rip-off or plagiarism of it. As one says in French, it is a title that has been, and we will look at this term in more detail in chapter 6, that is, whispered to him from a distance but also lifted, stolen. And yet Derrida's essay has in fact not just one title but two, one that just conjoins two words, faith and knowledge, and then another, a subtitle, that speaks of two sources, the two sources of religion at the limits of reason alone. But this subtitle is itself little more than a condensation or elision of the titles of two classic works on religion, Kant's Religion within the limits of reason alone and Henry Bergson's The Two Sources of Morality and Religion. Hence Derrida's title, like the layout of his text itself, as we will see shortly, is double, and the second of the titles, the subtitle, is itself doubled, as if Derrida were crossing these two canonical secondary sources on the nature of religion in order to say something different about the nature of religion today. Though faith and knowledge is not anything like a reading of Kant or Bergson, as speech and phenomena, for example, is a reading of Husserl, or Plato's Pharmacy is a reading of Plato, any truly responsible reading of Derrida's essay must take these two canonical works into account, since they provide the terms and premises of Derrida's discussion. But here is already a hint of how to understand deconstruction, as opposed to other kinds of textual analysis, such as the one I referred to earlier as decortication. While a good deconstructive reading will always want to determine what Bergson or Kant or Heidegger meant to say about a particular topic, what they themselves would have said they meant, that is, what they themselves wished to bring to light or reveal about the topic of, say, religion, Derrida will want to ask about the nocturnal source of this revelation or this critical light, the source of this enlightenment impulse to bring the source of religion to light. Deconstruction will thus attempt to bring to light or develop what Derrida will risk calling here the negative of the text or of what is brought to light in the text, something that might be like the unconscious, or like some kind of latent meaning below the manifest or phenomenal meaning of the text, analogies that must be treated with some caution but that will perhaps prove useful later on in our analysis when themes from the underworld well up to visit us from some invisible or unconscious source. To approach the question of religion, then, Derrida begins with traditional philosophical approaches to the topic of religion, Kant, Hegel, Bergson, and, as we will see, Heidegger, in order to uncover not simply some hidden assumption or presupposition but the source, the nocturnal source of their reactions on religion, a source that, as we will see, could go by many names. Since it has no proper name, one could call it an elementary faith that would itself be blind, a source of revelation or light that would itself be nocturnal, or kara as that which gives rise to everything that might appear in the light. There are thus two titles, identifying two sources, Kant and Bergson, each of whom will identify or isolate two realms for religion. For Kant, dogmatic religion that goes beyond the limits of reason alone and true religion or true morality that stays within those limits, and, for Bergson, a closed morality and static religion, on the one hand, and an open morality and dynamic religion, on the other. In order to think not just the essence of religion as such but, more importantly, what is happening to religion today, Derrida seems to be suggesting that we return to Kant's great book about, among other things, radical evil, and to a book by Bergson, this great Judeo-Christian, as Derrida calls him, who wrote about religion after the First World War and on the eve of the Second World War, and thus on the eve of events that, as Derrida puts it, one knows that one does not yet know how to think. Derrida does not name those events in this passage, but it is not difficult to imagine what he has in mind: the horrors of the Holocaust, RST, and foremost, though perhaps also advances in weapons technology that would lead to the development of the atomic bomb and, eventually, the Cold War, events that still haunt us today and perhaps portend the unimaginable in the form of a truly global apocalypse. As for the form of the text, faith and knowledge is divided into FTY2 numbered sequences or sections, which vary in length from just a few lines to a few pages. In the second of these sections, Derrida makes clear that this numbering bears some relation to what he will hypothesize to be an ineluctable relationship between religion and science, and thus between religion and the question of calculation, technology, and the machine. Hence Derrida already crossing the idioms of Bergson, who famously concludes the two sources with a reference to the universe as a machine for the making of gods, and Kant, who wishes to think religion within the limits of reason alone, speaks of his own essay as a little discursive machine, whose task is to say something about religion today within the limits assigned us. In addition to this reference to the machine, which reeks the elliptical, telegraphic, and calculated nature of this essay and is indicative of the way religion is today being transformed by technology, Derrida's use of the term limits is telling. By analyzing the contexts and conditions with which Derrida had to work in Faith and Knowledge, I have in effect been looking at the limits Derrida found imposed upon him, or that he imposed upon himself. In addition to asking, then, what it means for Kant to want to think religion within the limits of reason alone, Derrida asks what such a Kantian project might mean for us today, especially when, as we will see, Derrida will want to think reason in relation to faith. In addition, then, to the numerous references to limits in the passages explicitly treating Kant, there are, RST, the limits of time, space, and format for treating such a serious question as religion within a certain number of pages, the necessity of producing on the topic of religion a short treatise, within the merciless limits of time and space, c. and these limits of time and space are not just the Kantian conditions of experience but a matter of economy, the necessity of treating the question of religion in a limited number of words because of the constraints of time, space, and, yes, publishers. As for the exact nature of these limits, Derrida tells us much later when he recounts the genesis of the conference and thus the genesis of Faith and Knowledge that it had been agreed that everyone at the conference would contribute an essay of about 20 pages, a page limit that would inform the very layout of Derrida's essay and inspire him to select a quasi-aphoristic form as one chooses a machine, the least pernicious machine to treat of religion in a certain number of pages. Or a few more, we were given, and, let us say, arbitrarily, to decipher or anagrammatize the very unequal sequences, as many crypts dispersed in a non-identified eld, a eld that is nonetheless already approaching, like a desert about which one isn't sure if it is sterile or not, or like a eld of ruins and of mines and of wells and of caves and of cenotaphs and of scattered seedings. Faced with a limited number of pages, with limited ink for a theme as large and important as religion, Derrida will mark the necessarily incomplete and elliptical nature of his contribution by writing not a complete or completed essay but, simply, a series of FTY2 aphorisms, sequences, or crypts, or else, as we will see, FTY2 pomegranate seeds or pieces of shrapnel, depending upon whether you choose your metaphor from nature or culture, from a cult of life or the cultivation of death. But if this explains why Derrida writes in aphorisms or abbreviated sections, what justice numbering them in this way? First, because the question of numbers and of calculation, of the calculable and the incalculable, will return throughout this essay as it explores the relationship between faith or a certain incalculability and a knowledge that makes possible various forms of calculation. This numbering of paragraphs or sections is also, of course, reminiscent of the papal encyclical, a form of religious or Catholic publication that Derrida himself explicitly evokes in Faith and Knowledge. Derrida speaks in N of Evangelium. Vitae, an essay, let me again recall, that was RST presented in a conference not far from Rome. Even the title Faith and Knowledge sounds a bit like the title of a papal encyclical, and, in fact, in just a couple of years after the French publication of Derrida's essay, Pope John Paul II would issue an encyclical entitled, precisely, Fides et Ratio Faith and Reason. If the publication of an encyclical by this name is, to be sure, little more than a happy coincidence, the encyclical laments without ever mentioning, of course, Derrida, the advent of postmodernity and nihilism in philosophy, things often, though wrongly, associated with Derrida and deconstruction. Moreover, the thesis of the encyclical is, not completely unlike that of Faith and Knowledge, that faith and reason must be thought together and reason must rediscover its foundation in faith. Though the understanding of faith and reason, not to mention foundation, will be quite different in these two texts, there is, it could be shown, more than a superficial similarity between them. Now, I say that this encyclical does not of course mention Derrida, but it is perhaps worth noting that in the eventual successor to John Paul II, Pope Benedict XVI, then Cardinal Ratzinger, actually did mention Derrida by name in a not unrelated way in a German newspaper article entitled In Search of Freedom Against Reason Fallen Ill and Religion Abused, in which he argued that, in a world where reason has become detached from God, that is, in a word, where reason has become divorced from faith, all that remains is reason's dissolution, its deconstruction, as, for example, Jacques Derrida has set it out for us. Ratzinger thus attributes to Derrida a distinction between faith and reason, or faith and knowledge, that Derrida himself will spend a good bit of faith and knowledge trying to question. Derrida and Ratzinger will have very different conceptions of both faith and reason and of the relationship between them, but Derrida surely will not want, as Ratzinger suggests, to divorce faith from reason, indeed quite the opposite, and his deconstruction of a certain kind of reason, the Greek logos, for example, which Ratzinger goes on in the article to discuss, is not at all aimed at reason's dissolution like a papal encyclical, then, RST written on retreat on the Italian island of Capri. Faith and Knowledge is broken up into FTY2 numbered sections. But why FTY2? There are no doubt several reasons for this choice, FTY2 being, of course, a number of chance as the number of cards in a deck, as well as a number of nature or necessity as the number of weeks in a year, each week made up of or days being yet another number that is dear to JACQUESTERRIDA, two names with 7 letters, that is, dear to someone who will have received yet another name, a secret name, on the 7th day of his life during the ceremony of circumcision. Faith and Knowledge will not have been the RST time, moreover, that Derrida used the number FTY2, or divided a work into FTY2 numbered parts. 7 years before Faith and Knowledge, Derrida published a short text on architecture entitled 52 Aphorisms for a Foreword, a text that begins. The aphorism decides, but as much by its substance as by its form, it determines by a play of words, why. But the number FTY2 is most reminiscent in Derrida's work of the blank spaces of the postcard, blank spaces each time exactly FTY2 that are like the very respiration of the text, the attention or breath of a prayer, or, as he says in the preface to the postcard, the trace of an incineration, something, whether a proper name or just a letter or punctuation mark, that has been left out of the text and risks being forgotten, perhaps even by its author. Whatever their original length, the passages that have disappeared are indicated, at the very place of their incineration, by a blank of signs, and a contract insists that this stretch of destroyed surface remain forever interminable. As for the signs, the mute spaces, in question is a cipher that I had wanted to be symbolic and secret, in a word a clever cryptogram, that is, a very naive one, that had cost me long calculations. If I state now, and this is the truth, I swear, that I have totally forgotten the rule as well as the elements of such a calculation, as if I had thrown them into the I know in advance all the types of reaction that this will not fail to induce all around. In addition to the FTY2 numbered sections, there is a particularly Baroque typographical structure that involves not only a couple of internal divisions within the FTY2 sections but certain passages in italics and words in bold. The FTY2 sections are thus divided evenly into two sets of 26, 2 times, then, the number of letters in the French or English alphabet, with the RST set not only printed in italics but actually entitled, though the title is not in italics, that is, named after a style of script RST used in the Aldine Press edition of Virgil published in Venice in and dedicated to Italy. These italics might thus, writes Derrida, potentially symbolize everything that can incline at a certain remove from the Roman in general, everything that, from another source, another font, would introduce a certain difference or distance from Rome or from Latin. Hence there are 2 times of writing, at least 2 and at least 2 different kinds of writing, one spoken and one written. The RST 26 sections would correspond, it seems, to Derrida's spoken remarks at Capri at the beginning of a preliminary exchange. Around the table, Johnny Vattimo proposes that I improvise a few suggestions. These RST 26 sections would thus be a sort of schematic and telegraphic preface that summarizes the improvised words presented by Derrida at Capri. The second 26 sections, which run more than twice as long as the RST 26, would correspond to Derrida's written reactions after the conference. Derrida writes other propositions, doubtless, emerged in a text of different character that I wrote afterwards, cramped by the merciless limits of time and space. An utterly different story, perhaps, but, from near or afar, the memory of words risked in the beginning, that day, will continue to dictate what I write. Written after the Capri conference and added on ex post facto to the earlier italic script, this second set of 26 sections is appropriately entitled Postscriptum. Faith and knowledge would thus be an essay made up of a sort of preface and a postscriptum, with nothing else, nothing proper to the essay, between them. As if this division or duplicity were not enough, the 26 sections of the postscriptum are themselves divided into one group of 11 sections labeled crypts, and a group of 15 that are entitled or are at least preceded by the title. Let me leave it in French for the moment. Et grenades, the ellipsis here suggesting that it is the second half of the fragmented title crypts. Et grenades. There are thus 2 sets of 26 sections, distinguished by 2 different typescripts, italics and, let's say for the sake of argument, Times New Roman, 2 different typefaces, 2 different, as we say, fonts, a word that means, of course, sources, and then a further division within the second set, which is divided not down the middle into 2 sets of 13 but, and this could hardly be random, into 11 and 15. As if this duplicity were not enough, Derrida introduces in the RST of the non-italicized sections in his long postscriptum, that is, in the RST of the 11 crypts, yet another graphic peculiarity. Beginning in this section, Derrida puts 2 different words or phrases in bold in each section, the RST of these being a repetition of the second word or phrase in bold in the preceding section and the second becoming the word or phrase that will be repeated in bold in the subsequent section. We thus get a kind of braiding or interweaving of words and phrases, a kind of textual DNA that adds yet another level of complexity to this already dizzying proliferation of divisions and doublings, beginning with the one named in the subtitle The 2 Sources of Religion. Now, all these divisions, into FTY2 sections, into 2 sets of 26, into 11 and 15, are not arbitrarily or randomly inserted interruptions of what would otherwise be a continuous or uninterrupted argument. The sections are, as Derrida puts it, aphoristic and much more improvised than this, with themes being introduced early on and then returned to later in the essay, broken off and then picked up again later, a bit like the textual braiding we just recalled. Rather than developing in a logical and linear manner from beginning to end, Derrida's argument is instead distributed or indeed scattered throughout like a good game of FTY2 card pickup, perhaps, where the cards have been gathered together in a particular order but where other groupings or configurations are not only possible but necessary. Despite this constant doubling back on themes and motif, there is nevertheless, as I have suggested, a kind of movement or progression to the essay. We see this most clearly in the opening sections of the italics and the postscriptum, where Derrida is anticipating or adumbrating in a kind of summary or abstract the themes and theses to follow. Let us begin again, then, by looking at the way Derrida begins, that is, at the RST2, relatively brief sections of the essay. In these sections Derrida introduces a whole series of themes that will cross and mingle throughout the essay, and he adumbrates in an economical and elusive way the three theses that run through the essay. Here is the RST paragraph of the RST section: How to talk religion? Of religion? Singularly of religion, today. How dare we speak of it in the singular without fear and trembling, this very day? And so free and so quickly? Who would be so imprudent as to claim that the issue here is both identical and new? Who would be so presumptuous as to rely on a few aphorisms? To give oneself the necessary courage, arrogance, or serenity, therefore, perhaps one must pretend for an instant to abstract from everything or almost everything, in a certain way. Perhaps one must take one's chances in resorting to the most concrete and most accessible, but also the most barren and desert-like, of all abstractions. Derrida thus begins by evoking the difficulty of speaking of religion today, of talking of religion, or, really, for here's the problem, of talking religion as if religion were the direct object of the talking or, better, the form or manner of the talking itself. The question is thus not only how to talk of religion without generalization or perhaps even profanation, but how not to talk religion when the language we use is perhaps already and from the very beginning a language of religion, that is, as we will see more clearly later, a Latin language that will have informed so many of our words and our concepts, beginning with the word or concept religion itself. To ask the question of what religion is by using the term religion is thus perhaps already to have provided a kind of response. Derrida goes on to ask how we can talk of religion in the singular, that is, religion as a whole, religion as one monolithic entity, monolithic and no doubt monotheistic, as if there were no essential differences between the three great monotheisms of the West, not to mention the other religions of the world. Expressing what has to be a genuine respect or reticence before such a subject, a fear and trembling before it, says Derrida, citing Philippians but also already evoking Kierkegaard, he introduces the notion of abstraction, which can be understood here in a couple of different ways. Derrida is RST asking whether we must abstract from or bracket everything else in order to consider religion alone and by itself, religion apart from everything else, and perhaps RST and foremost from reason or from science. But Derrida is also asking whether it is possible to discover a single essence of religion by abstracting from the multiplicity of religions, by abstracting or distilling the element that is common to all religions. Both senses of abstraction already beg the question of what religion is, however, and already assume to some degree what they are looking for: a notion of religion that, it is assumed, can be abstracted or separated from what is assumed to be foreign to it, a common essence of religion that all religions would share even when, as we will see, the essence is perhaps deemed by one religion and one alone. The RST thing to note, then, is that Derrida appears to be approaching the question of religion as a philosopher, or at least from the perspective of philosophy. He begins in a sense by reminding us not only, as we will see shortly, of the Hegelian notion of abstraction but of the very origins of philosophy itself in the Platonic tist or what is, question, which is called in of grammatology the instituting question of philosophy, og. While Plato thus asks what is justice, in the Republic, or what is piety, or holiness, in the Euthyphro, Derrida would in essence be asking what is religion, which is to say, religion in general, religion in the abstract, religion as a concept, idea, essence, or form abstracted from all particular or determined religions. What is it, he might seem to be asking in good Platonic fashion, that makes all religions religions? What essential characteristic or form is it that religions share that warrants our giving them all the name religion? But because Derrida is always circumspect with regard to the what is question, other questions quickly intervene, and particularly when it comes to religion. Can we really ask the Question of the concept of religion without asking about the word religion itself? Is it really possible to think religion itself or a general religiosity apart from particular or determinate religions? Which comes RST, revelation or revealability? Can one really abstract from the particulars to the general, from the many religions to a definition of religion in the abstract, or else from particular religions to a general structure of religiosity? And, Nally, is questioning the proper mode for considering such a thing? At the very end of this RST paragraph, Derrida seems to evoke yet another kind of abstraction, saying in a rather elliptical fashion that he would wager on the most concrete and accessible, the most desert-like, of abstractions. In addition to the possibilities of abstraction we have already seen, possibilities instituted in Western philosophy along with the very idea of idea, essence, or concept, Derrida seems to be alluding here to the one thing that, on his reading, most explicitly resists or eludes the what is question in Plato, the one thing that cannot be considered an idea, essence, or abstraction, that most barren and desert-like of abstractions called kara, one of the fundamental quasi-concepts. Derrida will turn to in faith and knowledge in order to think what has always resisted philosophy and thus the movement of that RST abstraction from within. We will return to this notion of kara in much greater detail in chapter, but for the moment it is important to underscore that abstraction is being thought here not only in relation to the idea of idea, essence, or form, to what Plato in Timaeus will call the intelligible form or intelligible paradigm, but to what resists such intelligibility from within by being itself completely barren of attributes while providing the space within which the form or paradigm might be stamped, imprinted, or copied in the sensible world, AC. Kara, it seems, would be a form of abstraction that is already at a certain remove that already abstracts from the philosophical abstraction of ideas or concepts. There are thus, in this RST paragraph, two abstractions or two concepts of abstraction, one corresponding to the concept and one not, and faith and knowledge will attempt to articulate the relationship between these. One form of abstraction would thus be located squarely within philosophy while the other, kara, would resist philosophy from within. Related, then, to these two forms of abstraction, are two gers of the desert, the one religious, Judeo-Christian, a place of temptation and revelation, and the other philosophical, Greek, a ger that as Derrida will underscore later when he contrasts the thinking of kara with the discourse of negative theology has resisted all Judeo-Christian appropriation. In the second paragraph of the RST section of Faith and Knowledge, Derrida relates this question of abstraction to Hegel and then via a line from Hegel's Wer denkt abstract. To the question of salvation, should one save oneself by abstraction or save oneself from abstraction? Where is salvation, safety oustle salad? In, Hegel writes, who thinks abstractly. Thinking abstract. Sauf put, he begins by saying, and precisely in French, in order to translate the cry Retzich, wer can. Of that traitor who would in a single movement, thought and abstraction and metaphysics like the plague. As in Fischus, a text ostensibly on Adorno that revolves around a line written by Walter Benjamin in French in a letter that is otherwise in German, Derrida cites Hegel in a place where he uses a French phrase in an otherwise German text, p.m. He does this, it would appear, in order to draw attention to the irreplaceability of the French idiom used by Hegel and to introduce a theme that will be central to Derrida's essay, the notion of saving or being saved, of gaining or granting salvation. Having spoken of religion as abstraction, Derrida asks whether abstraction saves us or whether we should save ourselves from it, whether we should thus save abstraction or save everything save it. In this very RST section of Faith and Knowledge, Derrida thus raises the crucial question of salvation, or, more generally, of salat as salvation or as safety, the English translation by Samuel Weber quite rightly doubling the single French word salat with two possible translations. Bringing together, then, in a very suggestive and telescopic but not yet developed way the notions of religion, abstraction, and salvation, Derrida begins: save, be saved, save oneself. Pretext for ARST question: can a discourse on religion be dissociated from a discourse on salvation, which is to say, on the holy, the sacred, the safe and sound, the unscathed indemn, the immune, sacre, sanctus, heilig, holy, and their alleged equivalents in so many languages? Derrida is here asking, in effect, whether one can speak of religion without speaking of salat, that is, of salat as salvation or redemption in the wake of evil or sin, or else as safety, the safe and sound, the sacred, the holy, the indemned, or the immune. Derrida will not tire throughout this essay of invoking this long semantic series every time the word salat comes up. He does this, it seems, because the word salat cannot be translated into another language, or even parsed in French, with a single word, since it carries within it so many different meanings or gradations of meaning that qualify, support, and, as we are about to see, are sometimes in real tension with one another. For Derrida wishes to draw our attention not just to two but to three different meanings or sets of meaning of the word salat, two of which will be set over against the third. On the one hand, salat as redemption and salvation, though also as health and safety, indemnity and immunity, and, on the other, and this would be a third distinct set of meanings, salat as the greeting or welcoming of the other, or else the farewell to him. Like the word adieu, which Derrida works with throughout Adieu to Emmanuel Levinas, salat is a word spoken on the threshold, at the very beginning or the end of an encounter or a relationship. To put it in terms developed in more detail in Rogues, c. 15, Derrida distinguishes a salat of sovereignty and ipseity, a salat that affirms and sustains identity, that protects or indemnises identity, that is, a salat that offers either salvation or health, redemption or indemnity, from the salat of an unconditional welcoming that, as we will see, compromises every identity and opens it up in an autoimmune fashion to what is beyond or outside it. Derrida sets up this distinction in by asking, and salvation le salat, is it necessarily redemption, before or after evil, fault or sin? There are then, we might say, two sources of salat, one seemingly within the power or capacity of a subject or perhaps of religion to grant safety or salvation, and one utterly dependent on the coming or visitation of the other, a welcome without power or capacity, indeed a welcome that just may compromise the power, capacity and even the identity of a subject who believes him or herself capable of offering safety or salvation in the RST place, or, as we will see, the integrity of a religion that tries to indemnify itself or protect itself from contamination. There are two sources and, notice, two regimes of language: salat as a substantive in a phrase, something to be mentioned or invoked, the safety or salvation, say, of a people, the redemption offered by a religion, and salat, as a performative, as an address or greeting that is used and not just mentioned, an originary or elementary faith that is performed before or on the threshold of any determinate or dogmatic religion. These two sources or two strains of salat, salvation or health, on the one hand, and unconditional welcoming of the other, on the other, might thus be other names for the two sources of religion that Derrida alludes to in his subtitle and that he will attempt to unfold and analyze in Faith and Knowledge. If Derrida thus discreetly introduces what I will identify as the RST of his three principal theses in these RST2 sections, namely, that there are two sources of religion, he will go on in the second to suggest, without fully explaining the other two, where is evil today, at present? Suppose that there was an exemplary and unprecedented gur of evil, even of that radical evil which seems to mark our time as no other. Is it by identifying this evil that one will accede to what might be the gur or promise of salvation for our time, and thus the singularity of the religious whose return is proclaimed in every newspaper? Eventually, we would therefore like to link the question of religion to that of the evil of abstraction. To radical abstraction. Not to the abstract gur of death, of evil or of the sickness of death, but to the forms of evil that are traditionally tied to radical extirpation and therefore to the deracination of abstraction, passing by way but only much later of those sites of abstraction that are the machine, technics, technoscience, and above all the transcendence of teletechnology. As a way of introducing the themes he will treat in the rest of the essay, Derrida here raises a question often related to salvation, namely, evil, and particularly radical evil. Working within a Kantian idiom but, clearly, uprooting it from its original context and rerouting it in the techno-science of today, Derrida is suggesting that, in order to get to the root of the problem of radical evil, we need to look at the root of the term radical evil, which is, of course, the Latin radix, or root. Radical evil will not be, as it is in Kant, the ineradicable impulse to act on motives other than that of the moral law, but the putative evil of radical abstraction, of deracination, of the uprooting and delocalizing movement brought about by the machines of today's teletechnology and the virtuality of today's telecommunications. As we will see, religious discourse will react against this deracination by appropriating, through what Derrida will call an autoimmune process, the very technological resources it rebels against. We thus already have a hint here of the relationship between salad and radical evil. Though radical evil may indeed be a deracinating, delocalizing movement, religion will seek its salad, its health, and/or salvation, by appropriating in an autoimmune fashion these very same deracinating and delocalizing teletechnologies. Religion will thus appropriate the essentially unappropriatable resources of teletechnology in order to try to return to and preserve the literality of idiom, the proximity of home, the nation, the earth, blood, liation, and so on. To cite again the interview from published in Paper Machine, a title that by itself, it is worth noting now, brings together two seemingly connecting sources, the supposed uniqueness and irreplaceability of paper, the organic, material support of the signer, of this piece of paper right here now, signed by me and not another in my own hand, and the inherent anonymity, iterability, and reproducibility of the machine. Paper machine, like faith and knowledge, would thus bring together two seemingly distinct sources, one apparently immediate and the other mediated, one related to presence and the other to absence, one to the values of proximity that would appear to favor religion and the other to the values of distance, abstraction, and dislocation that would seem to be so central to science. This brings Derrida to what I will identify in the following chapter as the second thesis of Faith and Knowledge, the central thesis of the essay, namely, the ineluctable and autoimmune relationship between religion and science. In order to think religion today abstractly, we will take these powers of abstraction as our point of departure, in order to risk, eventually, the following hypothesis with respect to all these forces of abstraction and of dissociation, deracination, delocalization, disincarnation, formalization, universalizing schematization, objectification, telecommunication, etc. Religion is at the same time involved in reacting antagonistically and reaffirmatively outbidding itself. It is the relationship between salad as salvation and health and radical evil as abstraction that leads Derrida in this second section of the essay to identify the second and perhaps central hypothesis in Faith and Knowledge, stated in as succinct and straightforward a way as possible. Derrida's hypothesis is that, when confronted with all these forces of abstraction, disincarnation, deracination, delocalization, universalizing schematization, telecommunication, and so on, religion is at once in reactive antagonism to these forces and in constant reaffirmation of them, not simply appropriating them in a minimal way but actually upping the ante of them through what Derrida calls a surenchère reaffirmatrice. In other words, religion reacts against the movements of abstraction, deracination, delocalization, and universalization as they are deployed in teletechnoscience and telecommunication by appropriating these same movements so as to return to all those things threatened by them, namely, the literality of idiom, the proximity of home, the nation, the earth, blood, liation, and so on, as Derrida will declare in the penultimate section of Faith and Knowledge, the one that corresponds in many ways to the second as its quasi-mirror image. The possibility of radical evil both destroys and institutes the religious. Radical evil institutes the religious by identifying the evil as the deracination that takes us away from a relationship to the sacrosanct, to the indemnate and the safe and sound, and it destroys religion by appropriating technological means for protecting the safe and sound. While all religions react against technology in this way, some, as we will see in chapter, do so more forcefully and more successfully, or more forcefully and so less successfully, than others. The forces of abstraction, technoscience, telecommunication, universalization, and so on are thus always at once bound to and in open antagonism against certain values of religion. This will be the central relationship Derrida will interrogate throughout Faith and Knowledge to ask about religion itself, religion alone, religion in the abstract. Derrida seems to be suggesting that we must consider things that would appear to be extrinsic to religion or outside religion properly speaking, namely, science, technology, and, especially, the teletechnologies of communication and language. That, it seems, is the ultimate reason for all the doublings and duplicities we have been following here. After this RST thesis about the essential duplicity of religion, a second thesis would claim that religion must be from the very beginning open to science, abstraction, and deracination, its essence from the very start compromised, opened up, in a word that we will have occasion to turn to again later and that has no precise English equivalent, entom. But then, right after this second thesis, Derrida adds what appears to be the third major thesis of Faith and Knowledge, right at the very end of in this very place, knowledge and faith, technoscience, capitalist and tertiary, and belief, credit, trustworthiness liabilite, the act of faith will always have made common cause, bound eu party lie to one another by the band onoid the alliance of their opposition. Whence the aporia is certain absence of way, path, issue, salvation, and the two sources. We saw just a moment ago that religion is opposed to science, in open antagonism against it, at the same time as it appropriates the means of science in order to seek salvation or restore its health. But now Derrida adds that faith and knowledge are not only in an autoimmune relationship with one another, in a relation of attraction and repulsion, but that knowledge is always linked to faith, that technoscience is always linked to in an alliance with belief, credit, reliability, acts of faith, and so on. That is why Derrida will say directly later in the essay that one would blind oneself to the phenomenon called of religion or of the return of the religious today if one continued to oppose so naively reason and religion, critique, or science and religion, technoscientific modernity and religion. Because as we will see more fully in the next chapter, the performativity of the machine, of science and technology in general, also depends upon a performative. The machine cannot be thought without the miracle, as knowledge makes common cause with faith. That would be the third major thesis of Faith and Knowledge after the thesis that there are two sources of religion, the one an experience of the holy or the sacrosanct that has to be safeguarded and indemned, and the other an affirmation of or elementary faith in an alteriety before any such experience, and after the thesis that religion must enlist and cooperate with the powers of teletechnology in order to indemnify the RST of these two sources, there is the thesis that science too relies upon an original performative or an elementary faith, and that religion and science thus share a single source. This originary source of both religion and science, this origin of the difference between faith and knowledge, religion and science, the miracle and the machine, would thus be at the root of all those doublings and duplicities in Derrida's text, from the title to the subtitle to the fonts and the sources. Before developing in greater detail what is only adumbrated in these opening two sections concerning the relationship between science and religion, it is essential to turn to the question of language. For if Derrida begins Faith and Knowledge by introducing or announcing many of the themes to follow, for example, abstraction, the desert with the desert, salvation, the relation between faith and knowledge, and so on, implicit in all of this is the question of language, the relation between the rootedness of the idiom and the deracinating function of a language that tends toward universalization, along with the question of the sources if not the etymological roots of religion spoken of in the subtitle. Now if, today, the question of religion actually appears in a new and different light, if there is an unprecedented resurgence, both global and planetary, of this ageless thing, then what is at stake is language, certainly, and more precisely the idiom, literality, writing, that forms the element of all revelation and of all belief, an element that ultimately is irreducible and untranslatable, but an idiom that above all is inseparable from the social nexus, from the political, familial, ethnic, communitarian nexus, from the nation and from the people, from autochthony, blood and soil, and from the ever more problematic relation to citizenship and to the state. In these times, language and nation form the historical body of all religious passion. This emphasis on the supposedity or irreducibility of the idiom and its relationship to the nation and the people is but the most glaring face of the question of language and religion today. From questions concerning the name or names of God to the question of translating a sacred language, from the question of the iterability of language in general and of telecommunications in particular to the question of the performative aspect of language in prayer, Derrida will return repeatedly throughout Faith and Knowledge to the theme of language. Here we are confronted by the overwhelming questions of the name and of everything done in the name of, questions of the name or noun religion, of the names of God, of whether the proper name belongs to the system of language or not, hence, of its untranslatability but also of its iterability, which is to say, of that which makes it a site of repeatability, of idealization, and therefore, already, of techne, of technoscience, of teletechnoscience in calling at a distance, of its link to the performativity of calling in prayer, which, as Aristotle says, is neither true nor false. Of its bond to that which, in all performativity, as in all address and attestation, appeals to the faith of the other and deploys itself therefore in a pledge of faith. So let's begin again, this time, once again, with the question of language. Derrida begins Faith and Knowledge, recall, by asking us or asking himself, how to talk religion? Of religion? Singularly of religion, today. Earlier, we underscored the apparently deracinating, abstracting function of such questions as they call out for translation and universalization in the search for a definition for religion itself, religion in general, religion in the abstract. But instead of looking at the aim or object of these questions, let us consider the language in which they are posed, the way in which the name religion is used in today's new wars of religion. Derrida speaks throughout Faith and Knowledge, and particularly in, which, as the RST section of the postscriptum seems to develop the themes of what it means to speak in the name of religion, that is, to speak from out of or to speak for a particular religious belief, perhaps even to be an apologist for it, or else to act in its name, to give oneself legitimacy by using its name or speaking in its name. Derrida argues that we must take account not only of what religion at present might be but what is said and done, what is happening at this very moment, in the world, in history, in its name. This would be true for everything that is said and done in the name of religion in general, but also, of course, for everything said and done in the name of a particular religion. Derrida recognizes here a certain prerogative of Islam on the global stage today, though he hastens to warn us that we not make use of this name too quickly, for Islam is not Islamism even if the latter operates in the name of the former. On the one hand, then, an account must be given of everything that might be said and done in the name of religion as an alibi for other interests, whether political or economic. On the other hand, we must ask whether the political and economic discourses that seem the furthest removed from religion, those that dare not even speak its name, might not actually harbor within them religious interests and motivations. According to this latter hypothesis, today's wars of religion might be waged in places and through discourses that bracket all talk of religion but that, in the end, are about nothing other than it. Derrida asks wars or military interventions, led by the Judeo-Christian West in the name of the best causes, of international law, democracy, the sovereignty of peoples, of nations, or of states, even of humanitarian imperatives, are they not also, from a certain side, wars of religion? The hypothesis would not necessarily be defamatory, nor even very original, except in the eyes of those who hasten to believe that all theist causes are notonly secular but pure of all religiosity. This hypothesis would be even more compelling insofar as even our most seemingly secular concepts, such as democracy, international law, popular sovereignty, and so on, are, according to Derrida, marked by a certain religious language and theological tradition. For Derrida, then, a war of religion might be waged under this or any number of other names. Insofar as the language of international law, for example, is an essentially Latin or Latinate language, it is itself already religious. One would thus be speaking religion, to return to the opening phrase of the essay, even when one is speaking of other things. And the possibility of escaping this idiom would be even more remote, it seems, when explicitly addressing the question of religion itself. As Derrida argues, as soon as one begins to speak of religion, one is already speaking the language of a certain empire and a certain universalization and, thus, a certain religious idiom. As he puts it in bold and we, by which he means we Europeans, we are already speaking Latin inasmuch as he and the others are approaching from within their various Latin idioms, Italian, French, and Spanish, and from within a philosophical thinking informed by these idioms, the question of religion, something that in this form and, especially, under this name achieved a kind of worldwide preeminence through Latin. The fact that Latin is today, as we say, a dead language, means not that it is no longer spoken but that it speaks today through the new lingua franca of the world, namely, English, or rather Anglo-American, which is attempting to spread its empire in the wake of America's loss of economic and military power across the globe. The world today speaks Latin, most often via Anglo-American, when it authorizes itself in the name of religion. This is a theme that returns in many of Derrida's writings from the S up through, the hegemony of the Anglo-American idiom in international law and politics and in the religious language and discourse that informs them. For everything that touches religion in particular, for everything that speaks religion, for whoever speaks religiously or about religion, Anglo-American remains Latin. Religion circulates in the world, one might say, like an English word comme un mot anglais that has been to Rome and taken a detour to the United States. Well, beyond its strictly capitalist or politico-military gears, a hyper-imperialist appropriation has been underway now for centuries. It imposes itself in a particularly palpable manner within the conceptual apparatus of international law and of global political rhetoric. Wherever this apparatus dominates, it articulates itself through a discourse on religion. Combine this theme of an Anglo-American hegemony that remains nonetheless Latin with Derrida's constant emphasis throughout this period on the onto-theological origins of so many of our seemingly non-theological and even secular concepts, from sovereignty to tolerance to, nally, the very notion of the world, and we can better understand Derrida's tongue-twisting neologism mondialatinization. Fortunately, we don't have to conjugate or decline it, just explain it, or, as suggested in the previous chapter, decorticate it. Taking the Latin out of the word, we are left with mondialization, at the root of which is the French word monde, world. Mondialization is the term Derrida and other French thinkers prefer to use in place of the English word globalization and its French counterpart globalization. Because the idea of a world is precisely not that of a globe, because we live or dwell in a world rather than simply in or on a globe, because our being is, as Heidegger puts it, a being in the world and not simply a living on the earth, because, for Kant, it is the world and not the globe that functions as a regulative idea. Derrida and others prefer to speak of mondialization rather than globalization. Mondialization might thus be translated more accurately but also more awkwardly into English as worldwideization, or as the process of becoming worldwide. Mondialatinization, then, would draw attention to the way in which this worldwideization or this process of becoming worldwide is inextricably linked both to religion, to Christianity, and to the language in which Christianity spread, namely, Latin, or, today, Anglo-American. As Samuel Weber, the translator of Faith and Knowledge, notes, the fact that mondialatinization has been translated throughout as globalatinization has stakes that go far beyond those of translation, for if, as Derrida argues in this chapter, the major idiom and vehicle of the process of mondialatinization today is precisely Anglo-American, then the very fact that the notion of globality comes to supplant that of world in the most common usage of this language must itself be highly significant. Translator's note. By means of the neologism mondialatinization, Derrida draws attention to the very specific and determinate origins of a concept that would pass itself off as, precisely, global, transnational, worldwide. Mondialatinization or globalatinization, despite its rhetoric of universality, would thus be, for Derrida, European Anglo-American in its idiom. Now, Derrida is not arguing that we could or even should try to speak completely outside or beyond this version of universality called mondialatinization. What is essential is to recognize the particularities of this language and to acknowledge that those things that present themselves as universal or worldwide always rely upon a particular history, culture, and language. For globalization, or mondialization, might be precisely not as worldwide and universalizing as it claims to be. Or, rather, its version of universalization or globalization might be less universal and global, more culturally specific than it imagines. If certain aspects of globalization have thus succeeded in extending such notions as citizenship and human rights to those who were previously deprived of them, it must be acknowledged that this same globalization has also led to unprecedented concentrations of wealth in certain parts of the world and not others, that it has marginalized if not effectively silenced certain idioms and languages in favor of just a couple dominant ones, and that what has been globalized has been certain notions of law and justice, of democracy and human rights, of economic fairness and progress, and not others. As Derrida put it rather baldly some years later during a public discussion, I believe that, paradoxically, globalization hasn't occurred. It is a false concept, often an alibi. Never has the world been so unequal and so marginally shareable or shared. IW. The worldwide domination of the word globalization would be but a single, striking symptom of the glaring fact that this worldwide movement is marked by particular nation-states, ideologies, languages, and not others. Globalization or globalatinization, essentially Christian, to be sure, is thus not the same thing as universality, even though the former may present itself as being coextensive with the latter. If to think religion is to think the Roman, and if the very concept of religion is European and RST of all Latin, then one must ask about the language in which this concept was RST formulated and whether it can be translated into other languages. When Derrida asks, near the end of and the beginning of, and what if religio remained untranslatable, he is in effect reminding us that the word religio brings along with it a unique history that cannot simply be bracketed or abstracted from in order to get at an essence of religio or religion that might then be translated into all the languages of the world. In other words, religio may remain untranslatable inasmuch as it is always rooted in particular historical conditions and in a particular language. It is no doubt for this reason that Derrida puts the word religion in the subtitle of his essay between quotation marks. On the one hand, this word, like any word, calls out for translation. It invites other idioms or the idiom of the other in order to be read or even understood. On the other hand, the word is untranslatable insofar as it is a unique Latin event, related to a particular history and language and particular discursive practices. Globalatinization is thus a process of universalization and translation born out of a specific language and religious culture. As powerful as it has been and continues to be, its birth suggests that it is night and that it will one day come to an end. Globalatinization, this strange alliance of Christianity, as the experience of the death of God, and teletechnoscientific capitalism is thus, argues Derrida, at the same time hegemonic and night, ultra-powerful and in the process of exhausting itself en voie d'épuisement. Though we no longer perceive its limits, we know that such globalization is night and only projected, and that it appears today to be running out of breath. Sufi, however irresistible and imperial it still may be. We must thus try to think and take what is best from this mondialatinization, including certain standards of international law and human rights, a certain universality, at the same time as we recognize and question the contemporary Anglo-American hegemony of such notions and the Latin roots and origins of so many of them. That is, we must take from this mondialatinization certain notions of universality and critique in order to call into question the very roots and origins of this mondialatinization and, thus, of all the concepts related to it. Beginning, for example, with religion, that is, with the concept or abstraction religion, but also, and at the same time, the word religion. We must at once think this abstraction by attempting to understand religion as such, religiosity as such, as a concept, and see the roots of this abstraction in a particular language and history. That is, we must come to understand that the very language of abstraction, of concept formation, has a particular origin, a philosophical origin, a Greek origin, and that the concept of religion, related inextricably to the word religion, has an origin, a Latin origin, from which we cannot so easily abstract ourselves. If this remains true for all concepts, if all concepts are in some sense tied to the language in which they are articulated, this is all the more true for religion, since it is not only every discussion of religion that takes place in a particular language but every revelation in every religion and every bearing witness to that revelation. If the question of language is thus important for the question of religion in general, it is absolutely essential for thinking the way in which religion is being transformed and so must be reconsidered today. Derrida identifies in three different kinds of resources or what he calls discursive practices for understanding religion today: etymologies, investigations into the provenance or origin of words related to religion beginning with the word religion itself, historico-semantical liations or genealogies, an investigation into the way words and discourses are transformed historically or by institutional structures, in the style of Nietzsche, for example, as well as in that of Benveniste when he holds Indo-European institutions as witnesses to the history of meaning or of an etymology, and, Nally, analyses with pragmatic and functional effects, more structural and also more political, analyses that would look at the ways in which the lexicon of religious language is being used today. At the ways in which discourse liberates words and meaning from all archaic memory and from all supposed origins. Derrida goes on to argue that since the Capri Conference would be devoted especially to the question of what is happening to religion today, the participants should privilege the third of these discursive practices and look at the ways certain discourses are today using the language of religion, at once reinscribing and reinventing it. They should thus privilege the signs of what in the world, today, singularizes the use of the word religion as well as experience of religion associated with the word, there where no memory and no history could suffice to announce or gather it, at least not at RST sight. Hence Derrida will speak at great length of the ways in which technology and telecommunications are today changing and reinventing religion and religious practices, and of the ways in which the word religion in the Return to Religion, for example, is being used today. But in order to do this effectively, Derrida will often employ the RST2 of these three resources, and particularly the RST, insofar as etymology is precisely an investigation into the putative source or sources of a given word. While etymology never reveals some truer or more authentic understanding of a word, while it never, as Derrida puts it, provides a law and only provides material for thinking on the condition that it allows itself to be thought as well, it can often help us think what is unthought in a word or concept. That is perhaps why Derrida so often turns, though never uncritically and sometimes in fact very critically, to Émile Benveniste's important work Indo-European Language and Society. Derrida cites Benveniste in Faith and Knowledge on several occasions, noting, for example, in that the word for God in French, Dieu, apparently comes from a word meaning light or celestial, an interesting connection, clearly, for Derrida, who is trying to end, as he puts it, the undeveloped or negative or nocturnal source of religion as it is related to light and revelation. He will later cite Benveniste on the etymological origins of the word sovereignty, kurios in Greek, and responsibility, among others. But Derrida brings this interest to bear on the word religion itself in order to note that, as if by a happy accident that helps reinforce the duplicity he has been following throughout, there are not one but two possible etymological sources of the word religio, two sources or two theories regarding the origin of religio. According to etymologists, who are appropriately divided on the question, the word religio would come either from the Latin religere, legere, meaning to harvest, collect, or gather, or from the Latin religere, ligaire, meaning to link or to bind. These two sources or two theories of the etymology of religion lead to two very different lines of thought regarding the nature of religion. On the one hand, religion would be related to gathering and recollection, to scrupulous attention, respect, patience, even modesty, shame, or piety, and, on the other, by means of an etymology invented by Christians, as Benveniste says, it would be linked to the link, precisely, to obligation, ligament, and hence to obligation, to debt, etc., between men, or between man and God. One of these etymological sources would thus be related more to the attention, practices, and piety of a religious subject, and one more to the link or bond between religious subjects or between a religious community and God. As I read him, Derrida will not come down on one side or the other of this etymological question. He will instead reiterate his limited reliance on etymology and then try to end an element common to both etymological theories. After stating that such a divergence is for us limited in scope since nothing gets decided at the source, indeed, as we have seen, everything is always already doubled at the source, Derrida suggests that these two competing etymologies can be retraced to the same, and in a certain manner to the possibility of repetition. In other words, as Derrida had suggested in the previous section, these two semantic sources perhaps overlap, and the sign of this overlap or repetition would be nothing other than the re that is found in both theories or etymologies. Whether we are talking about religer or religaire, what is at issue is indeed a reunion, rassemblement, a reassembling, a recollecting, and a resistance or a reaction to disjunction, that is, a resistance or a reaction to absolute alterity. This critique of rassemblement as gathering is a familiar one in Derrida, particularly in his readings of Heidegger, where a certain thought of disjunction or dissemination is always opposed to this gathering or gathering together into a self or into a community. What Derrida ends in both etymologies is thus a reaction to radical alterity in the name of gathering, recollection, sameness, and so on, notions that all need to be thought in relation to the so-called return of religion, the theme with which Derrida begins and to which he will return throughout Faith and Knowledge. Derrida thus uses etymology to lay out the semantic eld in which the word religion might be thought, but he then goes on to oppose both etymologies to another thinking of religion. The re of the two etymologies of religion will have already hinted at this third possibility. Religion must be thought in relationship not only to recollection, reaction, regathering, rebinding, repayment, and so on, but to response and responsibility, a response and responsibility, as we will see in what follows, that precedes any recollection of an origin or any rebinding into a religious community, a responsibility that will be related to an originary response to the other or faith in the other. Derrida seems to be suggesting that, in order to think either religion in its origins or what is happening to religion today, we just may have to think a faith that comes before or after religion. The work of Benveniste will have helped sketch out this possibility, as well. For if Benveniste recalls that there is no common Indo-European term for what we call religion, then we just might want to conclude, contra Benveniste, who believes that despite this lack of a common word there is nonetheless, and these are his words, an omnipresent reality that is religion, that religion, like globalization, is marked by a history, a culture, and a language, and so has not always been and perhaps will not always be present as such or under this name. Derrida concludes this reading of Benveniste: there has not always been, therefore, nor is there always and everywhere, nor will there always and everywhere, with humans or elsewhere, be something, a thing that is one and identical with itself, which, whether religious or irreligious, all agree to call religion. There was not, according to Benveniste, and there perhaps will not be again some day, suggests Derrida, a common term, Indo-European or global, for the term religion, or a common reality that would correspond to it. This would suggest not only that there are determinate religions conditioned by history, but that religion itself may be a determinate moment of faith, a determinate epoch, perhaps, of the elementary faith that opens the possibility of religion but cannot be reduced to it. The very turn to the etymologies of religion may thus itself be more than a scholarly or philological exercise, but already a response to the exigencies of today, a response to the demands of a deconstruction of the theologico-political, that is, Judeo-Christian origins of so many of our concepts, beginning with the notion of religion. Henceforth, despite the ethical and political urgencies that do not permit the response to be put off, reaction upon the Latin noun religion will no longer be held for an academic exercise, a philological embellishment, or an etymological luxury. Derrida thus appears to have done with the noun or name religion what he did in the opening sections of Faith and Knowledge, and will do in later texts such as Rogues with the word salad. As we saw earlier, he opposes two meanings of salad to a third. He opposes salad as either salvation or safety, redemption, or health, two meanings related to one of the two sources of religion, to salad as welcoming or reception, the other of religion's two sources. Here, he opposes the two traditional etymologies of the name or noun religion to a notion of response and responsibility, to the performativity of the prayer and the promise, that would open the domain of religion without being reduced to it. But in order to understand how this promise, this second source of religion, is related to the RST, we need to develop more fully the three theses of faith and knowledge, that is, the three theses on the two sources of religion and the one element that is common to both science and religion. And their one common element. In the previous two chapters I have tried to describe and analyze the various conditions of the essay Faith and Knowledge and of the Capri Conference where a RST version of the essay was presented. We saw how Derrida approaches the question of religion today by means of the essential duplicity of origins, and how that duplicity is inscribed into not only the content but the form of his essay. We saw this in the two words of the title, in the two titles, one of which names two sources of religion, in the two forms or fonts of type, and in the division of the essay's FTY2 sections in two and then of the second half in two again. All this, I speculated, was indicative of the fact that there are two sources of religion and that religion and science are somehow related. But what exactly is the relationship between them? Is their relation one of simple opposition or exclusion, or is it more complex than that? Though Derrida seems to make a point not to develop his argument in Faith and Knowledge in any kind of a straightforward or linear fashion, preferring instead to scatter or disseminate his claims throughout the FTY2 sections like seed or shrapnel, as we have said, I would like to argue in this chapter that there are essentially three main theses underlying the essay and that these can and should be ordered in a particular way. These three theses express the fundamental duplicity of religion, the fundamental conflict or antagonism between religion and science, and, nally, the fundamental complicity of religion and science. First thesis, then, RST thesis of duplicity: religion has not one but two sources. On the one hand, argues Derrida, religion has its source in an experience of sacrality or holiness, the indemnate or the unscathed, the safe and sound, in short, an experience of salad as health or restoration, salvation or redemption. Derrida asks, we recall, right at the outset of the essay, can a discourse on religion be dissociated from a discourse on salvation, which is to say, on the holy, the sacred, the safe and sound, the unscathed indemn, the immune, sacre, sanctus, heilig, holy, and their alleged equivalents in so many languages? In the beginning of the postscriptum the very same language is used. After an ellipsis that is presumably used to indicate the time that has lapsed between the italics and the postscriptum, that is, between Capri and Laguna, Derrida begins. Religion. And then a few lines later, unscathed in the experience of the unscathed that it will have wanted to be. Is not the unscathed indemn the very matter, the thing itself of religion? It is right at this point that Derrida appends a footnote on this notion of the unscathed, indemnus, the intact, the uncompromised, or the unspoiled, on everything this is, in French, indemne. In that note Derrida explains that in speaking of indemnication he wishes to suggest both the process of compensation and the restitution, sometimes sacrificial, that reconstitutes purity intact, renders integrity safe and sound, restores cleanliness propriety and property unimpaired. This is indeed what the word unscathed indemn says: the pure, non-contaminated, untouched, the sacred and holy before all profanation, all wound, all offense, all lesion, and Indemnification is thus used to designate both the protection of what is assumed to be unspoiled or intact and the restoration of a supposedly original or uncompromised state. It is difficult to imagine a religion, claims Derrida, that does not promote or promise in some fashion a restoration of health, some redemption or indemnification of the self or the community through various kinds of ritual, sacrifice, or prayer. There is no religion without some promise either to heal and make whole the self or the community or else to keep it safe and sound, protected from all corruption, contamination, or desecration. Referring to Benveniste on the term heilig, Derrida speaks of the necessity for every religion to involve healing heilen health, hail, or promise of a cure cura, zarga horizon of redemption, of the restoration of the unscathed, of indemnification, n. In The Animal That Therefore I Am, Derrida uses very similar terms in his analysis of the philosophical claim that only the human animal can feel shame. This movement of shame, this reticence, this inhibition, this retreat, this reversal is, no doubt, like the immunizing drive, the protection of the immune, of the sacred, heilig, of the holy, of the separate, kadosh, that is the very origin of the religious, of religious scruple, att. Indemnification is thus a process or a drive of immunization that promises to protect what is thought to be sacred or holy by immunizing the self or the community against what is considered unclean, unhealthy, or unholy. But these references to the promise already suggest another source for religion, one related not to the object of that promise, indemnification, sacralization, health, or redemption, but to the act of the promise itself. For there is also, writes Derrida, no religion without the promise of keeping one's promise to tell the truth and to have already told it, in the very act of promising. Religion's other source, its second source, would thus be located not in the prospect of health, redemption, or salvation, but in the promise that would precede, exceed, and condition such a prospect in the form of an originary gage or engagement to the other, an experience of faith that has to do not with the indemned community but with credit, condence, and the good faith of witnessing, in a word, with a kind of elementary faith, reliability, or trustworthiness before any particular religion or any attempt at indemnification. These are, in short, the two sources of religion: the sacrosanct, the safe and sound on the one side, and faith, trustworthiness, abilite or credit on the other. While the RST source is thus an appeal to a certain presence that must remain unscathed, intact, indemned, the second source is an appeal to a certain blindness or absence beyond all presence, the duciary or the trustworthy in the act of faith, delity, the appeal to blind condence, the testimonial that is always beyond proof, demonstrative reason, intuition. The second source is thus related to the experience of faith in the testimony or witnessing of the other, that is, in an other who is totally other, absolutely other as an absolute source, a source to come or a source of the to come, a source of the future or of what opens up the future. As Derrida put it in The Gift of Death, among other places, tout autre est tout autre, every other is absolutely other, every bit other. While the RST source, the experience of the unscathed, may appear to be the very matter, the thing itself of religion, this second source, the duciary credit of an elementary faith, appears to be the elementary condition, the milieu of the religious if not religion itself. Derrida reiterates this distinction between the two sources. He begins by suggesting that among the many distinctions that would need to be made today in order to address the question of religion, distinctions between religion and faith or piety or cult or theology or onto theology, or between belief and faith, and so on, one of these must be granted a quasi-transcendental privilege, since it can provide us with what can be identified as the two sources of religion: on the one hand, the experience of sacredness, even of holiness, of the unscathed that is safe and sound, heilig, holy, and, on the other, the experience of belief, trust, trustworthiness, condence, faith, the credit accorded, the good faith of the utterly other in the experience of witnessing. One might recall our earlier claim that Derrida distinguishes three different meanings of salad, opposing two of them to a third. The RST of these two sources of religion, the experience of sacrality, holiness, the indemnid, and so on, would thus be identified with salat as either salvation or health, with salvation through health or with health as a kind of restoration or salvation, while the other source of religion, namely, faith or trustworthiness, credit or condence, would be related to salat as the welcoming or greeting of the other, as a promise to the other or a faith in the coming of the other. This second source must thus be thought before any particular promise of health or redemption as an originary greeting or an originary turn toward or address to the other, before any attempt even to recognize the other and affirm them within a community. It would thus correspond to that third meaning of the French word salat, no longer understood as health or salvation, no longer a noun to be referred to, invoked, or promised. The second source of religion would have to be thought in relationship to the salat as an originary performative greeting of the other, a threshold greeting that would precede and condition the constitution of any religious community or any community in general. There would be, then, no religion without a promise of health or salvation, but also no religion without a promise to the other for such health or salvation. On the one hand, then, religion would have its source in an experience of something that must remain intact or that must be restored, protected, safeguarded, indemned, or, let me underscore the term, restituted, while on the other it has its source in a kind of faith, promise, or, let me again underscore the word, engagement with an other who offers no assurances, no intact presence, and so requires a sort of credit or trustworthiness, a kind of, we saw this word earlier, abilite. While one source would thus be turned toward a presence that must be restored or restituted, toward a protection or indemnification of the self or the community, toward an immunization of these from outside aggression or contamination, the other would be turned precisely toward this outside, or toward this outside within, toward all the resources that, as we will see, threaten the self or the community but also make these possible in the RST place. Before going on to demonstrate the relationship, the dynamic, the mechanism that links these two sources, I would like to look very briefly at the two words I have just emphasized in my recapitulation of the two sources, restitution and engagement, in order to suggest that Derrida had attempted to think in many other places prior to faith and knowledge these two sources of religion, whether under these or other names. One such place is the truth in painting, where Derrida attempts, through a reading of Heidegger, to think a kind of immunization or indemnification drive along with a sort of trustworthiness or faith that would open up the relationship to the object to be indemned or protected. Let me turn then briefly to this earlier reading of Heidegger. The detour is justified not only by Derrida's long engagement with Heidegger throughout his work but by the fact that the second half of Faith and Knowledge refers to Heidegger much more than to any other thinker. If the title of the essay is borrowed from Hegel, and the subtitle is a conation of titles of Kant and Bergson, these gears more or less fade away in the second half of the essay, while Heidegger, as we will see in more detail in observation, comes to play a more and more central role. For the moment, let us look at a passage in Derrida's essay Restitutions in the Truth and Painting, where the notions of restitution and gauge or engagement are put into relationship with this notion of abilite, which is used throughout Faith and Knowledge, and almost from the very beginning. Recall Derrida's RST attempt to sketch out the relationship between knowledge and faith, science and religion in this very place, knowledge and faith, technoscience, capitalist and tertiary, and belief, credit, trustworthiness, liabilite. The act of faith will always have made common cause, bound eu party lie to one another by the band onoid the alliance of their opposition. Whence the aporia is certain absence of way, path, issue, salvation, and the two sources. Derrida is suggesting here that there is a certain relationship or alliance between faith and knowledge, between these two commonly opposed notions that he, following Hegel, links with a simple and in his title. To indicate the nature of this alliance, however, Derrida ties together several related words in a particularly dense and condensed passage. Let's look closely here at the letter of Derrida's text, since it requires more than a little unraveling. What is translated quite elegantly by Samuel Weber as will always have made common cause, bound to one another by the band of their opposition, is orant tugers eu party lie, dans le lumim, Nooit de alliance de leur opposition. Weber's translation is about as good as it gets. The phrase Nooit de alliance means something like the knot or bond of a union, covenant, or alliance. One speaks, for example, of le Nooit du mariage to refer to the bonds of marriage or wedlock. As for the word alliance, it means not only alliance or covenant but wedding ring. Weber thus neatly ties all these significations together through the polyvalent English word band, the wedding band that binds into a covenant, pact, or alliance. But Derrida has also, notice, tied together in this one sentence two words formed from the verb lier, party lie and alliance, in order to emphasize the pact, covenant, bond, bind, or band between knowledge and faith or science and religion, a word, as we saw in the previous chapter, that is of Latin origin and that, according to one etymology, at least, has the same root as the French lier, namely, the Latin ligare. Everything in this sentence is, precisely, linked in a place where what is at issue is the link, bond, or band between knowledge and faith, science and a certain trustworthiness or abilite. As for the term abilite, it is the word used by Derrida in The Truth in Painting to translate Heidegger's Verlässlichkeit, a notion that is prominent in The Origin of the Work of Art to describe, in Derrida's interpretation, a kind of reliability, engagement, or faith before use and utility, the kind of reliance, condence, or faith that the peasant woman in Van Gogh's famous painting has in her shoes as she walks slowly home from the Elds, the shoes she does not simply use like a tool, but, precisely, relies upon, has faith in, leans on, and gives herself over to. Derrida writes in restitutions of this adjective verlässig the word is difficult to translate. I have laboriously speciate thanks to which, by the force of which, in virtue of which because the relation, craft, is not that of a formal condition of possibility to its conditioned object or of a more profound foundation to what it founds, but of a sort of experience. An experience, let us say for the moment, of reliability you can count on the product. The product is reliable. It is useful only if we can trust in its reliability. TP, though one may come to rely on a product, on the shoes one wears to tread the earth, this reliability is RST of all an experience, not a relationship to a particular object but an experience of openness, trust, faith, or condence. Derrida speaks of the experience of belief through trust or trustworthiness abilite. Derrida continues, pushing this reliability further in the direction of what will be characterized in faith and knowledge as a kind of originary faith or, better, an elementary faith that which is verlässig deserves condence, faith, or credit. In this case, the credit is anterior to any symbolic contract forming the object of an agreement signed, explicitly or not, by a nameable subject. It is not cultural any more than it is natural, TP. We see here, in the Nooit de alliance, if you will, of this passage, so many of the themes we have been following throughout faith and knowledge woven together into a knot or band. Fiabilite would have to do with an experience that is prior to any nameable subject or community, prior to any contract some subject might enter into. It would be what we might call a threshold relationship, a relationship of the threshold, before any symbolic relationship with another subject or with a community. Recall Derrida's phrase from where he spoke of the participants at the Capri conference, the members of their little community, having a kind of minimal trustworthiness or minimal reliability unabilite minimal in this word religion. If, in the end, Derrida will question this reliability or abilite, if he will question their assurance or trust in some shared meaning of the word religion, some shared horizon that will give the word a single meaning or at least a controllable, countable, and accountable multiplicity of meanings, what will make this questioning and this conversation possible, what will make their very gathering possible, will be another kind of abilite, a trust or faith not in this or that meaning, this or that community or horizon, but in a certain absence of horizon, in the coming of the other in the form of a response that is unforeseeable and is thus always beyond my expectations. This abilite or reliability would thus be something like the speech act that engages one in a profession of faith, or, as we shall see, something like the speech act that engages one to engage in such a profession. To cite restitutions one more time and bring things full circle back to the alliance and the band we have been following from of faith and knowledge, this notion of reliability is here anterior to the opposition between the useful and the sacred. Without reliability there would be no usable product, but nor would there be any symbolic object. This elementary reliability abilite element air, this delity that predates everything, is a sort of ring, in the German, a sort of originary wedding ring alliance origin air, TP. Already back in Restitutions in the Truth in Painting, then, Derrida had linked the notion of an elementary delity or an originary trustworthiness to the covenant and the alliance, to the bond and the wedding band. The link is hardly fortuitous, for as Austin has taught us, the marriage bond or alliance is always brought about through nothing other than a promise or profession of delity, that is, through nothing other than a speech act that requires a certain faith. While this profession might appear to be a very specific and limited form of speech, Derrida seems to be suggesting that all speech, that all relations with the other require it. For in speaking of the bond or alliance between technoscience, capitalist and fiduciary, and belief, credit, trustworthiness, the act of faith, Derrida is drawing attention to the way in which technoscience too, along with all our systems of monetary exchange, is dependent on belief, credit, trustworthiness, that is, on this performative dimension of language. We will return to this reliance of science upon faith or credit in a moment, but let us note R.S.T. Derrida's emphasis once again on the performativity of language. In talking about religion, and recall that Derrida's very RST sentence spoke not just of understanding religion but of talking about religion, or simply talking religion, one must consider not only the significations, connotations, and valences of the terms and words we use, but the way in which, to cite J. L. Austin, we do things with words whenever we promise, give oaths, or profess our faith. As we saw earlier with regard to the irreducible French idiom salad, this emphasis on faith, trust, promises, oaths, and so on introduces two essential dimensions of language, the constative and the performative, the dogmas or tenets of belief and the performative faith that will be at the origin of all such beliefs in religion, but also, and this will be essential, in science. If the RST source of religion is a certain experience of the safe and sound, of what must be protected or restituted to an original state of purity, the second source would be even more original than this original state, since it would mark the threshold of a relationship to the other, more original, then, as the promise to tell the truth, and so more original than all truth. Derrida writes once again of this originary alliance: no religio without sacramentum, without alliance and promise of testifying truthfully to the truth, which is to say, to speak the truth, that is to say, to begin with, no religion without the promise of keeping one's promise to tell the truth and to have already told it, in the very act of promising. To have already told it, veritas in Latin, and thus to consider it told. The event to come has already taken place. The promise promises itself, it is already promised, that is the sworn faith, the given word, and hence the response. Religio would begin there. This second source of religio is thus prior to any particular religion, any particular credo or profession of faith. It is, we might say, the opening to any such religion and the quasi-transcendental condition for any profession of faith. It is thus minimal in the sense that it is fundamental without being a foundation, essential without being a shared essence, a kind of threshold condition that cannot be a straightforwardly transcendental condition. We thus have sacralization, indemnication, immunization, self-protection, salvation, health, the safe and sound, on the one hand, and reliability, faith, and credit, an originary alliance or engagement toward the other, on the other. These are, Derrida argues throughout faith and knowledge, the two sources or foyers of religion, the two sources or source points that either form the two foci of the ellipsis of religion, or, because the word ellipsis also means to leave out or to silence, to eclipse the two foci that connect with and can elide or eclipse one another. For it can always happen that one source elides the other, with religion as salvation and health, as the experience of the safe and sound, eclipsing or concealing the source of religion as credit or condence or reliability, or vice versa. In order to understand religion, Derrida is arguing, we must understand this originary duplicity of origins and this originary connect. To think religion itself, then, the essence of religion itself, we must think this originary duplicity. While these two sources of religion presuppose and wreak each other, as Derrida argues there remains an irreducible difference between them, a gap between the possibility, as a universal structure, of religion and the determined necessity of some religion or another. It is thanks to this gap or difference that one can always criticize the latter in the name of the former or locate the former within the latter. The fact that there are not one but two sources of religion, one related to the sacred or the holy and one to belief or faith, suggests that belief and faith are not coextensive with religion and so must be distinguished from it. A certain faith or belief is required to engage another even before or, we might say, regardless of their religion, a kind of faith that would perhaps be compatible with what Derrida will call, and we will look at this in more detail in chapter Another Tolerance in Islam and the West. Derrida affirms this kind of belief or faith that goes beyond any particular culture, language, or, indeed, religion. I always distinguish between faith and religion. If we limit ourselves to what we have customarily called religion in the Abrahamic universe of the religions of the book, I will then distinguish between the religious adherences to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam and faith without which no social relationship is possible. I cannot address the other, whoever he or she might be, regardless of his or her religion, language, culture, without asking that other to believe me and to trust me fair credit. One's relationship to the other, addressing the other, presupposes faith. The address to the other, the second source of religion, must thus be distinguished from every experience of the sacred, the RST source. While the RST always presupposes the second, even if this can be forgotten, elided, or eclipsed, the second is what makes possible the RST, even when this possibility is not realized. These two veins, or two strata or two sources, of the religious should be distinguished from one another. In principle, it is possible to sanctify, to sacralize the unscathed or to maintain oneself in the presence of the sacrosanct in various ways without bringing into play an act of belief, if at least belief, faith, or delity sines here acquiescing to the testimony of the utterly other who is inaccessible in its absolute source. If religion and faith are not coextensive with one another and can even be opposed to one another, then not all religion follows the movement of faith and not all faith rushes towards faith in God. As an identifiable institution, religion may be related much more to health, safety, or salvation than to faith or to God. Conversely, not every sworn faith, given word, trustworthiness, trust, or condence in general is necessarily inscribed in a religion, that is, not every abilite or act of faith is to be found in what is called religion. Not all faith, then, is religious, even if religion tends to bring together or to cross these two experiences or sources in a particularly revealing way: the experience of the indemned, the sacred, the health and salvation of the self or the community, on the one hand, and the experience of belief or of an elementary faith, on the other. Derrida will spend a good deal of time in Faith and Knowledge trying to deem this notion of an elementary faith that is one of the sources of religion but is not coextensive with religion. He will identify it with testimony or witnessing and even, as we will see, with the social bond itself, that is, not only with the wedding bond or band but with every bond in the socius. But it is important to note here that Derrida could not develop this notion of elementary faith out of thin air, or ether. Just as he uses a few pointed references to the machine in Bergson to develop a new sense of the mechanical, so he uses Kant's notion of reacting, reactierend, faith as a way of thinking this elementary faith, a reacting faith whose possibility might well open the space of our discussion. In observation, I try to explain just what Kant himself means by reacting faith and why it is to be found only in a moral religion such as Christianity. I say such as even though there is no other, where the emphasis is on good conduct and not on knowing or thinking one can know what God will do for our salvation. In many ways, Kant's notion of reacting faith anticipates Derrida's distinction between faith and religion. Because reacting faith does not depend essentially upon any historical revelation and thus agrees with the rationality of purely practical reason, because or at least this is Kant's claim, it breaks with this dogmatic faith. Insofar as the latter claims to know and thereby ignores the difference between faith and knowledge, we can understand why Derrida might claim that such faith opens the space of his discussion. Hence Derrida can say even today, albeit provisionally, the opposition between reacting faith and dogmatic faith could help us structure a problematic. But while Derrida's notion of elementary faith breaks in some sense, just like Kant's, with dogmatic faith and all determinate religions, it is not exactly in opposition to these insofar as it is, precisely, one of its two sources, as well as the common source, as we will see, of all knowledge and all science. It is thus only in part on the basis of Kant's religion that Derrida will develop throughout faith and knowledge what he will call, reinscribing Kant's terminology, a radically douchier form of the reacting faith. Religion has, again, two sources, one related to the safeguarding of the religious experience of the sacred and the protection and indemnification of the self and the community, to what Derrida in Rogues and elsewhere identifies as ipseity, and one related to a faith or trustworthiness in an absolutely other who, at the limit, compromises all identity and interrupts all indemnification. These are the two sources of religion that must not be conated, the two sources that must mingle their waters, as Derrida puts it, without becoming the same. In the beginning, then, there will have been always already two sources of religion, one of which, as we will see in what follows, is the common source of both religion and science. It is this internal tension or even aporia, this ellipsis between the two sources of religion, that leads Derrida to his second thesis in Faith and Knowledge. In order for religion or a religious community to protect and promote the RST of its two sources, namely, the experience of salat as health, security, salvation, and indemnification, it must rely upon and enlist the resources of technoscience and telecommunications. An analysis of what is happening in religion today, says Derrida makes very clear what has always been the case. While religion often rejects and tries to get beyond or before science, it can do so only by appropriating the very means of science from the most elementary technologies of communication such as writing or, already, language and the voice, to satellite telecommunication networks and the Internet. As Derrida formulates this thesis already in the second section of the essay, in order to think religion today abstractly, we will take these powers of abstraction as our point of departure, in order to risk, eventually, the following hypothesis with respect to all these forces of abstraction and of dissociation, deracination, delocalization, disincarnation, formalization, universalizing schematization, objectification, telecommunication, etc. Religion is at the same time involved in reacting antagonistically and reaffirmatively outbidding itself. In order to protect, purify, or indemnify the RST of its two sources, religion must solicit the abstracting, delocalizing, and deracinating powers of teletechnology, in order to return to some supposed nature, idiom, family, or liation that would remain immune from abstraction, translation, universalization, globalization, and so on. Religion must appropriate the very things it opposes and court that which compromises and contaminates it. It does this today through the most sophisticated forms of teletechnology, but also, and already, through the mechanical, repetitive, universalizable nature of the most rudimentary forms of ritual, sacrus, and prayer. For Derrida, even the most heartfelt and seemingly spontaneous language, even the most rudimentary prayer, involves the possibility of abstraction, deracination, and thus, a movement that tends already toward repetition, translation, and universalization. Using language from Kant's religion but already inscribing it within his own lexicon, Derrida says that there are at least two families, two strata or sources that overlap, mingle, contaminate each another without ever merging. One of the two is precisely the drive to remain unscathed, on the part of that which is allergic to contamination, save by itself, autoimmunely. There is, thus, An autoimmune relationship between religion and science. The drive to remain unscathed is autoimmune precisely to the extent that it enlists the powers of the teletechnological machine, that is, all those things that we might write off as inessential or external to religion in its indemnate essence, but that today's wars of religion rely upon to an unprecedented degree. For as we know better than ever today, the participants in these new wars of religion GHT not only over how one is to imagine, represent, or speak about the celestial, about the nature of the heavens or the starry skies above, but over who is going to control those skies. In other words, today's wars of religion are cyberspatialized like never before, not simply played out or fought out and then reported and broadcast across the world, but waged through and by means of teletechnoscience and its media. Digital culture is thus not simply the means of reporting on these wars but the battleground itself. Like others before, the new wars of religion are unleashed over the human earth, which is not the world, and struggle even today to control the sky with NGER and I digital systems and virtually immediate panoptical visualization, airspace, telecommunications satellites, information highways, concentration of capitalistic mediatic power. In 3 words, digital culture, jet, and TV, without which there could be no religious manifestation today, for example no voyage or discourse of the Pope, no organized emanation of Jewish, Christian or Muslim cults, whether fundamentalist or not. Digital culture, jet, and TV, that is, the encryption of information, the movements of people and materials across the globe, and televisual communication, all these are attempts at overcoming the constraints, the limits, precisely, of time and space, attempts, as we will see in chapter, at effacing themselves as media in order to give access to the thing itself. Derrida thus speaks of both the NGER and the I, the digital and the visual, in order to suggest that today's media and teletechnologies attempt to overcome the limits of time and space by means of a vision that touches us, that purports to provide immediate access to what comes before the machine, that is, access to the sacred and the sacrosanct, the RST of the 2 sources of religion. In Faith and Knowledge, Derrida gives several examples of this fundamental complicity between media and cyberculture and today's religious manifestations, from the worldwide travels of a pope versed in televisional rhetoric and the worldwide distribution of his encyclicals to the Rushdie affair and the increasing use of cyberspace by fundamentalist groups, n. These examples could be supplemented by an endless series of our own, from the powers, political and otherwise, of televangelist churches in the United States and elsewhere to, for instance, the worldwide debates propagated through the media and the internet over the publication in Denmark of what were taken to be offensive cartoons of Muhammad. So central is this theme of technology in Faith and Knowledge that Derrida, says he imagined the following possible titles for his essay: Religion and Mechane, Religion and Cyberspace, Religion and the Numeric, Religion and Digitality, Religion and Virtual Spacetime, and so on. In a particularly apt gur, Derrida speaks of the way in which a heavenly glance, monstrous, bestial or divine, something like an eye of CNN, watches permanently over us, and, as if God's cyclopean eye in the sky, his celestial and synoptic vision, had been replaced by a global network of satellites that ensures not simply that the whole world will be watching every battle in these new wars of religion, but that this technological network will actually be the front line for these new wars. This celestial eye, synchronized with all the Google Maps in the world, would thus watch over everything all at once, over Jerusalem and its 3 monotheisms, over airborne pilgrimages to Mecca, over so many miracles transmitted live, most frequently, healings, which is to say, returns to the unscathed, heilig, holy, indemnifications, followed by commercials, before thousands in an American television studio, over the international and televisual diplomacy of the Dalai Lama, etc., n. These references to the media and to cyberculture as the place of religions. Let me now emphasize the terms manifestation or even revelation point out both the novelty of the contemporary relationship between religion and technology and the continuity between these contemporary manifestations and more traditional or even archaic forms of religion. For while such manifestation has never been so worldwide, while teletechnoscience has never allowed religious manifestations to be disseminated to such an extent, such manifestation, or spectrality has always been the lifeblood of religion. The GERS religion now takes, teletechno-media-scientific, capitalistic, politico-economic, are thus not original and without precedent. While cyberculture has amplified the virtual powers of religious manifestation to an unprecedented degree, while such powers today appear remarkably adapted to the scale and the evolutions of global democracy, this virtuality and these powers are in fact the very element of religion from time immemorial. As Derrida puts it in a philosophical soundbite that would merit pages of explication, the ether of religion will always have been hospitable to a certain spectral virtuality, hence the return to religion that was the object of so much media attention during the early to mid-s was not a simple return at all, Derrida argues, insofar as religion will have always made common cause with the virtuality facilitated by science, and insofar as science, as we will soon see, will have always encrypted an originary source that it shares with religion. If there was, then, a return to or of religion, it was a becoming visible or manifest of what was always already there, a resurgence in religion's powers of manifestation through today's teletechnological machine. In what is, in many ways, the central argument of faith and knowledge, the second of the three theses, Derrida claims that religion must court the delocalizing and deracinating techniques and processes of technoscience in order to protect, purify and indemnify the RST of its two sources. Teletechnoscience is thus put in the service of a return to what would claim to come before science, namely, the original community, an authentic and original relation to the divine, autochthony, blood, earth, language, sometimes even the nation, all those things that the intrinsically universalizable movement of teletechnoscience tends to disturb or dislocate. In order, then, to immunize itself against what is considered to be outside it, foreign to it, and threatening for it, science, the Enlightenment, modernity, the West in general, the religious community uses often with extraordinary skill and intelligence the very instruments of teletechnoscience and cyberculture it eschews and resists. Borrowing again Kant's language from religion within the limits of reason alone, Derrida relates the deracination of technoscience to radical evil, that is, to forms of evil that are traditionally tied to radical extirpation, and therefore to the deracination of abstraction, passing by way of those sites of abstraction that are the machine, technics, technoscience, and above all the transcendence of teletechnology. Radical evil in Derrida's lexicon would thus have to do with religion's attempt to reject the deracinating movement of teletechnoscience by means of the very teletechnoscience it rejects. Derrida characterizes this rejection/appropriation as a machinal, automatic, unreactive movement. Precisely like a reax, it repeats a double movement of abstraction and attraction, a movement that at once abstracts or uproots, that deracinates and attempts to universalize, and that attracts or is attracted to the literal and the idiom in an attempt to return to that from which it had been abstracted in the RST place. But this second moment of attraction or rerouting can take place only through a repetition and intensification of the initial movement of abstraction and deracination. Hence Derrida will characterize this as an autoimmune auto-indemnication, that is, as a self-indemnication, self-affirmation, or self-protection that, through the very gesture of self-affirmation and self-protection, opens the autos or the self up to an outside that goes beyond the self and penetrates or compromises the self-protection that was supposed to be reinforced. The same movement that renders indissociable religion and teletechnoscientific reason in its most critical aspect reacts inevitably to itself. It secretes its own antidote but also its own power of autoimmunity. We are here in a space where all self-protection of the unscathed, of the safe and sound, of the sacred, heilig, holy, must protect itself against its own protection, its own police, its own power of rejection, in short, against its own, which is to say, against its own immunity. It is this terrifying but fatal logic of the autoimmunity of the unscathed that will always associate science and religion. Religion must thus reject the machine by means of the machine, it must go out of itself in order to return to and restore itself. This rejection/appropriation of the machine can take, says Derrida in, at least two possible paths. Yet another form of duplicity, it can result in either a fervent return to nationalism or patriotism, often linked to the church, or a new universalism, cosmopolitanism, or ecumenicalism, a new international of anti-teletechnologism, or a new worldwide ecologism. In either case, however, one can reject the technoscientific machine only by appropriating it, only by working through it in order to return to the proper or the safe and sound in the guise of ethnic identity, liation, family, nation, culture, memory, tradition, nature, language, and so on, or in order to forge a new internationalism and humanism based on a common rejection of the supposed dehumanization brought on by the machine. In addition to these two possibilities of rejecting technoscience through the inevitable reappropriation of it, there is also the possibility of a hyper-appropriation of technoscience whose underlying aim is its rejection, that is, a counter-fetishism of the same desire inverted, the animist relation to the teletechnoscientific machine, which then becomes a machine of evil, and of radical evil, but a machine to be manipulated as much as to be exorcised. Derrida is here evoking the possibility of a more and more animistic, magical, mystical relation to the teletechnoscientific machine, one that condemns the evil machine, uses it, and comes to have a more and more primitive and archaic relation to it. According to this hypothesis, our growing fascination with the teletechnoscientific machine and its unprecedented powers of spectrality would be in direct relation to our growing incompetence with regard to it. As Derrida justly remarks, there has never been such a gap between our technical know-how in everyday life and our own technical knowledge, whence the mystical relation we can have to cell phones or the internet or any number of machines we use on a daily basis. Indeed, it would be difficult to deny Derrida's claim that never in the history of humanity has the disproportion between scientific incompetence and manipulatory competence been as serious. When Derrida thus refers into the absolute anachrony of our time, he is speaking in part of this mystical relation to technoscience that can combine the most archaic and primitive violence with the most sophisticated forms of weaponry and technology. There is no essential contradiction, only a thoroughgoing autoimmunity between capitalistic technoscience and all forms of religious fundamentalism. Faced with an expropriative and delocalizing teletechnoscience, reaction to the teletechnoscientific machine can appeal either to an obscurantist dogmatism or to hypercritical vigilance, if not to both at once. Fundamentalisms or extremisms of various kinds can thus combine brutal, reactive forms of violence with the most rend and elaborated forms of modern technoscience and critique. The simple denunciation of what appears to be obscurantism or irrationality thus misses what is most important in religion's reaction to technoscience. More sophisticated analyses are necessary. As for the phenomena of ignorance, of irrationality, or of obscurantism that are so often emphasized and denounced, so easily and with good reason, they are often residues, surface effects, the reactive slag of immunitory, indemnicatory, or autoimmunitory reactivity. They mask a deep structure, or rather, but also at the same time, a fear of self, a reaction against that with which it is partially linked, the dislocation, expropriation, delocalization, deracination, disidematization, and dispossession that the teletechnoscientific machine does not fail to produce. What we have here, then, is a double movement of rejection and assimilation, impossible indemnification and mourning, the desperate, autoimmune attempt by religion to protect itself by means of what always threatens to destroy it. See. Derrida makes this even clearer in, above all, No Journalists. The apparent contradiction between faith and knowledge, between religion and enlightenment, thus repeats itself. It does so because in order to reach the light, in order to phenomenalize itself, to utter itself, to manifest itself, the sacralizing movement, the experience of the sacred, must cede to what I call autoimmunity. In it, the living organism destroys the conditions of its own protection. Such autoimmunization is a terrifying biological possibility. A body destroys its proper defenses or organizes in itself the destructive forces that will attack its immunitory reactions. When religion shows itself on television, wherever it manifests and deploys itself in the world, in the public space, it at the same time increases its power and its power to self-destroy, it increases both the one and the one as the other, to the same degree. AANJ, every auto-protection of the indemnid, the safe and sound, must thus protect itself against its own protection. Religion must protect itself against the techno-science that promotes, projects, and protects it. It is, says Derrida in Faith and Knowledge, this terrifying but fatale logic of the autoimmunity of the unscathed that will always associate science and religion. This autoimmune indemnification of religion through science is not something religion can simply refrain from doing or avoid falling victim to. It is, Derrida writes, fatal, that is, as Sam Weber has translated it, fatal, potentially destructive, disastrous, deadly, though also, since this is the other sense of fatal, fated, or fateful, ineluctable or unavoidable. It is at once potentially deadly and the only chance religion has for living on. It is important to note that this notion of autoimmunity, which had been used by Derrida in earlier texts such as Spectres of Marx and Politics of Friendship, is really given its RST full treatment only here in Faith and Knowledge. Much of this work is done in a long footnote 2, where Derrida RST recalls the ecclesiastical context of the term immunity, the notion of offering someone safe haven or asylum in a church, temple, or synagogue. Before diplomatic immunity or biological immunity, there would have been the immunity offered by religion or by religious communities to those being pursued or persecuted. As for autoimmunity, this is obviously a much more recent term of the biological sciences. As Derrida will go on to develop in even greater detail in Rogues and elsewhere in relationship to democracy, and we will see in chapter that this example is not fortuitous, autoimmunity has to do with the way a living organism protects itself by attacking its own self-protection and destroying its own immune defenses, thereby making it vulnerable to what it might have otherwise resisted. This attack on or protection against one's own mechanisms of self-protection is thus fatal, inevitable and always potentially deadly, though also, as in the case of immunodepressants, essential to the organism's survival, essential to its acceptance of a graft or transplanted organ that will allow it to survive or live on. Indeed, without autoimmunity, without this breach in the immunitary and self-protective systems of the organism, there would be no possibility of a supplement that might destroy or save it, bring it to an end or allow it to live on. Without autoimmunity, the organism would have, in short, no future before it. Autoimmunity is thus another name for the aporia of the salad we saw earlier. Without the salad, as greeting and reception, without the welcoming of the supplement or graft of the other, the self would remain within itself, absolutely protected, which is to say, absolutely safe and sound and thus absolutely dead. Though the phantasm of absolute immunity remains, indeed this is, in the end, the only phantasm. Absolute immunity is nothing short of absolute death. Starting, then, from the strictly ecclesiastical notion of immunity and then the biological notion of autoimmunity, Derrida argues that a sort of general logic of autoimmunization seems indispensable to us today for thinking the relations between faith and knowledge, religion and science, as well as the duplicity of sources in general, n. For there are always, it seems, two sources or two tendencies, a move toward indemnifying self-protection and another toward autoimmune self-destruction, or, put otherwise, a move toward complete self-indemnification that, if successful, would put an end to the life of the self or the community that is being protected, and an autoimmune movement, a kind of death drive that at once threatens any organism or community and allows it to live on. This means that the self or the community is never itself without its self-expropriation into the other and the incorporation of the other into itself. In every attempt to purify, protect, and indemnify itself, the self or the community lives off what it is not, projecting a phantasm of life protected from all death, and yet living on only by means of all the supplements of death or, really, of life-death writing, science, telecommunications, the graft, iterability, abstraction, the machine, and so on. By allying itself with the enemy, hospitable to the antigens, bearing away the other with itself, This resurgence deferment grows and swells gone, writes Derrida, with the power of the adversary. Religion's power grows to the extent that it appropriates the very technoscience that threatens it. In order to indemnify itself, religion must take on even more of what it opposes. Only this immune/autoimmune double reactivity can account for the resurgence of religion today, that is, to use Derrida's word, this deferment, a word often used to describe the breaking of waves or the spread of violence or a troop surge or insurgency. See Derrida's comments on this word at MO. Hence Derrida will speak in his own name throughout faith and knowledge, not of a return to religion but of a resurgence of it, a new wave or surge in what has been an ever-present force or movement in European culture that has varied over time in intensity or visibility but that has never gone away in order, one day, to return. Religion is thus allied today as it has always been with technoscience, but because of the growth and intensification of the latter, the former has had to react against it with even greater force, upping the ante in order to match and go beyond a movement that will have already gone beyond it fatefully. Let me cite at length a passage from just before Grenades where this second thesis of faith and knowledge is laid out in its clearest and most explicit form. Religion today allies itself with teletechnoscience, to which it reacts with all its forces. It is, on the one hand, globalization, it produces, weds, exploits the capital and knowledge of telemediatization, neither the trips and global spectacularizing of the Pope, nor the interstate dimensions of the Rushdie affair, nor planetary terrorism, would otherwise be possible. But, on the other hand, it reacts immediately, simultaneously, declaring war against that which gives it this new power only at the cost of dislodging it from all its proper places, in truth from place itself, form the taking place of its truth. It conducts a terrible war against that which protects it only by threatening it, according to this double and contradictory structure immunitary and autoimmunitary. The relation between these two motions or these two sources is ineluctable, and therefore automatic and mechanical, between one which has the form of the machine, mechanization, automatization, machination, or mechane, and the other, that of a living spontaneity, of the unscathed property of life, that is to say, of another, claimed, self-determination. But the autoimmunity haunts the community and its system of immunitary survival like the hyperbole of its own possibility. Nothing in common, nothing immune, safe, and sound, heilig and holy, nothing unscathed in the most autonomous living present without a risk of autoimmunity. As always, the risk charges itself twice, the same night risk. Religion is thus involved in two movements at once. It is involved, RST, in a reactive movement that tries to return to the safe and sound, to earth and ethnicity, to the nation and the national idiom. But it is also involved in what Derrida calls mondialatinization, in a globalizing or, better, a worldwide process that is RST linked, as we saw in the previous chapter, to the language in which Christianity RST spread across the globe, namely, Latin, though also, in a second moment, to religion's new lingua franca, namely, Anglo-American. Religion is thus attracted to, animated by, this globalatinization and embroiled in a reaction against it, engaged in a war that has been declared against that which gives religion this new power only by dislodging it from its proper place, disrupting the relationship between truth and place. In above all, no journalists. Derrida relates this disruption from place, this uncanny uprooting from house and home, to the unheimlich, which today takes on a particularly striking form. In the irreducible bond between religion and media, AANJ. As we will see later, the attachment to all those things that might appear most natural and without need of mediatization, attachments to idiom or the home or to their phantasms might be read as a reactive formation to this unheimlich or uncanny relationship to the teletechnoscientic machine. As Derrida writes above in one rather dense and difficult sentence, autoimmunity haunts the community and its system of immunitary survival. Like the hyperbole of its own possibility. To try to parse this out, autoimmunity is not a risk that the community may or may not run but the necessity to which it must yield, the necessity that haunts all of its immune structures and strategies, a necessity that haunts it from within, from the place where its very survival is secured. This risk of autoimmunity is thus the threat of radical evil, the threat of a deracination that threatens the community and its survival and yet makes that survival possible in the RST place. Whence the hyperbole involved in raising the stakes of technoscience, multiplying and augmenting all the forces of delocalization and deracination in order to assure the presence and life of the putatively prescientic, original, or natural community. What is truly proper to religion, its ineradicable allegiance and incurable allergy to science, is what makes it fundamentally improper. If autoimmune auto-indemnication is indeed, as Derrida suggests, inevitable, unavoidable, in a word, fatale, then what is proper to religion is both its attempt to indemnify the RST of its two sources and the unavoidable expropriation of religion into what it is not. It is this expropriating movement, this improper propriety, this autoimmunity that leads to various attempts on the part of religion to indemnify all those things that are traditionally considered proper to the self or the community: property, language, family, nature, blood and soil, and, nally and most importantly for Derrida, life. If the French word salad appeared earlier to be the best way to identify one of the two sources of religion, it is in the name of life that the salad is always sought, life as what is restored in health, or life as what is redeemed or saved. Religion attempts to protect, indemnify, and augment life by means of the technological supplement against which religion then reacts with the automaticity of a machine. Derrida writes, the reactivity of resentment indemnities itself thus in a movement that is at once immunitory and autoimmune. The reaction to the machine is as automatic, and thus machinal, as life itself. If this reaction cannot but happen, if it happens with the regularity of a machine, then such a reaction would appear to be part of religion itself, religion in its essence. Which means that the essence of religion, the proper of religion, is to be from the beginning improper, fundamentally duplicitous. Such an internal splitting, which opens distance, is also peculiar or proper to religion, appropriating religion for the proper, inasmuch as it is also the unscathed heilig, holy, sacred, saved, immune and so on, appropriating religious indemnification to all forms of property, from the linguistic idiom in its letter, to blood and soil, to the family and to the nation. This internal and immediate reactivity, at once immunitory and autoimmune, can alone account for what will be called the religious resurgence in its double and contradictory phenomenon. But the autoimmune logic by which Derrida tries to think the relationship between the two sources of religion and between religion and science would seem to apply to more than just religion itself. As we saw Derrida arguing above, the reaction to the machine is as automatic, and thus machinal, as life itself. In the end, it is not only religion but life itself that is autoimmune, life itself that reacts in an automatic, machinal way, life itself that must now be thought in relation to the machine. That is why Derrida places so much emphasis in Faith and Knowledge on autoimmunity. As a biological process, it is one of those places where life and the machine seem to intersect in a particularly palpable way, where a biological reaction seems to happen with the regularity and automaticity of a machine, that is, with a regularity or automaticity that is fatale, inevitable, predictable like a machine, and deadly, as a result, to any concept of a life before the machine, of a self or a community that might remain safe and sound before or without the other. We will see in the following chapter how this machine-like and automatic movement contaminates everything from the beginning, from Genesis on, including the genesis of faith and knowledge. But before that we must look at the third thesis, the third and null principal thesis, of faith and knowledge. If religion turns to science in order to indemnify itself, if it turns, in an autoimmune fashion, to the very thing that will compromise what it is trying to protect, then that is because there is an even more intimate relationship between religion and science, or faith and knowledge. Religion at once needs science and is in open antagonism against it in spite of the fact, because of the fact that the two actually share a common source. In addition to having a source in a kind of reason, rationality, or technological thinking, science too has another source, a second source. It, too, in the promise or performative faith that makes science itself performative. Indeed, science, like religion, requires faith, trust, credit, reliability, and so on, an originary or elementary faith that is anterior to every science and is the quasi-transcendental condition of all knowledge. Already back in Derrida gives a RST indication that religion and science perhaps share a common source when he points out that religion is always related to light, to appearance, and, thus, to phenomena, in a word, to a certain phenomenology and a certain enlightenment. I had insisted on the light, the relation of all religion to and to light. There is the light of revelation and the light of the enlightenment. Light, phos, revelation, orient, and origin of our religions, photographic instantaneity. Question, demand in view of the enlightenment of today and of tomorrow, in the light of other enlightenments, Aufklärung, Lumieres, Illuminismo, how to think religion in the daylight of today without breaking with the philosophical tradition? One is reminded here of Levinas's claim in totality and inity, as reformulated by Derrida in Violence and Metaphysics, that philosophy, and particularly phenomenology, in the wake of Plato, was to be struck with light, wd. But it is not only phenomenology and philosophy that have been struck by light but also religion, science, and, clearly, a certain enlightenment. Above all, no journalists. Derrida extends the centrality of light by suggesting a relationship between all of these and the media, particularly television, a thesis we will explore more fully in chapter. It would be easy, but not arbitrary, to think the motif of light, the gur of light in the Illuminismo, the Aufklärung, the Lumieres with that visibility, that phenomenality from which public space, and hence television, are constructed. From phenomenality in general, whether from the Greek or the evangelical light, up to the lights that manifest themselves in television news, there is a common element, aanj. The trope of light is thus central to both faith and knowledge, philosophy and science, religion and the media. While it is thus tempting to want to see light, a certain revealability, a certain search for the truth as what is unconcealed, made manifest, or revealed, to be the common source of both religion and science, religion and the media, I think Derrida would ask us to be critical and vigilant at precisely this point in order to expose the assumptions behind this trope of light as well. The second source of both religion and science is thus not a common or shared light, an even more original light of revelation or manifestation, but the nocturnal source of light, a source that must be thought in relationship to faith or trustworthiness to a light as we saw earlier. It will be related not to light or illumination, to some shared quality of truth or manifestation that would reside in the nature of things, but to a nocturnal source that is based in the inaccessibility of the other. We will look at this second source in relation to science in particular in a moment, but let us simply note that it will be in part on the basis of this shared source that Derrida will go on to argue that the Enlightenment not only did not completely break with religion, as some have been led to believe, but that the very origins of the Enlightenment are to be found in religion. Indeed, only by not drawing a single and indivisible line between religion and science, or religion and the secular, can we really begin to understand the so-called return of religion. Derrida asks, why is this phenomenon, so hastily called the return of religions, so difficult to think? Why is it so surprising? Why does it particularly astonish those who believed naively that an alternative opposed religion, on the one side, and on the other, reason, enlightenment, science, criticism, Marxist criticism, Nietzschean genealogy, Freudian psychoanalysis, and their heritage, as though the one could not but put an end to the other? On the contrary, it is an entirely different schema that would have to be taken as one's point of departure in order to try to think the return of the religious, rather than simply assume he knows what is meant by the so-called return of the religious, rather than simply explain away or write off this return by resorting to what the Daza confusedly calls fundamentalism, fanaticism, or, in French, integrism. Derrida looks for another point of departure by identifying a common source of both religion and science. As Derrida argues, we will fail to understand religion today if we continue to believe in the strict opposition between religion and science, or between religion and reason, critique, and technoscientific modernity. In other words, we will fail to understand religion so long as we remain in a certain Enlightenment tradition, in that secularizing, anti-religious Judeo-Christian liaison that would run, say, from Voltaire to Marx, Nietzsche, Freud, and even, though this is more ambiguous, as Derrida shows, to Heidegger, see observation. We must thus question, Derrida claims, all those who, in a certain Enlightenment tradition, believed in the independence of reason, knowledge, technicity, philosophy, and thought with regard to religion and faith. See. Instead of opposing religion and science, then, we must ask how technoscience supports religion even as religion attacks it, and show that religion and technoscience have the same source, a common source, the testimonial engagement, gauge, of every performative, which commits or engages one to respond before the other and for the performativity of technoscience. Hence religion wages a war on technoscience through technoscience and through our faith in technoscience. Religion has two sources, and one of these is the common source of both religion and science. Beyond a simple opposition between religion and science or faith and reason, it would be necessary to demonstrate that religion and reason develop in tandem, drawing from this common resource the testimonial pledge of every performative, committing it to respond as much before the other as for the high-performance performativity of technoscience. Whence, writes Derrida, the two sources in one, as the same source divides itself from the very beginning mechanically, automatically, like the autoimmunity of life itself. It is thus not only religion but science or teletechnoscience that requires and presupposes a certain reliability or trustworthiness or abilite, a kind of elementary faith. At the root of every institution, constitution, law, sovereign state, and even science, there is, Derrida argues, an irreducible faith, a sworn faith, the faith of a social bond, a promise to tell the truth beyond all proof and all theoretical demonstration. Because there is no responsibility without a given word, a sworn faith foi jure, without a pledge, without an oath, without some sacrament or its ius random, no scientific community is possible without this elementary faith. Without the performative experience of this elementary act of faith, there would neither be social bond nor address of the other, nor any performativity in general, neither convention, nor institution, nor constitution, nor sovereign state, nor law, nor, above all, here, that structural performativity of the productive performance that binds from its inception the knowledge of the scientific community to doing, and science to technics. Derrida makes the connection between faith and science even more explicit in, above all, no journalists. Even in the most theoretical act of any scientific community, there is no science without public space and without scientific community. Every organization of the social bond appeals to an act of faith, beyond or this side of every species of proof. The I believe you or the believe me, sworn faith, is at once the social bond, the economic bond, and credit, just as truthfulness is the condition of truth. AANJ, what we discover at the source of both religion and science is thus not a more originary light that reveals the truth of things but, again, an aspect of language of a different order, one that does not reveal things in the light but, rather, makes the light without itself being light or even the possibility of light, in other words, a performative aspect of language. What we identified earlier as one of the two sources of religion in a performative faith, credit, or trust that is anterior to any contract of language or exchange within language is now seen to be operative in science as well. Though Derrida in Signature Event Context and elsewhere ended up questioning the pertinence of Austin's distinction between constative and performative, questioning whether the concept of the performative is not still too determined by the notion of a subject endowed with the ability or capacity to speak and thus bring something about, Derrida nonetheless always maintains the usefulness of the distinction. He will thus follow quite faithfully a distinction between, for example, credos, oaths, pledges of fidelity, or professions of faith, on the one hand, and observations, claims, or statements of knowledge on the other, in short, between performatives and constitutives. But Derrida will then go on, in a second moment, to argue that there is a kind of performative at the origin of both the constitutive and the performative, and, thus, at the origin of both science and religion, both knowledge and faith, a source that might be called a kind of originary or elementary trust or condens, or an originary engagement or commitment, an originary faith or pledge. The origin thus doubles or divides automatically. The event of the origin divides into two sources. In the realm of language, the event, what Jean-François Lyotard would have called the arrived til, his translation of Aranis automatically, spontaneously, divides into the constitutive and the performative, into the scientific utterance that is connoted and the religious utterance that is performed. But as Austin himself came to see and Derrida develops, the constitutive is always a veiled performative. When a scientist says, for example, that tellurium is a metallic element whose atomic number is, he or she is not simply noting what is the fact but affirming and vouching for this fact, asking us to believe him or her, to trust in his or her experience, to rely upon his or her good faith in declaring it. It is this faith, belief, or credit that thus opens up in a performative fashion not only the dimension of religion but the performativity of our science, our trust in teletechnoscience and in the douchieri in general, are condensed not only in the other right there before us but in every anonymous monetary exchange or transaction of cyber capital. There is a testimonial performative required of all knowledge and all capital. It is no doubt this emphasis on performativity that leads Derrida in Faith and Knowledge to talk less about science than about technology or technoscience. He writes, we associate here reason with philosophy and with science as technoscience, as critical history of the production of knowledge as production, know-how and intervention at a distance, teletechnoscience that is always high performance and performative by essence, etc. Derrida argues in a similar fashion in Above All, No Journalists, that his use of the term technoscience indicates that there is no science without technical apparatus, no separation possible between science and technology, which is to say, without a profound and essential performativity of knowledge, AANJ. The term performativity seems to be the link in Derrida's discourse between the two sources of science. It would refer, on the one hand, to the way in which science or, better, technology performs and advances, the way it works, and, on the other, to the performative act of faith or the promise that brings one into a scientific community in the RST place. Derrida thus uses the term technoscience, and not just science, in order to recall that the scientific act is, through and through, a practical intervention and a technical performativity in the very energy of its essence, and that this elementary act of faith also underlies the essentially economic and capitalistic rationality of the teletechnoscientific. When we understand this double performativity, the performativity of the machine and the act of faith upon which it depends, we can see why, in principle, today, there is no incompatibility, in the said return of the religious, between the fundamentalisms, the integrisms or their politics and, on the other hand, rationality, which is to say, the teletechno-capitalistico-scientific doucherity, in all of its mediatic and globalizing dimensions. Everywhere technoscience is at work, delocalizing, uprooting, distancing, or bringing near, it conreams this elementary faith, which is religious in vocation insofar as it is what makes religion possible. Every act of language, then, from the most ceremonial profession of faith to the most straightforward or seemingly transparent observation in science, presupposes an I promise the truth every time I address another. Some sort of I promise the truth is always at work, and some sort of I make this commitment before the other from the moment that I address him, even and perhaps above all to commit perjury. Every time one bears witness, therefore, and even in science, the truth is promised beyond all proof, all perception, all imitative monstration. Even when I lie, Derrida argues, I ask the other to believe this other who I am. This performativity or promise to tell the truth thus conditions like a quasi-transcendental all sincere declarations and all lies, every profession of faith within religion and every empirical claim in science. In Rogues, written 7 years after Faith and Knowledge, Derrida again speaks of the irreducible spacing of the very faith, credit, or belief without which there would be no social bond, no address to the other, no uprightness or honesty, no promise to be honored, and so no honor, no faith to be sworn or pledge to be given, r. Derrida echoes and expands upon this notion of a social bond in relationship to science in above all, no journalists. How can we link up again with the old form of the question, faith and knowledge? The return of the religious reintroduces a new sort of transcendental condition of the douchiere. The social bond reveals itself increasingly, in particular through new capitalist structures, to be a phenomenon of faith. No social bond without the promise of truth, without an I believe you, without an I believe the development of the sciences or of the techno-scientific community itself supposes a layer of credit, of faith, of credibility which is not to be confused with good news or a determinate religious revelation, nor with a dogmatism or religious orthodoxy, but simply reintroduces the necessity of faith in its most rudimentary new naked, bare condition. AANJ, this reference to a rudimentary or a bare faith expresses well the elemental character of this faith. Rather than a faith clothed in some religion or religious dogma, rather than a faith in some object or other, this faith would be the condition, milieu, or medium for any determinate faith or belief. Derrida thus speaks of this element of faith, as a bare belief set croyance nu, AANJ, as the very air that we breathe, IW, insofar as an act of faith is implied in the social relationship, in the social bond itself, IW. Like a latter-day pre-Socratic, Derrida is, as it were, adding a FTH element to the traditional four, earth, water, and air, the ether of faith that makes possible every testimony and every social bond. Insofar as every community, every social bond, is based upon an originary act of faith that eludes all proof or monstration, an originary I believe or I believe you that is absolutely blind, this common source of both religion and science is compared by Derrida to a kind of miracle. The most developed account of this originary act of faith as a miracle can be found in just 3 sections before the end, as Derrida draws together the various strands of his argument and offers what is to my ears the most striking formulation of this elementary faith. It amounts to saying, he writes, believe what I say as one believes in a miracle. I would like to follow this passage in some detail in order to see just how Derrida relates here the secret to publicity, the singular to adheritability, and the miracle to the machine. Derrida begins by claiming that the experience of witnessing situates a convergence of what we have already seen to be the two sources of religion: the unscathed, the safe, the sacred or the saintly, and the douchiere, trustworthiness, fidelity, credit, belief or faith, good faith implied in the worst bad faith. Witnessing or testimony would thus be the place where the unscathed, where a singular and unshareable experience, where the secret, becomes public by means of an appeal to trustworthiness, fidelity, credit, and faith. It is the place where an appeal is made to the other beyond all demonstration and proof, an appeal to the other to believe not necessarily that I have the truth but that I am giving voice to what I believe to be the truth, a belief that is completely beyond the knowledge or perception of the other. In testimony, truth is promised beyond all proof, all perception, all intuitive demonstration. Even if I lie or perjure myself, and always and especially when I do, I promise truth and ask the other to believe the other that I am, there where I am the only one able to bear witness, and where the order of proof or of intuition will never be reducible to or homogeneous with the elementary trust doucherite, the good faith that is promised or demanded. Derrida argues next that this appeal to an experience beyond all demonstration and thus beyond all repetition is nevertheless never per of all adheritability nor of all techniques, and hence of all calculability. For it also promises its repetition from the very RST instant whenever one swears to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. One promises already to willing and able torpethistruth to vouch for and thus promise to tell again this singular truth as the irreplaceable witness one is. As such, this irreplaceable witness must promise to repeatedly replace himself or herself, and he or she must give voice to a testimony that anyone who had been in his or her shoes, who had seen with his or her eyes, would have given. The irreplaceable witness thus promises to replace him or herself in the future and promises to be virtually replaceable by anyone who would have witnessed what he or she did. Despite my use here of the codes and rhetoric of the court of law, this structural relation is to be found in every relation with the other, including those in science it is involved engage in every address of theo there. From rst instant itis coextensive with this other and thus conditions every social bond, every questioning, all knowledge, performativity and every teletechnoscientic performance, including those of its forms that are the most synthetic, artificial, prosthetic, calculable. Itis at this point that Derrida says that these testimonial faith, the promise of this axiomatic, quasi-transcendental, performative, which conditions and foreshadows sincere declarations no less than lies and perjuries, and thus all address of the other, amounts to saying believe what I say as one believes in a miracle. But if this notion of the miracle is, as Derrida here suggests, coextensive with elementary faith, then we would have to speak of miracles in relation not only to religion but to science, and in relation not only to the most extraordinary or sacred experience but to the most secular and banal. Even the slightest testimony concerning the most plausible, ordinary, or everyday thing cannot do otherwise. It must still appeal to faith as would a miracle. It offers itself like the miracle itself in a space that leaves no room for disenchantment. That one should be called upon to believe in testimony as in a miracle or an extraordinary story, this is what inscribes itself without hesitation in the very concept of bearing witness. Pure attestation, if there is such a thing, thus belongs to the experience of faith and of the miracle, and it is implied in every social bond. It is thus as indispensable to science no less than to philosophy and to religion. After suggesting various possibilities for this experience of faith and of the miracle, from a sacredness without belief, index of this algebra Heidegger, to faith in a holiness without sacredness that would make of a certain disenchantment the condition of authentic holiness, index Levinas, notably the author of From the Sacred to the Holy, Derrida makes it clear that this testimonial faith that conditions every social bond is not some shared relation, some adhesive sentiment, some common bond, precisely, between members of a same community or a same humanity, but a kind of interruption. The social bond lien of this originary faith or abilite is thus related not to a common relation with the other but to a certain inaccessibility of the other. If, as Derrida put it in his conversation in with Mustafa Cherif, there is no social bond without faith, faith makes of this social bond a place not of communion but of interruption, a place not of shared ideals or a common community but of a shared secret. There is no opposition, fundamentally, between social bond and social unraveling. A certain interruptive unraveling is the condition of the social bond, the very respiration of all community. This is not even the knot of a reciprocal condition, but rather the possibility that every knot can come undone, be cut or interrupted. This is where the socius or the relation to the other would disclose itself to be the secret of testimonial experience and hence, of a certain faith. If belief is the ether of the address and relation to the utterly other, it is to be found in the experience itself of non-relationship or of absolute interruption, indices Blancat, Levinas. This undoing or this interruption, this caesura, is the very respiration of every community, its perpetual opening to difference and surprise. In a word, to the future. Belief may thus be the ether of the address and of the relation to the other, but this ether is a medium of separation and not communion, an experience of non-relationship or of absolute interruption. Derrida's profound suspicion of community or at least of all communitarianism, which we saw in chapter, here nds its theoretical confirmation. Such a testimonial faith could thus never be the basis of a new religion or a new communitarianism. Indeed, even concepts such as secularism and laicization are, it seems, too religious for Derrida, too Christian in their origins to describe this interruption in the social bond and this experience of the miracle. Derrida speaks instead of a hypersanctification or desacralization of this non-relation or of this transcendence, which would come about by way of a certain atheism or else using a distinction made by Levinas, a holiness decoupled from the sacred. Derrida thus concludes by suggesting that this testimonial faith, this experience of the miracle, the condition of every social bond, is as the very resource of the religious that which disjoins in both space and time by introducing incommensurability and non-contemporaneity. This interruptive disjunction enjoins a sort of incommensurable equality within absolute dissymmetry. The law of this untimeliness interrupts and makes history, it undoes all contemporaneity and opens the very space of faith. It designates disenchantment as the very resource of the religious. The RST and the last. Derrida is quite clear about the disruptive nature of this faith. And yet it has to be said that, in speaking of faith at all, Derrida opens himself up to misunderstanding on several counts. There is, RST, the possibility that one will confuse this elementary faith with a faith in some particular religion or religious dogma. But it might also look as if Derrida is sugarcoating an experience of the other that is anything but reassuring. Indeed, it might appear as if he is willing, we might say, to drop the F-bomb here in order to appear more amenable to those of various religious faiths, and perhaps even to gain good conscience for himself. Above all, no journalists. Derrida himself worries about just this, that is, about what might appear to be a rather comforting or reassuring use of this term faith. I should avow, without Christian confession, that I often find myself in a situation where, accused of diabolical, inhuman, and monstrous discourse, I pretend to beat a hasty retreat in saying that for my part, I believe in faith, and, of course, this sounds reassuring. It reassures those who don't want to listen. Blushing invisibly, I ask myself, what am I doing? Am I not in the process of reassuring them? In view of what? But as soon as one pronounces the word faith, the equivocation is there, disastrous and deserted. When, for my part, I yield to it, it is not simply out of opportunism, to please those listeners I would otherwise want to shock and to trouble. It is because I believe that the equivocation is undeniably there. The religious, in its equivocal relation to faith, it is and it isn't faith, and faith supposes, in its purity, that nothing is assured, probable, or believable, is the equivocation in which we are. Well, if the word faith poses potential problems for Derrida, the name God would seem to pose even graver ones. And yet Derrida does not shy away from this word either. In Faith and Knowledge, he will go so far as to declare with regard to the elementary faith we have been following here that even in a secular oath God is called upon as a witness, called upon as the nameable unnameable, present absent witness of every oath. It is thus not simply the truth that is made through testimony but, curiously, God Himself who is engendered in every oath and in every attestation presupposed at the origin of all address, coming from the other to whom it is also addressed, the wager-gager of a sworn promise, taking immediately God as its witness, cannot not but have already, if one can put it this way, engendered God quasi-mechanically. A priori ineluctable, a descent of God ex machina would stage a transcendental addressing machine. For in taking God as witness, even when he is not named in the most secular pledge of commitment, the oath cannot not produce, invoke, or convoke him as already there, and therefore as unengendered and unengenderable, prior to being itself. God the witness as nameably unnameable, present absent witness of every oath or of every possible pledge. As long as one supposes, conscio non dato, that religion has the slightest relation to what we thus call God. Derrida thus does not shy away from speaking of either faith or God, but he does so only by reinscribing these names into his own idiom. Before rushing to conclude, therefore, that this is some starry or weepy-eyed return to religious faith on Derrida's part, one must recall that these terms cannot be thought without all the references we have seen throughout this chapter to the machine, automaticity, autoimmunity, the death drive, and so on. Even before the beginning, then, as we will see in the following chapter, there is the promise to respond, and this promise is from the beginning compromised by the machine. In the beginning, before the beginning, there is the quasi-mechanical engendering of God in the promise to tell the truth and bring to light. Derrida thus uses the words faith, God, and, as we shall see later, messianicity in ways that court misunderstanding, even though a closer and, I believe, more faithful reading would demonstrate where Derrida is taking his distance from traditional uses and understandings of these terms. But, then, what about the term miracle, which Derrida uses in this passage and which I have even used in the title of this book? This is the last term we need to look at in this chapter in order to draw this analysis of the three theses of faith and knowledge to a close. Derrida says that we are called upon to believe every testimony, every claim to the truth, every claim that one is telling the truth about what one knows, believes, or sees as an extraordinary story or a miracle. How are we to understand the word miracle here and throughout this work? As is always the case with Derrida's terminology, it must be read both in relationship to its traditional meaning and as a radical interruption of that meaning. If the very notion of a miracle entails just such a radical interruption of our habitual or predictable ways of interpreting events, then the reinscription of this term would perhaps be something like a miracle of meaning itself. From the Latin miraculum, the term miracle typically refers, of course, to a marvelous event or an event that causes wonder, an extraordinary event that remains inexplicable in terms of ordinary natural forces, an event that violates natural law and so is usually attributed to some superhuman or divine cause or else is used as evidence for the superhumanity or divinity of that cause. One thinks immediately of the miracles of the Bible, those that took place, for example, during the Exodus, the burning bush, the 10 plagues of Egypt, the parting of the Red Sea and the crossing of the Jordan, the fall of Jericho, or those that occurred in the time of Elijah and Elisha. Or else one thinks of all the miracles performed by Christ in the New Testament, his healing of the blind or the lame, his multiplication of the sh and bread, the miracle of the languages on the day of Pentecost that marks the beginning of the ministry of the apostles, and so on. The Gospels record close to 40 so-called miracles performed by Christ, miracles that are supposed to act as signs to believers and non-believers alike of God's divinity or divine plan, John. For Derrida too, the miracle must break with all expectations, all horizons of pre-understanding, all laws of nature, though it would be difficult to say that, for him, miracles are performed in the way they are in the Gospels. Miracles happen, and miraculously happen every day, nothing more ordinary, more extraordinary, than the miracle. If the miracle is thus to be read as a sign, it signals not some supernatural or superhuman presence or power but the extraordinary relationship to an absolute other, not some miraculous event within the world but the miracle by which a world opens up. The miracle is thus not an event within history but the condition of history itself. As opposed to all those things we can see coming on the horizon, the miracle, what Derrida also calls the event, is what falls upon us from above, what befalls us without expectation or warning. Derrida says in an interview from An Event Worthy of the Name, the arrival of what or who arrives, l'arrivée de l'arrivant, is as extraordinary as a miracle, a. As we have seen, elementary faith is related to a belief in the other and to a kind of testimony to which I have no access, a belief in the other as belief in a miracle. In an essay in Sovereignties in Question entitled Poetics and Politics of Witnessing, Derrida writes, I bear witness, that means I affirm, rightly or wrongly, but in all good faith, sincerely, that that was or is present to me, in space and time, thus, sense perceptible, and although you do not have access to it, not the same access, you, my addressee, you have to believe me, because I engage myself to tell you the truth, I am already engaged in it, I tell you that I am telling you the truth. Believe me. You have to believe me, sq, but what is it, exactly, in the testimony of the other that remains inaccessible to me? In one sense, it is the consciousness or intentionality of the other, the relationship of the other to the objects of his or her experience, that to which, as Husserl argued in his Cartesian meditation, I can have no direct access but can relate to only through a presentation or analogical apperception, even if I can and do, on one level, know, perceive, and understand what the other says, does, and thinks, the intentionality or consciousness of the other. This opening of the world in the other remains absolutely secret and beyond all measure. No calculation, no assurance will ever be able to reduce its ultimate necessity, that of the testimonial signature, whose theory is not necessarily a theory of the subject, of the person or of the ego, conscious or unconscious. Above all, no journalists, therefore, Derrida will speak of this relation to the other as nothing less than a miracle, as a relation to that with which I can have no relation insofar as it takes place on the other side. The primary miracle, the most ordinary of miracles, is precisely believe me. When one says to someone, believe me, the appeal to proof is itself not provable. What I think in my head, in my inner sanctum, will, for innate structural reasons, never be accessible to you. You will never know what's going on the other side de l'autre côté. You can simply believe. Well, to tell someone believe me, is to appeal to the experience of a miracle. The miracle is thus a relation to the other side to l'autre côté, yet another phrase that Derrida is borrowing from the tradition and remarking within the context of his own idiom. For this autre côté refers not to some other world or some afterlife, as it sometimes does in French and as we will see in the null chapter of this work. Invisible or imperceptible to me in this world or in this life, the other side is that which takes place on the side of the other. What appears from out of this other side thus appears to me without any common horizon or foundation, and so is, as such, nothing short of a miracle. Derrida continues, everything that exceeds the order of originary perception or of proof presents itself as miraculous. The alterity of the other, what the other has in his head, in his intention or in his consciousness, is inaccessible to an intuition or to a proof. The believe me is permanently inhabited by the miracle. To believe what is called believing what I tell you, to relate to what I say in the mode of belief, having faith in my good faith, as in something that surpasses the order of knowledge, of the ordinary or of the probable, is as if you were to believe in a miracle. It is always as extraordinary to believe someone who tells you believe me, to believe him unconditionally, with one's eyes closed, without any means of verification, without guarantee of probability, without index of confirmation, etc., as to be present at a miracle. Derrida's use of the term miracle is thus no mere gur or metaphor insofar as I have no access to the testimony of the other, no shared horizon to assess it, no common world in which to access it. It is as if that testimony comes from a source beyond the natural world or beyond my world. Believe what I say as one believes in a miracle, says Derrida, because, for you, I am the nocturnal source to which you have no access beyond my attestation, beyond what I bring to light. The pure relation to the other, there where the alterity of the alter ego deprives me forever of proof and originary intuition, is thus, for Derrida, nothing other than an elementary faith, and this faith is the element or the milieu of the miracle not only in religion but in science. Whereas Derrida in his second thesis located technoscience at the very heart of religion, and so made the machine central to any thinking of religion today, he has now, by means of this third thesis, put the miracle and an elementary faith into the very heart of science. In the end, he has placed both the miracle and the machine at the origin of both religion and science. By opening the future through an elementary faith in the other, the miracle begins already from the origin to repeat itself, to promise to repeat itself yet another miracle like a machine. To put the entire argument of faith and knowledge, or at least to put its three principal theses into a single breath from a single common source or element, comes to, at least two, the two sources of religion, but then also the duplicity of religion and science and the autoimmune relationship between them. As with America's favorite pastime, then, it is absolutely essential, when it comes to religion, to know where you are in the count. Part 2. He is the divided, the one who it took me so long to fathom this mystery strikes the mountain twice, yes, twice, the one who makes the heart of belief tremble, the philosophical divider, the one who knows that one cannot say I believe without doubting, without crossing out I and believe and doubt. Hellenixis, portrait of Jacques Derrida as a young Jewish saint. Interlude I. Underworld 2. Technology is our fate, our truth. It is what we mean when we call ourselves the only superpower on the planet. The materials and methods we devise make it possible for us to claim our future. We don't have to depend on God or the prophets or other astonishments. We are the astonishment. The miracle is what we ourselves produce, the systems and networks that change the way we live and think. But whatever great skeins of technology lie ahead, ever more complex, connective, precise, microfractional, the future has yielded, for now, to medieval experience, to the old slow furies of cutthroat religion. Maybe this is a grim subtext of their enterprise. They see something innately destructive in the nature of technology. Don DeLillo, in The Ruins of the Future. As we have seen, Derrida demonstrates throughout Faith and Knowledge the irreducible relationship between religion and science, that is, between the miracle and the machine. I would like to begin this second part of Miracle and Machine with just a few words about Don DeLillo's Underworld, since it is precisely this relationship that motivates, inspires, or moves DeLillo's novel from beginning to end. The novel in effect mushrooms out of its ground zero setting in New York City's Polo Grounds, that miracle moment immortalized by Giants announcer Russell Hodges, a name with 13 letters, when Bobby Thompson, also 13 letters, of the New York Giants hits a baseball off, Ralph Branca, of the Brooklyn Dodgers, into the stands on October that is. /4/13 that, for anyone who is counting, do indeed add up to FTY2, CU. We then follow the unlikely voyage of that infamous memorabilia ball as it passes from one hand to another, Nally coming to be owned by Nick Shea, the main protagonist of Underworld, who as a kid listened to the legendary baseball game on his portable radio in Brooklyn. By the mid-s, Shea has moved out west just like the Dodgers and the Giants and is living in Phoenix, in the desert, working as a dealer for a waste containment and disposal company. From the magic of baseball and that miracle year of the Giants, we seem to have come or fallen a mighty long way, from the sacred to the very profane, from heroism and belief to waste and trash. But if this really is a fall, the profane will not be without its own religion. It all depends on how you look at it, for in Underworld one man's trash is another man's religion. As Nick Shea says, waste is a religious thing, we were the church fathers of waste in all its transmutations, For Nick Shea, for Don DeLillo, it seems, we misunderstand our relationship to waste, our growing preoccupation, even obsession with it that is, with our garbage, our recyclables, our sewage, our landfills, our nuclear materials, and so on so long as we consider them a mere nuisance to be jettisoned, disposed of, recycled, or transformed. As Nick later speculates, deep down maybe we feel a reverence for waste, for the redemptive qualities of the things we use and discard, That's because waste is, in some sense, just the underside of our inventions and teletechnology, not just the byproduct but in many ways the main product of entire industries that do not just result in waste but aim at creating it through consumption, conspicuous and otherwise, and sophisticated machines of death and destruction. I am speaking, of course, among other things, of our contemporary arms industry, which produces everything from grenades and laser-guided missiles to nuclear weapons. It is no coincidence, then, that Nick Shea's younger brother, Matt, works in weapons research and that one of his work sites is an isolated research lab in the desert, one of the privileged sites of religion and revelation, as Derrida recalls in Faith and Knowledge, but also, as we know, of nuclear technology. The RST nuclear bomb test site in New Mexico was thus called Trinity, and the desert around that area is still, we read in Underworld, a place of awe and terror, This was the supernatural underside of the arms race. Miracles and visions, says the narrator, As Matt's wife, Janet, says to her husband one day when he is describing his work, you make it sound like God, Waste, weapons, and the Godhead, the mushrooming landl, the mushroom cloud, and the cloud of unknowing. This is the sacred profane trilogy of Underworld, three emanations that haunt one another or are core transubstantial with one another. As we ourselves thus consider not only how to dispose of our own nuclear waste, how we will not just disarm our nuclear stockpiles but dispose of the fissionable materials within them, we would do well to consider the secret connection between waste and weapons. Waste is the secret history, the underhistory, says the narrator of Underworld, for what we excrete comes back to consume us, This sounds already like a definition of what Derrida will refer to as the terrifying law of autoimmunity, the byproducts of our consumption, which we believe we can simply discard or slough off, become the very things that consume us. What both Delillo and Derrida seem to signal is the end of the dream already dreamed in Plato's Timaeus of a universe that could effectively manage or even live off its own waste, that could consume its own excrement as its only food or fuel, the dream of a perfectly autonomous, self-enclosed system with nothing outside it, a self-sufficient cosmos rather than that absolutely open, autoimmune receptacle in the same Plato dialogue that goes by the name of Kara. From Nick's visit to the desert cemetery of corroding BS, that number again, which used to carry nuclear weapons around the globe, to his inspections of gigantic landfills, from stories of freighters containing unspeakable toxins drifting aimlessly across our oceans to the dream or fantasy of vaporizing nuclear waste through nuclear detonations in a remote site in Kazakhstan, the connection between waste and weapons is central to underworld. Waste, weapons, and religion, in other words, the impending environmental crisis, weapons technology, and the faith that animates and makes these possible. If one of the main characters of an early Delillo novel can say that weapons have lost their religion, I think it is fair to say that in Underworld they get it back, and with a vengeance. There are guns, the gun with which Nick, in a strange kind of underworld ritual or initiation, unwittingly kills George Manza. There are the BS, there's Agent Orange linked to the color orange, to the baseball about the size of an orange, and to Minute Maid orange juice, as we will see later. There's the Cuban Missile Crisis and Lenny Bruce's paranoid but so paranoid rants about it in October, and then there is the bomb itself, as we already saw in the prologue, where J. Edgar Hoover receives word of a nuclear blast right around the same time Bobby Thompson is hitting his miracle home run at the Polo Grounds. If all technology refers to the bomb, as the narrator says, then the apotheosis of technology is the mushroom cloud, an almighty piss-all vision, the godhead of annihilation and ruin, the ultimate way, or at least that is the illusion for the state to control not only the means of production but the means of apocalypse, The mushroom cloud thus gathers into itself religion and science, faith, and knowledge in underworld of images known only to tribal priests, the atomic bomb, the hallucinogenic mushroom, and the cloud of unknowing. This important 14th century, anonymously authored text of a certain negative theology, which Nick Shea studied as an adolescent. If the story of Underworld is essentially Nick's attempt to understand himself and what happened in that underworld basement where a gun went off in his hands when he was a kid, what happened to his father who one day disappeared, killed, Nick thinks, by the mob or the underworld, then what Nick is ultimately after is not knowledge but faith. He thus moves according to the movement sketched out in the cloud of unknowing, from the cloud of forgetting, from the self, from identity, to the cloud of unknowing, from the forces of forgetting that deem the self to God as an unknowable force. At the origin, then, there is duplicity, a sort of splitting ocean, a single stroke that divides into a game-winning home run and a nuclear blast, into faith and knowledge, religion and science, a baseball and a uranium core, an orange that sustains life and the Agent Orange that incinerates it, a miracle and a machine, and, as we will see much later, into two very different Edgas, one male and one female, one who wishes to protect himself from all contamination by being buried in a lead-lined coffin, and one who exposes herself in the end not only to contamination and infection but to a miraculous event. Delillo seems to believe that in order to learn about ourselves we need only look at the weapons we build and the waste we leave behind. For weapons wreak the soul of the maker, And the same goes for learning about the future, our future, we might add, as we think today about everything from climate change to the prospects of nuclear disarmament to the Yucca Mountain project for storing nuclear waste. our nuclear waste, our excretion and excrescence, and perhaps our own impending Vesuvius. The genesis of faith and knowledge. As I argued in the introduction, one must always try to understand how the form, style, and even the format of Derrida's texts wreak the theses within them. Faith and Knowledge would be a truly exemplary text in this regard. The three theses developed in the previous chapter concerning the nature of religion and the unprecedented forms it is taking today will thus have played, as we have already seen, a determining role in the form and writing of Derrida's essay. The many textual and graphic doublings and divisions noted earlier can all be read as reacting the fundamental complicity between religion and science, as well as the duplicity at the heart of religion itself. Apart from the title Faith and Knowledge, which is in effect a translation or double or mere repetition of a essay by Hegel, not to mention a work of Franz Rosenzweig with exactly the same title, and apart from the fact that the subtitle, which speaks of two sources of religion, is little more than a condensation of two canonical sources on the question of religion, almost every other source divides into at least two from the very beginning, hence Derrida marks the essay with two places. One European and one American, the Italian island of Capri, where an early version of Faith and Knowledge was delivered, and Laguna Beach in California, where the essay was completed and signed, and these two seaside places correspond to two times, February, in Capri, and April, in Laguna Beach. As for the form of the essay itself, it has two sections that are themselves divided into two sets of 26, the RST set entitled Italics and printed in italics, and the second entitled Postscriptum, printed in Roman font and divided into two unequal sections, with two distinct though seemingly related headings, crypts, et grenades, the latter evoking, as we will see later, either a fruit that plays a major role in religion, and particularly in Judaism, a translation of grenades that inscribes it on the side of life, or a little, hand-held war machine, a translation that inscribes it on the side of a certain knowledge and a certain science, though also on the side of death. That is just a small sampling of the many repetitions, doublings, and moments of duplicity in this at once improvised and highly constructed and organized text. But just as important as all these formal or structural duplicities, which underscore the fundamental duplicity within religion itself and the irreducible complicity between religion and science, is the way in which this duplicity enhances Derrida's method or approach to the question of religion itself. Note, for example, how Derrida begins both the essay itself, and the RST section of the second set of 26 sections. In both places Derrida asks about the possibility of talking of religion, singularly of religion, today, the possibility of speaking here and now, this very day, of religion, of the essence of religion, and with a sort of religiosity that tries not to introduce anything alien, leaving it thus intact, safe, unscathed. Derrida's emphasis in both places on the day, on what is happening to religion today, already suggests that the essence of religion, the seemingly ahistorical essence of religion, must be broached by means of the way religion manifests itself today, which is to say, by means of the question of the relationship between religion and science. Indeed, Derrida will assert in the passage from where he recounts the origin of the conference at Capri, of course, it would have been madness itself to have proposed to treat religion itself, in general or in its essence, rather the troubled question, the common concern is what is going on today with it, with what is designated thus. What is going on there? What is happening, and so badly? What is happening under this old name? What in the world is suddenly emerging or re-emerging under this appellation? Even if, as he will go on to say, this form of question cannot be separated from the more fundamental one, on the essence, the concept, and the history of religion itself, and of what is called religion, his approach, he says, would have to be more direct, global, massive, and immediate, spontaneous, without defense, almost in the style of a philosopher obliged to issue a brief press release, yet another way of explaining the telegraphic and sometimes almost breathless pace of faith and knowledge. Yet another way of demonstrating that one cannot write about the nature or essence of religion at the end of the 20th century as one could in, like Kant, or, like Hegel, or even, like Bergson. In his claim that there are two sources of religion, Derrida already seems to be suggesting that any analysis that attributes to a religion a single source will miss what has always or from the beginning been the case about religion and what is most striking about it today. Here too, then, we see that two times, from the beginning and today, the archaic and the contemporary, are necessary to think religion itself, that is, religion as it has been from the beginning, divided from itself because of its two distinct sources and because of its complicity with what might appear to oppose it: reason, science, technology, telecommunications, and so on. In a word, in two words, religion must be understood today in relation to both faith and knowledge. For it just may be that the techno-scientific forms religion is taking today will help us to deem in seeming violation of the very essence of essences the nature of religion itself. What is religion? What is? Which is to say, on the one hand, what is it in its essence? And on the other, what is it, present indicative, at present? What is it doing, what is being done with it at present, today in the world? So many ways of insinuating, in each of these words being, essence, present, world, a response into the question. So many ways of imposing the answer. Of pre-imposing it or of prescribing it as religion. It might have been thought that to speak of religion one would have to speak with respect, with scruple, religio, with a kind of religiosity that would leave religion, in accordance with one of its two sources, intact, safe and sound, indemnate or unscathed. But in faith and knowledge Derrida will precisely not leave religion intact but will introduce all kinds of things into the discussion that might seem to be foreign, even antithetical, to it, beginning with science and technology and today's unprecedented use of these. Derrida seems to be suggesting that, in order to speak of religion today, it is necessary to interrupt the religiosity, though always in the right way, to introduce what may seem foreign to religion in order to understand everything that is happening to religion and in the name of religion today. He does this by thinking together the two themes or two sources we have identified, the indemnate presence of religion or of the religious community, an emphasis on the sacrosanct, the safe and sound, on the one hand, and faith, or belief, reliability and credit, the promise or the gauge that is at the origin of science as well as religion, on the other. How is one to speak of religion in the singular? Of religion itself? Religion in its essence? In posing such questions, it is as if Derrida wished, as was his wont, to question or modify the themes of the conference or the terms in which it was couched, themes and terms that Derrida typically did not himself choose but on which he agreed to speak. But faith and knowledge is a rather particular case, because Derrida himself, it seems, chose the theme religion in the singular for the conference in Capri, and so he himself was the origin of this conference on the origins or the sources of religion. Derrida tells us as much in of the postscriptum of Faith and Knowledge, where he relates the origins, indeed the genesis, of this conference of February on the Isle of Capri. Though it has the appearance of being a mere anecdote, a playful biographical gesture, I would like to demonstrate in this chapter that it is necessary to read this apparently simple and banal little passage in light of the three theses of faith and knowledge we have just developed. As we will see, when asked by Maurizio Ferraris for a topic for the conference in Capri, Derrida seems to have blurted out, almost without hesitation, without taking a breath, a single word religion. But to hear Derrida speak in the same breath of religion and the breath should cause us to pause for a moment in order to consider not only the question of religion in this passage but the question of the breath. For Derridean deconstruction will have been, among 1,000 other things, and already from the beginning, a story of breath. In early texts such as Plato's Pharmacy, Derrida demonstrates the centrality of the breath in Plato's privileging of speech or logos over writing, or, in Speech and Phenomena he shows the importance of breath in Husserl's privileging of meaning or meaning to say, of the living present and thus of life, over the repetitive processes of signification. In each case, breath is shown to be related to life, presence, and spontaneity, as opposed to mere mechanical reproduction and automaticity and the loss, absence, and death that results. For more than 40 years, then, Derrida will have followed the destiny of this breath in the history of philosophy from Plato to Heidegger and beyond. For more than 4 decades he will have shown, in effect, how and why the breath is most often on the side of the miracle, and breathlessness, the loss of breath, artificial breathing, on the side of the machine. As one of the privileged themes of Derridean deconstruction, the theme of breath cannot be avoided in a work that treats Derrida's analysis of the origins or sources of religion in faith and knowledge, for it could well be said of the one who once wrote in Circumcision I post hume as I breathe, periphrasis, c. that il deconstruisate cum il. Respirate, that is, he deconstructed as easily as he breathed, he deconstructed as if by second nature, effortlessly, spontaneously, almost miraculously. But in order to make such a claim we would need to come to an agreement about what nature is and, of course, what the breath is. Unable to reconstitute here even the general lines of this extraordinary trajectory in Derrida's work, I will content myself with analyzing here a single breath in this entire story, a breath that will have had the merit of actually taken place one any day in Paris in, a real, genuine breath, a simple, single breath, that then became, as I will try to argue, a real event. It has the appearance, I realize, of a simple anecdote, but the anecdote is his, and it is published. In faith and knowledge it is thus a matter of a real breath, just one, but of a breath that divides in two, at least two from the very beginning, that is, already at its genesis. If I thus restrict my analysis in this chapter to this single breath, to a single, seemingly non-philosophical moment within what I have tried to argue throughout this work is a great philosophical text on religion, it is in order to show how Derrida deconstructed more or less as he breathed, deconstructed even when he was not deconstructing. The passage in question recounts a meeting in Paris between Derrida and Maurizio Ferraris to discuss the theme of the upcoming conference in Capri, where Derrida would deliver a RST version of Faith and Knowledge. The meeting took place, we are told, at the Hotel Laetitia in Paris, right across the street from Derrida's office at the École de Hautes Études and Sciences Sociales on the Boulevard Raspail. Here are the crucial though at RST seemingly pedestrian lines, RST in French and then in the English translation of Sam Weber or Il faut bien répondre. Et sans attendre. Sans trop attendre. Au commencement, Maurizio Ferraris au Laetitia. Il faut, me dit il nous faut un thème pour cette rencontre de Capri je suivre, sans souffrir, presque sans hésiter, macchinalement la religion pourquoi. Dou cela m'est il venu, et oui, macchinalement. Il me faudrait don après coup justifier une réponse à la question pourquoi aige nama dit un seul coup, macchinalement, la religion? Et cette justification serait alors, aujourd'hui, ma réponse à la question de la religion. De la religion aujourd'hui. But, one still must respond. And without waiting. Without waiting too long. In the beginning, Maurizio Ferraris at the Hotel Laetitia. I need, he tells me, we need a theme for this meeting in Capri in a whisper, yet without whispering, almost without hesitating, machine-like, I respond, religion. Why? From where did this come to me, and yes, mechanically. I had thus subsequently to justify an answer to the question, why I had named, all of a sudden, machine-like, religion? And this justification would have become, today, my response to the question of religion. Of religion today. Almost everything about this seemingly simple, deceptively simple passage is double, at least double, and duplicitous. Notice, RST, that, even before the beginning there is response, the re of response coming even before the re of religion, as we saw in chapter. Before the beginning there is an obligation to respond, an obligation that is itself already divided in two by means of the double valence of the word bien. Il faut bien répondre. On the one hand, one must respond, one has bien, to respond, and on the other hand, one has to respond bien. One must respond, and one must respond respond, for example, to the invitation to go to the Capri conference and respond well to the request which always comes from another for a theme. Because the response is always an affirmation, the freedom it entails originates not in the self but in the other to whom one is responding. As Derrida writes elsewhere, when you say yes, it's a free gesture, it is an absolute initiative, but it is already a response. When I say yes, the structure of the yes is the structure of a response, IW. But then how is one to respond in such a situation? Derrida argues that there are at least two possible responses, one of which can always contaminate the other, so that one is never able to prove in a theoretical way which is which. Either one's response will be an address to the absolute other as such, with an address that is understood, heard, respected faithfully and responsibly, or else it will be a response that riposts or retaliates, that compensates and indemnises itself in the war of resentment and of reactivity. Derrida's own response to the invitation to go to the island of Capri cannot avoid this aporia of the response. In the beginning is the response, but since, as we will see, the beginning is already double, the response to or for the other can always turn into a response only to ourselves. Derrida writes in however little may be known of religion in the singular, we do know that it is always a response and responsibility that is prescribed, not chosen freely in an act of pure and abstractly autonomous will. There is no doubt that it implies freedom, will and responsibility, but let us try to think this will and freedom without autonomy. Whether it is a question of sacredness, sacrificiality, or of faith, the other makes the law is other to give ourselves back, and up, to the other. To every other and to the utterly other. The beginning is thus preceded by a response, by an affirmation, by a certain responsibility to respond, a certain engagement or promise even before the beginning. As Derrida succinctly puts it in Ulysses' Gramophone, in the beginning was the telephone, UG. Hence the beginning is itself already a response to what will have come before it, a response to or a call for a response that will thus have been the real beginning, a beginning not in oneself but in the other, to whom I can only respond. In the beginning, then, was the response. As Derrida put it earlier, the promise promises itself, it is already promised, that is the sworn faith, the given word, and hence the response. Religio would begin there. Now, because of this irreducible delay in the beginning, because the beginning is always already a response to itself, just about everything in this passage is doubled, repeated, iterated, but in each case with a difference one must respond, says Derrida, without waiting too long. Ferraris says, I need we need news fo a theme for this meeting in Capri, and Derrida responds, in a whisper yet without whispering, almost without hesitating. Machine-like machinellement, religion. And Derrida then asks himself, or responds to himself, after what seems to be a brief time of reaction, why? From where did this come to me? And yes, mechanically machinellement. More or less everything is thus doubled here save the response itself, religion, which, as we have seen, will be deemed by Derrida in the conference to come in terms of two sources and an irreducible relationship to the machine. 6 sections earlier Derrida writes religion, in the singular. Response, religion is the response. Is it not there, perhaps, that we must seek the beginning of a response? Assuming, that is, that one knows what responding means, also responsibility. Assuming, that is, that one knows it and believes in it. No response, indeed, without a principle of responsibility. One must respond to the other, before the other and for oneself. But how are we to understand the one phrase that is not simply repeated and qualied but seemingly negated in a whisper, yet without whispering sans souffle? Everything revolves, everything pivots, around what appears to be a way of qualifying the response and then negating that qualification. Since we are talking about a certain genesis of religion, it might appear that Derrida is repeating here in an almost machine-like way the language of negative theology, the language he analyzes so closely in How to Avoid Speaking and Sauf le nom, postscriptum. One might also be tempted to hear in this in a whisper but without whispering the kind of logic Derrida and DS in Blancot's narratives, where, as he writes elsewhere, the syntax of the without comes to neutralize, without positing, without negating, a word, a concept, a term, x without x, lo. Je suv, sans souffre might thus indeed be heard as a way of qualifying Derrida's response in one breath and then negating that qualification in the next, or else as a way of neutralizing this notion of souffre as breathing or whispering I breathe without breathing, or, indeed, I whisper without whispering. For when used with the preposition a and a direct and an indirect object, as in je souffre un mot a quelqu'un, je lui souffre un mot, souffre does indeed mean not so much to breathe but to whisper, for example, a secret or word of confidence to someone, as when we sometimes say in English, don't breathe a word of this to anyone but between these two breaths, between souffle and souffre, in the silent but graphically visible scansion of this phrase in the form of x. Without x, one might also hear not only negation or neutralization but displacement and dissemination. For the second souffle or souffre perhaps means something other than the rst1, in which case there would be neither the negation nor the neutralization of meaning but a displacement of it. Hence one might want to translate this phrase in two different breaths, with two different words, as I whisper without breathing, that is, I whisper without taking the time to breathe, or I breathe without whispering, that is, I breathe but without whispering anything to anyone. But there is another, even more likely meaning of sans souffre in this context. In its most common, idiomatic meaning this phrase might simply be translated as without pause, immediately, right away, without taking a breather, if you will. In other words, sans souffre is more or less synonymous with what follows it, namely, without hesitation or machine-like. One would thus translate the phrase I breathe, or I whisper, without hesitation religion. But if we are to read sans souffre as meaning not without breathing or without whispering but more simply and idiomatically without pause, immediately, without hesitation, then we might well want to translate the rst souffle, the je souffle, more simply or more naturally as I answered, I responded, that is, I answered or responded without pausing or without hesitating religion. But were we to translate the phrase in this way, notice, we would be taking the breath right out of it. Derrida would have thus whispered without whispering, or whispered without pausing, or candid without hesitation, religion. But then what will have happened to the souffle? This irreducible French word that does indeed mean to whisper, to cant, even to blow into an animate, though also simply to breathe. What does je souffle, sans souffre mean exactly? How is one to translate this phrase? Is it a coincidence that we have such difficulty translating, and rst of all understanding, this text in the precise place where Derrida speaks of a souffle, of a breath, that is in the philosophical tradition linked to meaning, to a vouloir dire, to life, and not to dissemination or undecidability, to the machine-like or the machine? How is one to determine Derrida's animating intention here, that is, his meaning, what he wanted to say, his vouloir dire, the animating breath behind this phrase, now that Derrida is no longer around to answer for it? This would obviously be the place had we time and breath enough to undertake a rereading of Derrida's entire corpus on this theme of breath and respiration in his work. As I suggested earlier, a text such as Speech and Phenomena would be central to this rereading, since Derrida there demonstrates how, in the work of Husserl, meaning or intention, the vouloir dire, is always attached to a concept of life linked to breath, to the souffle. But let me cite instead a few lines on the question of breath and writing from another text written right around the same time as Speech and Phenomena, Derrida's essay Plato's Pharmacy, a text I choose among so many others because of what Derrida says a bit later in the same section of Faith and Knowledge. We are reading the response that I gave almost without hesitation to Ferraris must have come back to me from afar, resonating from an alchemist's cavern, in whose depths the word was a precipitate religion, a word dictated by who knows what or whom, by everyone perhaps. Without wanting to claim that this alchemist's cavern is the same as the back room of Plato's pharmacy where, says Derrida, Plato is searching for gold. and the philosopher's stone, pp. And without wanting to argue for a strict relation between the way Derrida reads the breath in Plato in and the way the breath is mise en scene in Faith and Knowledge, this earlier text can nonetheless help us to understand how the breath the suk marks almost everything in Derrida's essay, from the syntax, the letter, even the punctuation of his text to the largest stakes of this work on the subject of religion. Let us consider, then, for a moment some of the things Derrida says about writing in his essay Plato's Pharmacy, that is, some of the accusations made against writing by Plato and others following him. Each time, we see, the accusation against writing is made in the name of life, an accusation against what is mechanical and deadly in the name of what is living, animated, and full of breath, an accusation against what is automatic and mechanical in the name of what is living and spontaneous. If one of the essential attributes of life and particularly human life is the living breath of speech, we will want to see how Plato opposes this speech and this life, the spontaneity of speech and life, not simply to death but to the automaticity of the machine. Let me emphasize again that what I am looking for here is not some strict comparison between Plato's notions of speech and writing, on the one hand, and religion and science, on the other, but a structural analogy in Derrida's reading. In both cases what we see is a contamination of something that would claim to be proper, safe and sound or unscathed, that is, in the end, an ineluctable contamination of life by means of a technoscientific supplement that comes to inscribe repetition, duplicity, and death into the heart of life or the living present. In Plato's Pharmacy, Derrida makes a case that writing is condemned in the Platonic corpus because it threatens the living present of speech, because what is proper to living speech is contaminated, exposed, and expropriated, uprooted or deracinated, we could say, by means of the lifeless signs of writing. Writing would thus be the name of the technical supplement that sucks the breath and thus the life right out of the spoken word. Whereas, on Derrida's reading of Plato, logos, or speech is a living, animate creature, pp. Writing substitutes the breathless sign le signa su for the living voice, pp. The passive, mechanical by heart for the active reanimation of knowledge, for its reproduction in the present, pp. Writing is thus condemned for its breathless impotence impuissance sufi, pp. For its substitution of the dead letter for the living voice. It is dangerous and should be avoided because it contaminates speech with thoughtless and impotent repetition, with breathlessness in a word, with death, though also, and perhaps especially, because it is a simulacrum that gives the appearance or the image of life and thus of breath. Though it is but a breathless impotence, a weakened speech, writing is something not completely dead, it is, writes Derrida, a living dead, a reprieved corpse, a deferred life, a semblance of breath unsemblant de souffle, pp. A technical supplement that looks like a living being but that has had all the wind, all the breath, and all the life knocked out of it. Though breathless and lifeless, writing gives the impression of being alive, though dead, it is a living, breathing simulacrum. As Derrida will go on to argue in Plato's Pharmacy, Plato condemns writing in order to protect and, so to speak, indemnify speech, the living breath of speech. In order to do so, however, Plato must borrow the resources of the technology called writing, namely, a system of differential and non-univocal signs that can never be controlled by the living speech that Plato is trying to protect or indemnify. Just as life can be protected and indemned in religion only through the autoimmune appropriation of the technoscientific supplement, so the life and spontaneity of logos can be safeguarded only through the lifeless, mechanical supplement of writing. In this text, which predates Faith and Knowledge by almost 3 decades, speech is thus related not only to breath and fertility but to life and spontaneity, while writing is related not only to breathlessness and impotence but to death and the automaticity of the machine. Writing would be pure repetition, dead repetition that might always be repeating nothing, or be unable spontaneamente to repeat itself, which also means unable to repeat anything but itself, a hollow, cast-off repetition, pp. And elsewhere, he writes, using a word that is at the center of the passage from faith and knowledge that we have been commenting on throughout this chapter. Writing would indeed be the Sineur's capacity to repeat itself by itself, mechanically machinellement, without a living soul to sustain or attend it in its repetition, that is to say, without truths presenting itself anywhere, pp. But since, as Derrida will go on to show, living speech needs writing and, in the end, is but a species of writing or of archie-writing, it is as if Derrida were saying back in Plato's pharmacy that live speech, inner speech, the living breath, is autoimmune, a source that has need always of another source, of the other, in order to expropriate itself but also to express itself in the rst place. In order for speech to express itself, in order for it, in the end, to be itself, that is, in order for a sineur to be understood as the same, it must court the powers of repetition and technique, in short, the powers of writing and the machine. Hence the only way for speech to live on, the only way for it to grow, swell, or multiply beyond itself, is for it to graft itself onto what is outside it, welcome and greet what is foreign to it and thus threatening for it, namely, the powers of death that go by the general name of writing. In order for speech to respond spontaneously, then, it must answer without reaction, without hesitation, in short, without breath. The only chance for living, organic speech is thus to be contaminated by the expropriating powers of writing, the only chance for the living organism, the powers of the machine. Derrida would thus seem to be suggesting in Faith and Knowledge that the source of religion, the living source of religion, cannot be thought without automaticity, repetition, and the machine, that is, without an immediate, automatic duplicity. Though it might seem that the one topic that should not be treated without hesitation or scruple, without deliberation and thoughtful reaction, would be religion, Derrida tells us that the topic of religion suggested itself to him in precisely this kind of automatic or mechanical way. Should we call it a revelation? Suffice to say that a topic that would have to concern itself with life, with the salvation and preservation of life, imposed itself upon him in an automatic or machine-like way, and that just after these lines in which Derrida speaks of the automaticity of his response he makes his RST allusion to Jensen's Gradeva, who seems to come to him, like the word religion itself, he will go on to say, from an alchemist's cavern at the heart of religion, at its source, Derrida has thus identified not unity but duplicity, and not life or purposeful creation, not living spontaneity and the indemnification of life, but repetition and reaction, an autoimmunity that turns every indemnifying movement against itself automatically or mechanically like a machine. This is perhaps the moment, in a work entitled Miracle and Machine, to specify exactly what a machine is for Derrida. Having seen in the previous chapter what Derrida understands the miracle to be, we need to look now at its counterpart, the machine. In For What Tomorrow? Derrida says that the machine is simply another way of speaking about calculation and repetition, but about a calculation and repetition in relationship always to the incalculable and the unforeseeable. In other words, in order to think the machine one must always consider what exceeds the machine, call it the event, the incalculable, or the other. There is some machine everywhere, and notably in language. I would deem the machine as a system dispositif of calculation and repetition. As soon as there is any calculation, calculability, and repetition, there is something of a machine. But in the machine there is an excess in relation to the machine itself, at once the effect of a machination and something that eludes machine-like calculation. The event which in essence should remain unforeseeable and therefore not programmable would be that which exceeds the machine. What it would be necessary to try to think, and this is extremely difficult, is the event with the machine. FWT, but how, then, are we to think or have access to the event that exceeds the machine and thus exceeds every system of calculation or repetition, beginning with language? Derrida appeals here not to some mystical experience in an abandonment of reason or calculation but precisely to calculation and the machine. In order to have access to the miracle, one must work through the machine to accede, if this is possible, to the event beyond all calculation, and therefore also beyond all techniques and all economy, it is necessary to take programming, the machine, repetition, and calculation into account as far as possible, and in places where we are not prepared or disposed to expect it. It is necessary to track the effects of economic calculation everywhere, if only in order to know where we are affected by the other, that is, by the unforeseeable, by the event that, for its part, is incalculable. The other always responds, by definition, to the name and the gur of the incalculable. No brain, no neurological analysis, however exhaustive it's supposed to be, can render the encounter with the other. FWT, these passages should help us understand Derrida's comments in about the relationship between the machine, repetition, and iterability, on the one hand, and an unforeseeable future, on the other. Notice in what follows the way in which Derrida links elementary faith or an elementary promise to the confirmation and, thus, repetition of the promise, and thus to some machine. Of a discourse to come on the to come and repetition. Axiom no to come without heritage and the possibility of repeating. No to come without some sort of iterability, at least in the form of a covenant with oneself and confirmation of the originary yes. No to come without some sort of messianic memory and promise, of a messianicity older than all religion, more originary than all messianism. No discourse or address of the other without the possibility of an elementary promise. Perjury and broken promises require the same possibility. No promise, therefore, without the promise of a confirmation of the yes. This yes will have implied and will always imply the trustworthiness and fidelity of a faith. No faith, therefore, nor future without everything technical, automatic, machine-like supposed by iterability. In an interview entitled Nietzsche and the Machine, Derrida speaks quite explicitly of the relationship between the repetition and contamination of an originary yes. There is a time and a spacing of the yes as yes. It takes time to say yes. A single yes is, therefore, immediately double, it immediately announces a yes to come and already recalls that the yes implies another yes. So, the yes is immediately double, immediately yes. With this duplicity we are at the heart of the logic of contamination. One should not simply consider contamination as a threat, however. Without contamination we would have no opening or chance. Contamination is the very possibility of affirmation in the RST place. For affirmation to be possible, there must always be at least two yeses. If the contamination of the RST yes by the second is refused for whatever reasons, one is denying the possibility of the RST yes. Threat is chance, chance is threat. This law is absolutely undeniable and irreducible. If one does not accept it, there is no risk, and, if there is no risk, there is only death. NM, this is the origin of the duplicity we have been speaking about from the very beginning of this book, the duplicity we have seen at the origin, at the genesis, of any discourse about religion and of religion. As we have seen, the machine makes possible not only the perfectibility of a sworn faith and promise to the other, a responsibility to and for the other, but the possibility of radical evil in a reactive denial of the other. The machine must thus be thought in terms of both repetition and difference, iterability and unpredictability. It makes possible the faith that opens up a future, but it does not determine that future in one way or another. In this sense, the technical is the possibility of faith, indeed its very chance. A chance that entails the greatest risk, even the menace of radical evil. Otherwise, that of which it is the chance would not be faith but rather program or proof, predictability or providence, pure knowledge and pure know-how, which is to say annulment of the future. Instead of opposing them, as is almost always done, they ought to be thought together, as one and the same possibility, the machine-like and faith. While the comparison between faith and knowledge and Derrida's other works on the machine, including Plato's Pharmacy, should be read, as I suggested a moment ago, less for what it says about the relationship between speech and writing, on the one hand, and religion and science, on the other, and much more for what it tells us about Derrida's approach to both. It is hard not to be impressed by a common matrix of terms and hierarchies. In both cases there is a contamination of what one claims to be proper, natural, and without artifice. In the end, both the Platonic discourse against writing and religious discourse against technoscientific modernity oppose life and the living breath to the machine. In both cases there is an inevitable or fatal contamination of life by the technoscientific supplement that inscribes repetition, duplicity, and even death at the very heart of life and the living present. Just as Derrida in Plato's Pharmacy thus ended up gearing a notion of archie-writing at the origin of both speech and writing, so, as we will now see, he locates in faith and knowledge a kind of mechanical repetition at the origin at the genesis of both science and religion. If the word religion welled up or resonated from some alchemist's cavern, from the back room, perhaps, of Plato's Pharmacy or elsewhere, if the word came to Derrida's lips almost mechanically, without hesitation, it did so, perhaps, thanks to other resources or other echoes outside the Western philosophical tradition from, say, Plato to Husserl. In the beginning, says Derrida, and then J.E. Suv, sans sucre. The suk might well be that of live speech, of the entrusted secret, of the whisper or the breath, an inhaling or an exhaling, an affirmation or a negation, in short, the live speech of philosophy. But this suk might also be, according to another tradition, that of a creative breath or the breath of a creator God, a breath that, in effect, infuses or breathes life into mankind. As we read in the second chapter of Genesis and as everyone could more or less mechanically recite, God created man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the suk, the breath of life, Genesis. Given that Derrida begins his account of the genesis of the Capri Conference with "in the beginning," the reference to Genesis seems unmistakable. Derrida's response to Ferraris, or at least his narration of his response after the fact, indeed seems to be nothing other than a retransmission or replay of Genesis, and the difference is essential, the greatest sign of life one that puts the machine in the place of the living or animating breath, technique in the place of live speech, a machine-like reaction in the place of a spontaneous and purposeful response, automaticity in the place of a well-intentioned creation. If Derrida positions himself in this passage at the origin or as the author of the theme of religion at the Capri Conference, he will refuse the role of a creator, for he will have provided the theme without creating it, without his breathing it, and even without reacting before providing it, without willing it, without being the animating force behind it. One might thus parse Derrida's response: I whisper, or I breathe, but without breathing, that is, without breathing life into anything. Religion. That helps explain Derrida's use, indeed his double use of the word machinalement. It is as if the breath exhausted itself in an autoimmune process, as if the breath itself, each time it wanted to take a breath in order to say or express something, found itself drawn out, aspirated out of itself by writing, that is, as we just saw, by some machine. Because, for Derrida, there is no such thing as live speech, an animating intention, or a spontaneous response that is not already from the beginning contaminated by repetition and technique, by reactivity and the machine. There is no response and no beginning, no genesis even, that is not in some way machine-like and thus double. Hence Derrida repeats Genesis, this book at the origin of all three of the West's monotheisms, and he repeats it not once but, it seems, twice, giving us what would appear to be both versions of the creation of mankind, the one that speaks of man's creation by means of the breath and the one that speaks of it without breath. For if, in Genesis, God formed man from the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life so that man became a living being, Genesis, in Genesis, God created humankind in his image, Genesis, without breath, it seems, or at least without any explicit reference to an animating breath. One might thus say of the God of Genesis that he breathes without breathing, il souffle, sans souffle, or, rather, he creates man without breath before creating him with it, he creates man almost immediately, that is, sans souffle, after creating him without breath, that is, sans souffle, with his breath. J.E. Souffle, sans souffle would thus be an elliptical condensation of both versions of Genesis, a telegraphic retelling of this original retelling of the creation of man. and if an otherwise sympathetic reader were tempted to reproach me here for pushing my reading just a bit too far, that is, if such a reader were willing to grant me a reference to breath in the history of philosophy, maybe even a reference to the book of Genesis in general, but not necessarily a discrete reference to the two versions of Genesis, one with breath and one without, well, I would be willing to grant such an objection, but not before making one connection and asking one question. First, in The Animal That Therefore I Am, Derrida himself compares and contrasts the two versions of the creation of man and the animals in Genesis, the one where God commands man to have dominion over the animals and the one where man is charged with naming them. Derrida thus writes, and notice the way the notion of doubling is explicitly mentioned here, as well as, not coincidentally, the notion of breath that is the RST narrative. God commands man-woman to command the animals, but not yet to name them. What happens next, in the second narrative? There occurs something, a single and double thing, twice at the same time, something that, it seems to me, gets little notice in most readings of this Genesis, that is innate in its second breath, att. But, second, before conceding that this interpretation of the two versions of Genesis in may be a bit too active, isn't this exactly what suffer, sans suffer means in this context? Je-suv, sans suffer, this means, it seems, to speak or, really, to write and to read without being fully able to control one's context or one's speech and meaning, to respond automatically, in a quasi-machine-like way, by letting oneself be invested, haunted, by voices or specters of all kinds, and to do so even when one believes oneself to be the master of one's speech and one's meaning. Because this je-suv, sans suffer, is not under the control of a single, univocal meaning, it can never be translated, or rst of all read and understood, all at once, that is, as Derrida put it, d'un seul coup, all of a sudden or at one go. The phrase thus does not annul time, but, on the contrary, opens it up, as any Genesis should. It opens up the time and space between two breaths, between two meanings of suffer, between suffer and sans suffer. And all this in excess of any vouloir dire or meaning to say. Though Derrida seems to be recounting a more or less spontaneous, unrehearsed, quasi-anecdotal conversation one day with Maurizio Ferraris in the lobby of the Hotel Lutetia in anticipation of the Capri conference, I think we can see that this passage has also been carefully crafted or staged, and calculated, even if Derrida did not calculate it all, around the two versions of creation in Genesis, the one with breath and the other without, the one with suf and the other sans suffer. Derrida imitates Genesis, he repeats it, vestiges it, and perhaps, like the title Faith and Knowledge itself, which, as we saw, comes from Hegel, he makes off with it, takes it as his own, doubles and plagiarizes it, as one says in French, ille suff. For as Derrida reminded us long ago in his essay La Parole Suffit, the word suffer means not only to cant, whisper, blow, or breathe, but to steal, swipe, or run off with, repeat, double, or spirit away. Writing in the context of a reading of the theatre of Antonin Artaud, and especially the theatre and its double, Derrida brings together several of these meanings of suffer in just a couple of sentences. This derivation of force within the sign divides the theatrical act, exiles the actor far from any responsibility for meaning, makes of him an interpreter who lets his life be breathed into and suffer him, and lets his words be whispered suffer to him, receiving his delivery as if he were taking orders. To let one's speech be spirited away suffer is, like writing itself, the phenomenon of the reserve. See also TP. One can begin to see the abyssal semantic resources of the word suffer that Derrida is staging in this little scene of faith and knowledge. It is as if one word or one meaning comes without waiting, sans suffer, to supplement, augment, infuse, and make off with, that is, suffer all the others. What presents itself as a mere repetition, a simple doubling, a word whispered on the stage of the Lutetia, comes to take away the breath of live speech and open up the uncontrollable dissemination of meaning that Derrida associates with writing and with living on. Though we might be tempted to ask what meaning Derrida, the author of these words, intended us to hear in this doubled and negated Sefer, the life of this passage like the entirety of faith and knowledge is beyond the control of his intention or his meaning to say. It is impossible to say for certain what he meant, it has always been impossible to say for certain, and reading is at once condemned to this impossibility and freed for itself as a result. What thus can be said, and said without hesitation, sans Sefer, is that the undecidability of Sefer comes automatically, in a machine-like way, to contaminate the original intention at its very origin. It comes to infuse the animating breath with all these different possibilities, which are at once programmed and unforeseeable. Everything about this single passage thus speaks about the duplicity of religion and its necessary relationship to repetition and the technical supplement. In the beginning, then, was the end of univocal meaning and the multiplication of tongues, the end of a single source and the beginning of repetition and dissemination. The task, then, Derrida seems to suggest, is to think religion in relationship not only to the elementary faith that is at the origin of every response but to the machine that always conditions that faith and repeats every response. Hence miracle and machine, elementary faith, and its repetition, life and the survival or living on that conditions that life, the living on, for example, of a response that said yes to an invitation, that said yes to that yes, and the survival of that trace that repeats itself and, in repeating itself, engenders yet another response. In the beginning, then, was the machine, and the machine will have separated the author from the beginning all duplicity intended, that is, from the beginning from his words and, thus, from the beginning from himself. It is as if someone, perhaps everyone, a multiplicity of voices, perhaps an entire tradition, but a tradition that is already divided, had whispered from the alchemist's cavern, from the underworld of this text, or from backstage at the Hotel Laetitia, all these possibilities at once, possibilities within the French language but also in excess of that language. As Derrida reminds us again in La Parole Suffit, the one who whispers forgotten lines to an actor from the wings, what is called in English a prompter, is in French a souffleur, that is, one who speaks, who breathes, who whispers, who simply reads or learns lines by heart and then repeats them in a mechanical way from off stage, from afar, the prompter being always a kind of teleprompter, giving us our cues, helping us to scan our breath, and giving us our lines, beginning with a line. Like in the beginning. As we have seen in previous chapters, religion must always and especially today be thought in relationship to the machine, to science and technology, and, particularly, to the teletechnology that has overtaken our world and transformed our very understanding of the world. Even when we believe we have isolated a moment before the machine, a moment of genesis before any repetition, there is already, as we have just seen, difference and duplicity. Even there where we believe we have found a speech without writing, a response without reaction, a spontaneity without automaticity, the initiative of a miracle without any machine, there is, as we have seen, already a souffleur, already a teleprompter, that is, already some mediation or some media. In this chapter, I would like to concentrate not on the relationship between religion and science in general but on the relationship between religion and teletechnology, or religion and the media. As Derrida argues both in Faith and Knowledge and in some improvised comments from that expand on the principal theses of that essay, religion is today inseparable from the media that have globalized it, inseparable from the distribution and dissemination of the religious message via books, radio, the internet, and especially, for Derrida, for whom the medium is indeed always the meaning and the message, television. Religion and the media, religion and television, that's what's on the program for this chapter. Let me begin, then, not with one of Derrida's many texts on the subject but with some improvised remarks made by Derrida in course of a long interview with Bernard Stiegler conducted and recorded and LMED just weeks before he would deliver the RST version of what would eventually be published as Faith and Knowledge. In the midst of that interview of December, Derrida is asked the seemingly mundane, journalistic question: what kind of TV programs do you watch, aside from the news? Derrida's response is initially equally mundane, indeed rather predictable, more or less what you would expect from a left-leaning, intellectually curious, widely read and well-traveled, secularly oriented French intellectual, all kinds of things, the best and the worst. Sometimes I watch bad soap operas, French or American, or programs that give me a greater cultural awareness. Or political debates. Or else old movies. I could spend 24 hours a day watching good political archives. And so I watch a little of everything, but then Derrida adds something a bit less predictable and a little more provocative. What few people I know watch regularly, I suspect, and I watch very regularly Sunday morning, from 2, are the Muslim and Jewish religious programs, which I find very interesting, and if we had time to talk about them, I'd tell you why, et. In this chapter I will argue that faith and knowledge, along with a series of improvised remarks from December, might be read as giving us precisely the explanation Derrida does not provide in the interview with Stiegler. As we will see, Derrida's Sunday morning viewing ritual reveals much more than an ecumenical or multicultural interest in the religions of the world. More importantly and essentially, it reveals a long-standing interest in the very programming, mediatization, and dissemination of the religious message. In other words, what interested Derrida was not simply or even primarily the religious content of these programs, but the relationship between religion and visibility, globalization, and the media, including and especially the unique role played by television in the reproduction of the religious message, that is, the unique power of the simulacrum in television, the unique staging power of a putatively pure auto-affection and self-presence. What initially looks like a mundane and non-philosophical answer to a journalistic question thus turns out to echo, and often in the very same terms, a critique of auto-affection, phonocentrism, and self-presence that goes back as far as Derrida's work Speech and Phenomena, or, as it would be better translated for the argument that is to follow, Voice and Phenomenon, La Voix et les Phénomènes. In the end, we will see how a critique of phonocentrism that dated back at least 3 decades, that is, a critique of the centrality of voice as opposed to writing, was fundamental to shaping Derrida's views about everything from the way in which the religions of the secret and of writing at once resist and rely upon the mediatization of their message, to the way in which Christianity via the televisual medium performs miracles through the technoscientific reproduction of the voice. But in order to make this case, we will need to slow down and return to the fundamental theses in Faith and Knowledge and elsewhere regarding religion and its relationship to technoscience and the media. Only then will we be able to understand why Derrida the philosopher, and not just the intellectual, citizen, or cultural critic, found himself every day Sunday morning in front of the television in France, though also, as we will see, when he was visiting the United States, since it was perhaps there that Derrida came to see the real possibilities of televangelism and what I will call here, precisely in order to mix media, the telegenic voice. Let me begin this time with what seems to be a certain invisible, indivisible, indisputable core of religion for Derrida, namely, the experience of the secret and a certain relationship to the absolute other, the second source of religion, particularly as this is to be found in the alliance between Yahweh and Abraham. According to Derrida, in the gift of death and elsewhere, the trial of Abraham would have consisted not only in the call to sacrifice Isaac, or perhaps Ishmael, his beloved son, but the necessity to keep the secret imposed upon him by Yahweh, the necessity not to report what was said or commanded of him by this absolute other in order to explain or justify himself, the necessity to keep it invisible or unspoken, secret, and secret even from himself. As Derrida parses Yahweh's request that Abraham keep his secret, all of this must remain absolutely secret just between us. It must remain unconditionally private, our internal affair, and inaccessible, AANJ. In other words, above all, no journalists. Yahweh would have said in effect to Abraham, do not reveal, do not broadcast or publicize, do not evangelize or proclaim, what has happened between us, do not make our secret into some good news, or put it on the news, and especially do not televise it, or disseminate it via satellite or the internet, and so don't even dream about putting it on your Facebook page, and as for Twitter, don't even get me started. This emphasis on the secret, indeed, this taste for the secret, was at the center of many of Derrida's reactions during the S. Derrida's seminar was devoted entirely to the subject, as was his reading of Kierkegaard in The Gift of Death, where the secret is related to the absolute and to the absolute or total otherness of the other. Derrida says in A Taste for the Secret, this is the absolute, and if there is something absolute it is secret. It is in this direction that I try to read Kierkegaard, the Sacris of Isaac, the absolute as secret and as tout autre holy. Other. A resistance to the daylight of phenomenality that is radical, irreversible, t.s. This understanding of the secret allows Derrida to begin sketching out some preliminary differences between the three monotheisms, casting doubt from the outset on whether there is a single essence, idea, or horizon of religion itself. For if the secret of Abraham remains, as Derrida claims, the major reference for Judaism and for Islam, AANJ, though probably even more for Judaism than for Islam, it obviously is not so for Christianity, an Abrahamic religion that is often understood to have replaced the centrality of the secret and the interrupted sacrifice of a son by the good news of the death and resurrection of a son who offered himself up to be sacrificed in order to become the mediator or intercessor between man and God. Derrida goes on to suggest that this relationship between the secret and the good news must be thought in relation to the general prohibition on the image as opposed to the mediatization of it. This would be analogous to the distinction in Levinas between the sacred and sanctity. When Levinas seeks to dissociate sacredness and sanctity, he associates the former with the cult, the image and incarnation, whereas sanctity calls for the respect of distance, of separation, of the invisible, of the face as visible invisible. Sacralization is on the side of idolatry, of the image, of the icon, and sanctity, even though I am well aware that Levinas would never have interpreted Abraham's sacrifice as I have proposed, would be on the side of the separation marked by the sacrifice of Isaac, above all, by its secretness. AANJ, for Derrida, then, the secret of Abraham has to be thought in relation to the prohibition of the image in Judaism and, especially, in Islam, AANJ. Christianity, by contrast, would have to be understood in relation to the possibility, even the necessity, of spreading the good news, of mediating or evangelizing it, in a word, of publicizing and mediatizing it. Hence differing relationships to the secret and the image imply differing relationships to communication, writing, and interpretation. What Judaism and Islam have in common is this experience of the imperceptible, of transcendence and hence of absence. They are religions of writing, of the experiences, of the innate deciphering of traces. This is where the experience of the secret is bound up with the experience of the innate gloss. There where the thing does not reveal itself, does not manifest itself directly, does not show its face, there where the cause remains secret, one has to gloss. This is why I began with Abraham and Isaac. We will never know what happened on Mount Moriah. We never saw anything and will never see it. AANJ, as religions of the secret, both Judaism and Islam would call for an innate commentary on the secret, while Christianity would emphasize instead the mediatization of its good news. Derrida thus draws a rather sharp distinction here between, on the one hand, Judaism and Islam as religions of the secret and of innate commentary, and, on the other, Christianity as the religion of the word and of the good news. In A Taste for the Secret, Derrida not only reiterates this division within the three monotheisms but seems to come right out and admit his taste or his preference for the former. Between the secret and what is generally called secret, even if the two are heterogeneous, there is an analogy that makes me prefer the secret to the non-secret, the secret to the public expression, exhibition, phenomenality. I have a taste for the secret, it clearly has to do with not belonging. I have an impulse of fear and terror in the face of a political space, for example, a public space that makes no room for the secret. If a right to the secret is not maintained, we are in a totalitarian space. Belonging, the fact of avowing one's belonging, of putting in common, be it family, nation, tongue, spells the loss of the secret. T.s., while Derrida here confesses a certain preference for the secret, and thus for religions of the secret, it would be a mistake to reduce this to a simple preference for Judaism or Islam over Christianity. For if the former seem to depend on the secret in a way the latter does not, they can also, Derrida will argue, close down the secret in their emphasis on family, nation, or language, on the idiom in general, just as Christianity can sometimes leave the secret intact and leave it intact, perhaps, through the very mediatization and universalization that would seem to betray it. What Derrida is thus opposed to is any thinking within any religion that leaves no place for the secret. Right after suggesting, therefore, the distinction between religions of the secret and the religion of mediatization, Derrida begins taking this distinction back, or at least qualifying it, arguing that no demanding and ambitious Christian theologian will accept this opposition. For the Christian gesture consists in internalizing the seen in the name of the innate. The innate secret remains, and, with it, virtualization. The Eucharist, real presence, is also a kind of virtualization. Between the secret and virtual manifestation, what is the difference? No Christian would thus easily accept the fracture that I am evoking, AANJ. Derrida thus calls into question his own opposition between religions of the secret and Christianity as a religion of the good news, but he does so by putting other oppositions into play. Christianity would now be a religion of internalization, of the virtualization and spectralization of the body of Christ in the Eucharist. It would be a religion of spirit inasmuch as the Christian incarnation is a spiritual incarnation, AANJ. As a result, Derrida will go on to argue, Christianity would be a religion of mourning, a religion in mourning for the lost body and its virtualization in the Eucharist, a mourning for the man-God that would have, says Derrida, no place, in the strong sense of the term mourning, either in Judaism or in Islam, which are instead both thoughts of life and of living life in which mourning does not have the founding, originary place it has in Christianity, AANJ. Derrida covers quite a lot of ground and makes several very bold claims in the space of just a few pages in these improvised remarks published under the title Above All No Journalists. And while one should probably grant Derrida some leeway here, insofar as these are, after all, improvised remarks, one might also want to place even more emphasis on them because they are improvised, offered in a more unguarded fashion, less qualied and nuanced by the strategies of writing. Keeping Derrida's own caveats about these oppositions in mind, Judaism and Islam would be religions of the secret and of the innate gloss or commentary, whereas Christianity would be a religion of the internalized secret and its virtualization, a religion of originary mourning that calls at once for internalization and mediatization. Whereas the Islamic and Jewish traditions thus favor a certain imperceptibility and incommunicability of the secret, Christianity favors a mediatization or publicity of the word and the image. It might thus be said that, for Derrida, mediatization is itself fundamentally Christian and not Jewish, Islamic, Buddhist, AANJ. There would be a fundamental or intrinsic mediatization in Christianity that lends itself to reproduction or to the simulacrum, to an intrinsic and not merely contingent relationship to the media and, thus, to the globalization of the media. As Derrida will say in another improvised discussion in, Christianity is the most plastic, the most open, religion, the most prepared, the best prepared, to face unpredictable transformations, f. While there are thus phenomena of mediatization in all religions, there is a trait that is absolutely singular in the power and structure of Christian mediatization, AANJ. And while all religions, including Christianity, maintain a certain attachment to the proper end. The idiom and sources to a certain extent deracinating powers of translation, mediatization, and universalization, while there is, as Derrida puts it, a certain religion of the idiom in all religion, Christianity would be the religion that is least attached to its idiom and so the least resistant to these deracinating powers, AANJ. On the other end of the spectrum would be Islam, the religion most attached, according to Derrida, to the untranslatable letter, and thus the most resistant to certain forms of mediatization and translation. While there is religion of the idiom even in Christianity, as when, for example, French Catholic fundamentalism distinguished itself at a certain moment in time through its defense of Latin in the prayer service, nowhere, says Derrida, does the xed literalness of language, the idiomatic form of the original message, in its very body, sanctify itself to the extent it does in the Muslim religion, Aanj. Though there has been, to be sure, a long tradition of proselytizing in Islam, of spreading the word of the Quran, this has usually not been accompanied by a translation of the word into other languages or idioms. In Islam, as opposed to Christianity, what is most important is the body of the letter itself, the idiom itself. The letter should be repeated, but this repetition without alteration should leave the letter intact and thus efface itself as repetition. The body of the letter is what counts, above all else, Aanj. These reactions should give us an even better sense of what Derrida means in Faith and Knowledge by that rather unwieldy polysyllabic but essentially monotheistic neologism, globalatinization, or mondialatinization. If there is an intrinsic relationship between Christianity and globalization in the forms of teletechnology, mediatization, and translation, if the very name religion comes, as we saw in chapter, from the language, namely, Latin, through which Christianity RST spread and became a truly global religion, then globalatinization would not simply be a process that religion might or might not undergo, but one that it cannot but undergo insofar as it deans the very nature of religion itself. Globalatinization would thus be in its essence Christian, even when Judaism or Islam engages in it or pursues its strategies and techniques, and the very category religion, related now both to its Latin roots and to the publicity and mediatization to which it has given rise and from which it has benefited, would be itself an intrinsically Christian notion. From this perspective, Christianity would seem to be the only religion there is, the only set of practices or beliefs worthy of the name religion. Though one might be sorely tempted to object at this point that Derrida is unjustly excluding Judaism, Islam, and so on from the ennobling category of religion, the opposite is perhaps more true. He is suggesting that we must be wary of calling other cults or belief systems or practices besides Christianity religion, because whenever we do, thinking, perhaps, that we are simply including them in a generous and ecumenical spirit into the world community of religions, we are perhaps already globalatinizing and thus unjustly Christianizing them. The very term globalatinization would have thus been coined and used throughout Faith and Knowledge with the intention not just of showing the worldwide stakes of religion today or of distinguishing Christianity as a worldwide religion from all other religions, but, in effect, of distinguishing Christianity as the only religion from all other practices or forms of belief. If I have allowed myself to resort to the rather clumsy term globalatinization, mondialatinization, it is also in order to question what is going on when a non-Christian says, Islam, or Judaism, or Buddhism is my religion. He begins by naming that in a Latin manner. I don't know if there is a word for religion in Arabic, but it is certainly not an adequate translation of religion. Is Judaism a religion? Buddhism is certainly not a religion. Aanj, Derrida would hardly be alone, of course, in claiming that Buddhism is less a religion than a philosophy or a set of practices. But instead of stopping there, he goes on much more controversially to question whether either of the other two monotheisms besides Christianity can rightly or safely be called religion. I am not certain that the history of Ibrahim should be counted as part of religion. As soon as I call it a religious phenomenon or the founding archive of religion as such, the moment of Christianization has already begun. Aanj. As Derrida suggests in Faith and Knowledge, the history of the word religion should in principle forbid every non-Christian from using the name religion, in order to recognize in it what we would designate, identify, and isolate there. At the same time as he looks, therefore, for a common source, origin, or essence of religion as such, Derrida multiplies the differences, RST, between the three monotheisms and other so-called religions, but then within monotheism itself, so that, in the end, one religion alone, Christianity, would seem to deem the very essence of religion. For the essence of religion, that which all religions have in common, would be precisely the ability of a religion to represent or present itself in a global fashion as a religion, something Christianity does in an exemplary fashion. It would be the ability of a religion to represent itself as a religion that would make it a religion in the RST place, that is, a religion like Christianity. Perhaps we can now better understand Derrida's answer to his own question, what is a religion, in above all, no journalists. To present oneself on the international stage, to claim the right to practice one's religion, to construct mosques where there were churches and synagogues is to inscribe oneself in a political and ideological space dominated by Christianity, and therefore to engage in the obscure and equivocal struggle in which the putatively universal value of the concept of religion, even of religious tolerance, has in advance been appropriated into the space of a Christian semantics. AANJ, for a religion to call itself a religion on the world stage is thus for it to engage in a universal or global Latinizing process that is in its essence Christian. There are thus multiple religions only to the extent that they can present themselves in a space that is essentially Christian. From differences between religions to a common essence of these religions to a singular religion that seems to deem this essence, Derrida never stops in these improvised remarks, going back and forth between the singular and the plural, the particular and the universal, determinate religions and the claim to universality. All these religions are doubtless religions with a universal vocation, but only Christianity has a concept of universality that has been elaborated into the form in which it today dominates both philosophy and international law. There is in St. Paul a concept of cosmopolitanism, a concept of world citizen, of human brotherhood as children of God, etc., which is closer to the concept of universalism as today it dominates the philosophy of international law than are other gears of universalism. Thus one would have to distinguish very precisely the values of universality that are at the heart of the three religions called monotheistic. The universalism that dominates global political juridical discourse is fundamentally Greco-Christian. It is a Christianity speaking a bit of Greek. AANJ, all religions, Derrida is clear to point out here, have a universal vocation, and, no doubt, a certain conception of universality, but it is Christianity's particular brand of universality that has gained such prominence and legitimacy on the world stage and that has marked international discourse, law and institutions to such a degree. Religion is thus in its essence as well as its etymological origins Christian, as are the movements of universalization and mediatization to which, especially today, it appears inextricably linked. We can perhaps now understand the enormous stakes of mediatization for Derrida. Mediatization implies a rupture of the secret by a public message, the interruption of the incommunicable, of the singular, though also of the idiom and of the identification of meaning with a particular tongue. It implies a spectralization and even a spiritualization of the meaning or the message by means of the structures of visibility, communication, a certain conception of universalization, and translation. Though all religions tend to resist the mediatization and universalization of their message by means of national networks that attempt to reroute the religious message in a particular culture and idiom, the religion that resists least and lends itself best to such universalization is Christianity. Derrida says straight out, all the Christian churches are more mediatic than their Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist etc. equivalents, AANJ. That is why Derrida will speak of the televisual hegemony of the Christian religion, RST of all Catholicism, but by emanation Christianity in general, a parenthetical qualification Derrida must add here because, as we will shortly see, the most widely disseminated, most dramatic, spectacular, and arguably the most successful televisual representations of religion in the United States and elsewhere are not Catholic but Protestant, Evangelical, or Pentecostal, AANJ. Conversely, then, it is the religions of the secret and of the innate gloss, religions of the idiom Judaism and Islam that remain most resistant to certain global Latinized forms of universalization and mediatization, the most resistant, then, to a Christian hegemony that is at once political, economic, and religious, AANJ. Non-Christian religions or practices thus resist Christianity and yet, through the very globalization of their resistance, cannot help resembling it. Derrida testes I am struck by the muffet and almost desperate struggle of the non-Christian religions when they attempt at the same time to Christianize themselves and to defend themselves against Christianity. This holds no less for Islam than for Judaism. but at the same time that they seek to resist the fascination to emulate fascination speculaire, these religions become ever more Christian in their form, in their discourse, in their manifestation. They seek to be different and to resemble, to acquire the global legitimacy of Christianity. AANJ, we thus see here a kind of autoimmunity of non-Christian religions as they adopt Christian forms of manifestation in their very resistance to Christianity. This is precisely the autoimmunity of religion to technoscience that is at the core of Derrida's argument in Faith and Knowledge, as Derrida phrases that argument in above all, no journalists. Technology is used to protest against technology, that is, against the cosmopolitical tendencies of technology, against the dislocation, delocalization, uprooting associated with teletechnology, AANJ. In Faith and Knowledge, Derrida characterizes this autoimmune reaction as a sort of hyperbolic outdoing or outbidding, an ever more intense appropriation of teletechnology in the name of what would claim to have come before teletechnology and so needs to be protected and indemned all the more. In the improvised remarks of that we have been following in this chapter, Derrida thus speaks of a religion that reacts and rebels against teletechnological knowledge, while at the same time outdoing itself faisant de la surenchère. This can be observed every day, not only for the Christian religion, but for the Islamic religion, perhaps even more than for the Jewish religion, AANJ. The reaction against teletechnology is thus autoimmune, and it leads not only to a surreptitious Christianization but to a kind of Europeanization and thus Americanization of those who resist. Speaking elsewhere of globalization and of a universal Europeanization through science and technology, Derrida argues that even those who, through acts of terrorist violence, claim to oppose this violent Europeanization, this violent Americanization, do so most often using a certain technical, technoscientific, sometimes techno-economic scientific Europeanization, IW. To follow this logic, if Islam reacts against the powers of teletechnological modernity by means of those very powers, and if those powers are allied not only with Europe but and even more essentially with the United States, then the autoimmunity of Islam consists in protecting itself from a certain Americanization by appropriating that very same Americanization. While such resistance and autoimmunity can be found in Christianity as well, the most determined protests against this hegemony are going to come, argues Derrida, from nationalities, from national religious, phantasmatic complexes that are non-Christian, AANJ. Hence the appropriation of mediatic powers on the part of Islam or Judaism tends to be directed against Christian teletechnological hegemony, AANJ. We thus witness a protest against the Christian hegemony of the media by means of the media itself, a national protest against globalization and universalization by means of a globalizing and internationalizing media network. Tied in their production and their organization to national phenomena, to the national language and the nation-state, AANJ, these protests are autoimmune in the precise sense Derrida gives to this notion in Faith and Knowledge. Religion attempts to indemnify and protect one of its two sources, to safeguard an originary experience of the sacred, only by enlisting the forces of a teletechnology that translates, mediatizes, and thus uproots the originary experience that religion wishes to protect. We must thus give up thinking, in accordance with a certain Enlightenment tradition, that religion is opposed to science or faith to knowledge, for we are in fact heir to religions that are designed precisely to cooperate with science and technology, AANJ, my emphasis. In addition to the prevailing concept of religion, then, which is essentially Christian in its roots, its history, and its dissemination, Derrida argues that our predominant understanding of the Enlightenment, as well as many of the notions associated with it, are Christian as well, from a certain conception, for there are others, of democracy or globalization or universality, to a certain understanding of the world, cosmopolitanism, secularism, and so on. It is thus no coincidence that certain religions, or, to be clear, certain tendencies within them, have reacted in an autoimmune fashion against the very Enlightenment notions identified as Christian in their origins. I underscore certain tendencies because, as Derrida makes clear elsewhere, there are many Islams, there are many Wests IW, and the task remains to deconstruct the European intellectual construct of Islam IW. Now, there are, to be sure, many similarities, in Derrida's account, between the three monotheisms, from the originary or elementary faith that underlies all three to a fraternalist and implicitly phallocentric privileging of the brother, the father or the son, at the expense of the sister. But what interests me here most are the differences Derrida sketches out between them, and especially between Christianity and the other two monotheisms with regard to the media. Christianity lends itself in a unique and essential way, Derrida argues, to translation, universalization, and mediatization, and, in a way that is absolutely unique, to television. From the empty tomb and the disappearance of the body to the spectralization of the body in the communal host, Christianity appears to have been, for Derrida, made for TV. Derrida says, yet again in Above All, No Journalists. The very process of incarnation, the hoc est meum corpus, the Eucharist is at the same time a spiritualization and a spectralization of the dead body of Christ, and thus an interiorization in the host. Sent remotely via media, the message no less than the messenger, the angel or the evangelist, produces or implies the spectralization. Whence the relation between, the intimate complicity of the religious and the mediatic, AANJ. We can thus understand better why Derrida would say in Faith and Knowledge not simply that the Pope himself seems to accept the thesis of the death of God, but that one has the impression that he speaks only of that. And that another death of God comes to haunt the passion that animates him. The death of God is an essentially Christian thesis, and the media is not simply the means by which this thesis or this claim is disseminated, but the very milieu by or in which it is performed or produced. As Derrida claims again in Above All, No Journalists. This Christian hegemony in the world of televisualization is the hegemony of a religion founded on the ordeal of kenosis and of the death of God. Terrifying mystery. The Christian message remains tied to the incarnation, the death of God, under the form of Christ on the cross giving his body, but also, as a result, through all the deaths of God that have followed in the history of European philosophy until Hegel and company. What propagates itself as media, as Christian telemedia, is also a certain death of God. AANJ, the thesis of the death of God is thus essentially tied to Christianity, but to a kind of Christianity as the end of Christianity, AANJ, the end, perhaps even, of a Christianity that uses the media better than any other religion, and the beginning of a religion of the media at once Christian and yet already beyond Christianity. This is one of the theses Derrida seems to take away from Hegel, the author of both the Phenomenology and that other text entitled Faith and Knowledge. At the end of the Phenomenology of Spirit, it is the gur of absolute knowledge, the structure of philosophy as the truth of revealed religion, which is to say of the Christian religion. The speculative Good Friday in abusing these shortcuts, I would venture to say that the religion of the media is a phenomenology of spirit. Today there is a religion of the media, and it is, for the moment, precisely the religion of the media. There is the religion of the media, which is to say, the religion that the media represent, incarnate, reveal. AANJ, one must thus follow the similarities and the differences, the continuities and the discontinuities, between the three so-called monotheisms, but then also the continuities and discontinuities within Christianity itself. While a certain spiritualization, spectralization, interiorization, and universalization have always been an essential part of Christianity, since they are, in Derrida's reading, implied in the incarnation itself, they have today been pushed to the very limits of the earth and have been given a hitherto unknown power. While a certain analogous structure has always been in place, what is happening today in terms of the internationalization of television, the capitalist accumulation of televisual power, the digitization of images, etc., all develops a technical power of effective universalization that has never been attained before, AANJ. The essential universalization and even televisualization of Christianity have today reached a new and unprecedented level, Derrida claims, giving Christianity a global presence that makes us rethink the very nature of Christianity and of presence. The globalization of the media would thus be the very means by which Christianity is today fooling its essence, an essence it will have had from the beginning but which is today being revealed and transformed by the unprecedented development and sophistication of teletechnology. In Christian televisualization, global because Christian, we confront a phenomenon that is utterly singular, that ties the future of media, the history of the world development of media, from the religious point of view to the history of real presence, of the time of the Mass and of the religious act, AANJ. Now, this reference to presence or real presence echoes from afar some of the familiar themes of Derridian deconstruction, such as the critique of a metaphysics of presence, linked always to a critique of logocentrism and, especially, phonocentrism that goes back to the very beginning of Derrida's work. Indeed, it is as if, in this place where Derrida is demonstrating the continuities and discontinuities in Christianity's relation to the media, we have an exemplary opportunity for exploring the continuities and discontinuities in Derrida's own work. In order to make this connection more manifest, however, a brief detour through Derrida's time in the United States will be necessary. I began by referring to Derrida's habit of regularly, we might even say religiously, watching Jewish and Muslim TV programs every Sunday morning in France. There is good reason to believe, however, that Derrida kept up this habit when traveling abroad, and particularly in the United States, where his viewing attention would have naturally been drawn not to Jewish and Muslim programs but to the Christian ones that pervade our media. Indeed, it is hard not to suspect that the very thesis concerning the fundamental relationship between Christianity and mediatization was actually RST developed, or at least found its most striking confirmation in the United States. As Derrida himself confesses in Above All, No Journalists. The reference to America here is fundamental, AANJ, in France there is nothing comparable to what takes place in the United States, AANJ. But what is it exactly that takes place in the United States, or what is it that draws Derrida's attention to American TV? What fascinates, in short, would appear to be television's power of fascination, the power of a simulacrum that appears to give access to the thing itself, to the miraculous without technical intervention or mediation, a power that persists even when one is vigilant and able to submit the televisual image to critique. Capitalizing upon the original or elementary faith that Derrida claims to be the basis of all media, that is, capitalizing upon the I believe or the I believe you or the believe me, as one believes in a miracle at the origin of every form of communication and every social bond, Christianity attempts to combine the simulacrum of real presence via the televisual image with the production of miracles. The relationship between the media and religion thus NDS its space in this continuity, in this homogeneity between the ordinary miracle of the believe me and the extraordinary miracles revealed by all the Holy Scriptures, AANJ. The media exploit both the elemental faith of the social bond and our growing faith in teletechnology in order to produce miracles. It is on the soil of this bare belief set croyans new, this originary or elementary or rudimentary belief, that media construct themselves, AANJ. Television and media exploit this reduction of faith to the barest essentials, to the barest foundation of the social bond, the only foundation, Derrida would seem to believe, able to give rise to a universalizable culture of singularities. When one speaks of the end of ideologies, of the death of philosophy, of the end of systems, etc., one could conclude that all doctrines, all moral and ethical, legal and political systems have reached their limits, at least as historical constructions. And that we are experiencing their nitude as much as their precariousness, even their essential deconstructibility. Nothing will be left but the barest new foundation of the social bond on which everything will have to be reconstructed. What remains the minimum, but it is fundamental, is faith. AANJ, for the moment, however, religion continues to exploit this bare or fundamental faith, which, as we saw earlier, is nothing other than the experience of the miracle. In other words, it is on the basis of this act of testimonial faith and this experience of the miracle that teletechnology is able to give the impression that miracles can actually be broadcast live. In Faith and Knowledge, Derrida thus speaks of so many miracles transmitted live, most frequently, healings, which is to say, returns to the unscathed, heilig, holy, indemnifications, followed by commercials, before thousands in an American television studio, and in above all, no journalists. Derrida is even more explicit and colorful. Even if masses are not generally celebrated, miracles are shown. Some of you will have seen in the United States such miracles on the screen: bodies falling backward on the order of the officiating thaumaturge, or rising once cured, etc. One is truly in the Bible, seeing paralytics walk, the blind see, all of that, naturally, live before the eye of the camera, all organized by powerful industrial corporations, with formidable quantities of capital at their disposal. AANJ, it is this capitalization upon the testimonial faith that is the condition of all teletechnology that leads to the production of miracles on the plasma screen. This can be pulled off, as Derrida notes, only through a high degree of technological knowledge, not to mention tremendous investments of capital, which thus provide a troubling continuity in American religious programs between preaching and promotion, prayer and product placement. But the unique power of certain media, and of TVRST among them, seems to reside in the way these media efface or seem to efface the means and modes of their production, or, really, their reproduction. This brings us to the very heart, to the living, beating heart, of Christianity's relationship to the media. According to Derrida, what is unique about the televisual mediatization of the religious message is precisely the way a reproduction passes itself off each time as a production, a reproduction of the event itself, the original event, be it the transubstantiation of the host, the performing of biblical miracles, or, more essentially, the reproduction of the live speech act of prayer. In other words, the televisual reproduction always effaces itself and tries to pass itself off as an original production. Television always involves a protest against television. Television pretends to efface itself, to deny television. It is expected to show you the thing itself, live, directly. Such direct, live presentation, translated into the Christian code, is the real presence, the transubstantiation or the Eucharist, and, in a more general way, a phenomenon of incarnation, dictic and sensible immediacy of the mediator, here and now, in the this, the making present of mediation or of reconciliation. AANJ, while non-Christian religious programs of the kind Derrida watched on Sundays in France might, he says, consist in lming a speech, pedagogy, or discussions, it is never an event that is LMED, whereas in a Christian Mass, says Derrida, the thing itself, the event takes place in front of the camera. Communion, the coming of real presence, the Eucharist in a certain sense, even the miracles are produced on American television, the thing actually takes place live as a religious event, as a sacred event. In other religions religion is spoken about, but the sacred event itself does not take place in the very esh of those who present themselves before the camera. AANJ, if non-Christian programs might thus sometimes show Muslims or Jews praying on camera and may even accidentally capture their words, Christian programs perform miracles for the camera and produce prayer through the microphone for transmission and reproduction via teletechnology. On these programs the audience actually bears witness to the event itself, the live event, the very moment of the production of prayer, via a medium that tends, as Derrida puts it, to efface, or at least that is the simulacrum, the technological apparatus and the structure of reproduction that made it possible. Derrida himself does not go on to develop differences within Christianity at this point, but we might wish to. While the mediatization of a Catholic Mass does indeed attempt to represent the coming of real presence, the Eucharist by means of the camera, there is still, it seems, an element of the spectacle about it, of the Mass as an object of the viewer's gaze. Prayer is thus captured by the camera but not, it seems, produced for it. But in various forms of televangelism, prayer is actually produced for the camera, through the microphone. The voice performs the speech act of prayer not simply live before the camera but with, through, and for it, as if its mediatization or virtualization were its very element and breath, its very life. We can perhaps now understand the centrality of television in Derrida's analysis, the production of what I have called a telegenic voice that links the image to the voice and the voice to a live event, or at least that's the simulacrum. For television, more effectively than other media, Derrida claims, presents the simulacrum of live presence and so lends itself to a unique kind of authority and credulity. And it does this, curiously, crucially, not by means of the characteristic we would assume to be central to television, namely, the image, but by means of the voice, or the voice in conjunction with the image, a voice that presents itself as being as close as possible to the event itself. What is most new, most powerful in what we are discussing here is not so much the production and transmission of images, but of the voice. If one holds the voice to be an auto-effective medium, a medium that presents itself as se donner pour being auto-effective, even if it isn't, an element of absolute presence, then the fact of being able to keep the voice of someone who is dead or radically absent, of being able to record, I mean reproduce and transmit, the voice of the dead or of the absent living, is an unheard of inouï possibility, unique and without precedent. AANJ, the unheard of power of radio and television as opposed, for example, to painting or photography comes from the reproduction of a voice that is heard, a voice that presents itself as se donner pour, that gives itself, out, as an auto-effective medium, even if it is not. In television the voice presents itself, precisely, as auto-effective, an element of absolute presence, thereby giving the impression that we are witnessing the very production of syndication, as close as possible to the living breath of the speaker. Though one knows very well, and this is the most rudimentary knowledge concerning what television is in reality, that there is never anything live, AANJ, the voice we hear on radio or television presents itself as live. That is the unique authority of the voice, especially, perhaps, when it is attached to the image of what we believe to be its source, the living source of life itself. Hence the power of television is vocal, Derrida argues, at least as much as radio, and its unheard of authority stems from the fact that the artificial and synthetic recomposition of a voice is much less suspect than is that of an image, AANJ. Whereas the image can always be questioned in its purity and its presence, its authenticity doubted, the voice presents itself to experience as much more natural, much more alive, and so much less suspect. What Derrida argues here about television is repeated in an interview from With Regard to Cinema. He there argues that the recording of the voice is one of the most important phenomena of the 20th century insofar it gives to living presence a possibility of being there anew that is without equal and without precedent, cf. The integration of sound and, in particular, of the voice in cinema was thus not, for Derrida, some mere supplement to be celebrated or, for those advocates of a pure cinema, lamented, but rather a return to the origins of cinema that allowed it to fool its original vocation. Hence Derrida can argue that there is in cinema an absolutely singular modality of belief, cf., that stems from the reproduction not of the image but of the voice. For the genetic imprint voice, speech is more credible, better accredited, than the cinematographic imprint, cf. The power of television can thus be understood in one of two ways: either it stems, as in radio, from the mere reproduction of the voice, its extraordinary power simply the result of its worldwide dominance over the past few decades, or it stems from the voice's ability not only to neutralize or overcome the suspicion that is always cast on the image but actually to convert that suspicion into belief as the voice is reattached via the image to what seems to be the place of its production. Derrida seems to suggest the latter in a couple of places in Above All, No Journalists. He argues that television, as opposed now to radio and other media, gives access through the voice or the voice in conjunction with the image to the thing itself, to the productive source of syndication itself. The presumption remains, and with it, the common prejudice, the structural credulity that television, by contrast with printed newspapers and radio, allows you to see the thing itself, to see what touches. Like the 10,000 persons in the auditorium, one is confronted with the thing itself, AANJ. To see what touches, says Derrida, we saw earlier in Faith and Knowledge this conjunction of the visual and the digital, of eye and enger, When Derrida spoke of digital systems and virtually immediate panoptical visualization, airspace, telecommunications satellites, information highways, concentration of capitalistic mediatic power in 3 words, digital culture, jet, and TV. It is this seeming kinesthesia, this apparent conjunction of voice and image, one might even say voice and phenomenon, that seems to touch us in our very hearts and give us the impression that we are in proximity to the production of life itself. It is because phenomenal auto-affection refers us to a living proximity, to the emitting, productive source, something the camera that captures an image does not do. The recording of the voice reproduces a production. The vocal image is the image of a living production and not of an object as spectacle. In this sense it is not even an image any longer, but the reproduction of the thing itself, of production itself. AANJ, and then Derrida adds to this claim in Above All, No Journalists, a couple of lines that recall the basic impulse of the deconstruction of phonocentrism from signature event context right up through learning to live finally. I am always overwhelmed when I hear the voice of someone who is dead, as I am not when I see a photograph or an image of the dead person. I can also be touched, presently, by the recorded speech of someone who is dead. I can, here and now, be affected by a voice from beyond the grave. All that is needed is to hear, here and now, what was, in the restored present of a self-affection, the listening to self-speaking of the other dead as another living present. AANJ, it is as if the auto-affection of the voice effaces or presents itself as having effaced the distance of television, as if the spatiality of the visual image, a spatiality that always makes the image suspect, liable to reproduction and falsification, has given way to the pure temporality of the living voice, as if, in the reproduction of voices, we were watching the self-production and auto-archiving of life itself. If Derridian deconstruction began by questioning the relationship in philosophy between speech and writing, if all of Derrida's questions seem to have been historically conditioned by advances in writing technology from the codex to the printing press, all those things decried by philosophers from Plato to Rousseau to Heidegger, it was, it seems, certain technologies developed for recording speech or the voice that affected Derrida most and helped demonstrate the written qualities of all speech: the phonograph, the gramophone, the tape recorder, the answering machine, and here radio and television. With the latter, there is thus reproduction as reproduction of life by itself, and the production is archived as the source, not as an image it is an image, but an image that effaces itself as image key s efface come image, a representation that offers itself as pure presentation. Life itself can be archived and spectralized in its self-affection, whereas when someone presents himself to be seen he does not necessarily see himself. In the voice, self-affection itself is, supposedly, recorded and communicated, AANJ. There is thus in television a claim of transparency toward the thing itself, including the self-effacement of the media, a claim that the media destroys itself or carries itself away, immunizes itself against itself, where progress consists in claiming to efface oneself ever more effectively, AANJ. We here see Derrida's earlier language of self-effacement and self or auto-affection coming into contact with the language of auto-immunity, a conjunction that cannot but suggest a certain relationship, perhaps even auto-affection, between two rather distant parts of Derrida's corpus. We have seen Derrida speak in Above All, No Journalists, of a medium that presents itself as se donner pour being auto-effective, of an image that effaces itself as image key s efface come image, and then of a medium that immunizes itself against itself by claiming a kind of transparency toward the thing itself. It is this language of transparency, or of a putative transparency, of self-effacement and the presumption of auto-affection, that brings us back to the very origins of deconstruction. If these analyses of religion and media from the S are thus interesting, even fascinating, in their own right, they take on new relevance and interest when related to some of Derrida's earliest works. For the terms used to describe the mediatization of the voice on television, a medium that presents itself as a transparent or pure auto-affection, an image that effaces itself as image, and so on are precisely those used by Derrida back in Speech and Phenomena and elsewhere to develop a critique of phonocentrism in Husserl's theory of the sign. He there writes, for example, my words are alive because they seem not to leave me, not to fall outside me, outside my breath, at a visible distance. The phenomenon of speech, the phenomenological voice, gives itself out se done in this manner, sp, for the same idiom, csp. The voice thus presents itself as, or gives itself out as, what is alive inasmuch as it seems not to leave or to fall outside the living speaker. It thus presents itself in a way that seems to efface its signifying body, that is, its dead, mechanical body, giving access to the thing itself. Again, in Speech and Phenomena, this immediate presence results from the fact that the phenomenological body of the signer seems to fade away as effacer at the very moment it is produced, sp. What Derrida says about the voice in his analysis of religion and media thus resonates rather uncannily with what he argued some 3 decades earlier in Speech and Phenomena about the auto-affection of the voice. And it is absolutely resonant with the way he goes on in Speech and Phenomena to contrast the phenomenological experience of the voice with other non-phonic forms of signification, including, and especially, the visual image. The objection will perhaps be raised that this interiority belongs to the phenomenological and ideal aspect of every signer. And yet every non-phonic signer involves a spatial reference in its very phenomenon, in the phenomenological, non-worldly, sphere of experience in which it is given. The sense of being outside, in the world, is an essential component of its phenomenon. Apparently there is nothing like this in the phenomenon of speech. In phenomenological interiority, hearing oneself and seeing oneself are 2 radically different orders of self-relation. Sp. The voice gives itself in such a way as to efface itself, to make itself transparent, in a way the image does not. When I see myself, either because I gaze upon a limited region of my body or because it is reflected in a mirror, what is outside the sphere of my own has already entered the eld of this auto-affection, with the result that it is no longer pure, sp. Hearing oneself and seeing oneself are indeed, as Derrida argued back in Speech and Phenomena and as his analyses of television lead one to believe he still believes, 2 radically different orders of self-relation. For in hearing oneself speak, the signer would become perfectly diaphanous due to the absolute proximity to the signed. This proximity is broken when, instead of hearing myself speak, I see myself write or gesture, sp. What is reduced in this proximity of the self to itself in hearing oneself speak is thus nothing less than the body itself, or space in general, indeed, any notion of exteriority as that which is necessary for the sign's repetition. Pure auto-affection was thus understood by Derrida in Speech and Phenomena in the context of his reading of Husserl as nothing less than the temporal process of signification pure of all exteriority or spatiality. Though Derrida would go on to argue, of course, that this pure inwardness of speech, or of the hearing oneself speak, is radically contradicted by time itself, sp. That repetition, space, exteriority, and the other are also essential to the constitution of time, the lure or phantasm of this pure auto-affection remains. Moreover, it is the lure or phantasm of such an auto-affection that gives rises, through the reduction of all exteriority, to the very constitution of universality. As pure auto-affection, the operation of hearing oneself speak seems to reduce even the inward surface of one's own body. This is why hearing oneself speak s entendre parler is experienced as an absolutely pure auto-affection, occurring in a self-proximity that would in fact be the absolute reduction of space in general. It is this purity that makes it T for universality. Requiring the intervention of no determinate surface in the world, being produced in the world as pure auto-affection, it is a signifying substance absolutely at our disposition. For the voice meets no obstacle to its emission in the world precisely because it is produced as pure auto-affection, sp. In of grammatology, written right around the same time as Speech and Phenomena, the voice is characterized yet again as a pure auto-affection that is able to efface, or at least that is the illusion, the exteriority and materiality of the signer. The voice is heard, understood, that undoubtedly is what is called conscience closest to the self as the absolute effacement of The signier pure auto-affection that necessarily has the form of time and which does not borrow from outside of itself, in the world or in reality, any accessory signier, any substance of expression foreign to its own spontaneity, og. The fact that this effacement of the signier or this experience of effacement is but an illusion or a phantasm does little to dampen its effect. On the contrary, its effect comes precisely from the fact that it is an illusion or phantasm. As Derrida goes on to argue in Of Grammatology, this experience of the effacement of the signier in the voice is not merely one illusion among many, since it is the condition of the very idea of truth. This illusion lura is the history of truth, and it cannot be dissipated so quickly, og. In other words, it is the illusion of such an effacement of the signier, the phantasm of total transparency and spontaneity, that makes possible the very constitution of truth as ideality. It is the unique experience of the synod producing itself spontaneously, from within the self, and nevertheless, as synod concept, in the element of ideality or universality. The unworldly character of this substance of expression is constitutive of this ideality, og. These references to universality in both speech and phenomena and of grammatology bring us back almost immediately, almost without detour, I'm tempted to say almost sans souffle, to the themes of mediatization and globalization that we have been following throughout this chapter. Television lends itself to universalization better than other media, not simply because it can transmit images globally, but because, in reproducing the voice, it can give the impression of reproducing the very moment of auto-affection. In filming what is live, it can give the impression of presenting the very moment of the event and the very production of signification. The universality of signification is thus to be found not in the image but in a vocal sign that would seem to efface itself before the synod. In his Speech and Phenomena, Derrida demonstrates how Husserl's description of the phenomenological experience of the voice in its seeming intimacy and proximity to self leads to an interpretation of the voice and of significance in general that connects with what is said elsewhere in Husserl about the very nature of signification, including the signification of speech. Husserl, like many thinkers before him, would have fallen prey to the temptation of thinking that the voice can, in short, archive itself, that it can signify in an interior space that has been purged of all space and all exteriority. But this temptation, this mistake, if you will, has its basis in a certain phenomenological experience of the voice. When we take such experience into account, it is hardly any wonder that Husserl or Saussure, or Rousseau, or Plato, for that matter, would have understood the voice to be more natural than writing, closer to a pure auto-affection. The experience of the voice lends itself to just such an interpretation, even though, upon scrutiny, upon reaction and analysis, such an interpretation is inconsistent with the general theory of signification. The problem thus arises not so much in experience but in the interpretation of that experience, as the seeming priority of the voice is uncritically opposed to the secondariness and exteriority of writing, so as then to be adopted as the ideal of signification in general. Derrida's interpretation of Husserl in Speech and Phenomena, a title that, as I suggested at the outset of this chapter, would be better translated as Voice and Phenomenon, would thus seem to be the basis, in part, of his understanding some 3 decades later of the unique power of television and, particularly, of the power of the voice in television. In both places it is the seeming proximity and auto-affection of the voice that is emphasized. This seeming is essential here, the sign of allure or phantasm that endures even when the voice is mediated through teletechnology. Indeed, the seeming intimacy and auto-affectivity of the voice appear to remain intact in teletechnology, perhaps even augmented through teletechnology, and this is what allowed Derrida, around the time of Faith and Knowledge, to compare the auto-affectivity of the voice to one of the most widespread examples of today's teletechnology. In a session of his seminar on hospitality, Derrida contrasts in a striking way the deracinating, universalizing force of teletechnology with the, putatively, rooted and resistant and yet absolutely mobile power of the voice or of speech, a sort of cell phone or mobile phone avant la lettre. Whereas the telephone, the television, the fax, or email, the internet as well, all introduce ubiquitous disruption, and the rootlessness of place, the dislocation of the house, the infraction into the home, speech, the mother tongue seems to resist this dislocation. A force of resistance, speech is nonetheless the portable condition of all mobilities. In order to use the fax or the cellular phone, I have to be carrying on me, with me, in me, as me, the most mobile of telephones, called a language, a mouth, and an ear, which make it possible to hear yourself speaking, OFH. The voice is thus at once absolutely rooted and resistant and absolutely mobile and portable, a center or home that I carry along with me wherever I go. The voice is my internal cell phone and I am its carrier, granting myself unlimited long-distance calls and absolutely no roaming charges. At once rooted and portable, resistant and mobile, the self-presence and auto-affection of the voice bear all the signs of what Derrida called from some of his very earliest texts right up through his last, a phantasm. Here, in Of Hospitality in January, less than a year after completing and signing Faith and Knowledge, Derrida calls the self-relation and auto-affection of the voice the most enduring of phantasms. What we are describing here, which is not the same as endorsing it, is the most unbreakable of fantasies. Le plus increastivable de phantasmes, the most undeedable or indefatigable of phantasms. For that which doesn't leave me in this way, language, is also, in reality, in necessity, beyond the fantasy, that which never ceases to depart from me, OFH. If the experience of the voice gives us the fantasy or presents us with the phantasm of pure self-presence, auto-affection, and auto-appropriation, analysis and scrutiny of the form of speech, the reality, so to speak, of the voice, and of language in general, demonstrates precisely the opposite, namely, a constant distancing of the self from itself and an exappropriation of the self by itself. Indeed, it demonstrates that the voice is never simply one's own but is from the outset taken up in structures of signification that lead it away from itself. But even more, this phantasm of hearing oneself speak appears so powerful, so unbreakable, that it seems to operate even in my experience of another hearing him or herself speak. What we experience in ourselves, the apparent proximity of the voice to itself, appears to be the basis of our assumption or perhaps even our experience of the same or a similar self-proximity of the voice in another. The contrast Derrida drew from the S right up through the S between the phenomenological experience of seeing oneself and hearing oneself speak appears to be basis, in above all, no journalists, and elsewhere, of the contrast between the experience of seeing and hearing another speak on television, the experience, that is, of witnessing the auto-affection of another in speech or, in an exemplary fashion, in prayer. It is as if everything Derrida argued in Speech and Phenomena about the self hearing itself speak were now being used to interpret or understand the other or the other's voice on television, which I seem to hear or experience as a self-production even though it is not my own. This argument concerning one's experience of the other's voice has some precedent in Derrida's early work. Already back in Of Grammatology in, Derrida argues something similar in a passage where he parses Rousseau's claims about the relationship between seeing and hearing, before going on in his own voice, in his own name, it seems, to endorse Rousseau's insight and send the reader in a footnote back to Speech and Phenomena. Derrida writes in Of Grammatology, I can close my eyes, I can avoid being touched by that which I see and that which is perceptible at a distance. But my passivity and my passion are totally open. And then Derrida cites Rousseau, two accents to which one may not conceal one's organ, which penetrate through it to the bottom of one's heart, and carry there in spite of us the movements which draw them forth. And Derrida then adds to this quote from Rousseau just before sending us in a footnote back to Speech and Phenomena. Voice penetrates into me violently, it is the privileged route for forced entry and interiorization, whose reciprocity produces itself in the hearing oneself speak, in the structure of the voice and of interlocution. In the end, the distinction between hearing myself speak and hearing the voice of the other that touches and penetrates me is a false one, or, better, a deconstructible one. For my voice too always comes from outside me, like the voice of another, as the voice of another, before being interiorized and appearing to me as what is most fully mine and what is most truly living within me. Indeed, what we seem to see or hear in the speech act, what we seem to bear witness to in a voice that is as close as possible to the living breath, is nothing other than the self-production of life itself in oneself or st of all, but also, it seems, by analogy, in the other. As Derrida argued in Speech and Phenomena, we ought to consider, on the one hand, that the element of signification or the substance of expression which best seems to preserve ideality and living presence in all its forms is living speech, the spirituality of the breath as phone, and, on the other hand, that phenomenology, the metaphysics of presence in the form of ideality, is also a philosophy of life, sp. Derrida's analysis of phenomenology as a philosophy of life would have thus been at the origin, it seems, of his rethinking some 30 years later of the televisual image and of the telegenic voice associated with it. It was those early analyses of Husserl and others that would have allowed Derrida to watch TV with a different ear. When the spatiality of the image is thus attached to what presents itself as the purely auto-affective, purely temporal movement of the voice, when the image, which is always suspect, seems to give way to the seeming transparency of a voice that is as close as possible to the event and to the very self-production of life, then, well, it is hard not to believe even at a distance. To be clear, and above all, no journalists, is exceedingly clear on this point, Derrida is not opposing representation via the media to some putatively live, direct, and non-mediatic self-presence in perception. The choice is not between media and presence, says Derrida, because the presentation of presence itself supposes a mediatic structure, aanj. The media in its most general sense is the very condition of presence in perception and thus of desire in general. As soon as I form a phrase there is already fragmentation, repetition, iterability, a mediatic machine is already at work. This only in aims. The desire, the dream of the non-fragmented body. Fortunately or not, autoimmunity resides within the living body, the living present, and fragmentation is itself the condition of this desire. Should one succeed, against all the media in the world, in reaching the body proper, it would be the end of desire, the end of everything. Aanj, fragmentation, mediation, repetition, and reproduction are the condition of both perception and desire, not the end or perversion of these. Recalling, and there is no coincidence in Derrida's choice of example, the common experience of having on the phone an experience of desire, of presence that is much more intense than certain face-to-face situations, aanj, Derrida argues that there is no desire before the media, no time, and no life before the machine, even if the phantasm of a life before the machine is but the other side of this desire. And Derrida's point is that certain media, and chief among them television, are better able to efface themselves in order to produce such a phantasm, that is, in order to simulate a life before media and the machine. As we have seen, religion is, for Derrida, an essentially Christian notion related to the movements of globalization, universalization, and mediatization. But because the essence of this universalization and mediatization is the putative self-effacement of the medium through the auto-affection attributed to the voice, to the self-production and life of the voice, then we might say not, as we did in the previous chapter, in the beginning is the machine, but so much closer to the animating breath of our tradition, in the beginning is the miracle of the voice, or at least that's the phantasm. In this genesis of the metaphysics of presence, which, though a phantasm, will have exercised such an authority over us, it will have always been the voice, not the image, that is telegenic. The entire history of metaphysics, Derrida argues, is thus bound up with this project or projection of a voice that would seem to be coincident with itself, present to itself, able to speak and broadcast itself without exteriority or alterity, and thus without death and thus without life. To cite Derrida's Speech and Phenomena one more time, the history of metaphysics therefore can be expressed as the unfolding of the structure or schema of an absolute will to hear oneself speak. A voice without difference, a voice without writing, is at once absolutely alive and absolutely dead, sp. To present a voice at a distance, a voice that, despite the distance, would seem to be live and without difference, a voice that would be the simulacrum of a life without death, purely temporal and without exteriority, that is the miracle of the phantasm, or, same difference, the phantasm of the miracle. And that is the secret of television, a far cry, to be sure, from the secret that took place but was never recorded, and was certainly never broadcast live, from Mount Moriah. Messianicity Kura democracy. In chapter we claimed that Derrida identifies two sources of religion, one of which is the common source of both religion and science, namely, a kind of originary or elementary faith, the barest foundation of every social bond. This reading of faith and knowledge is justified by just about everything Derrida says about these two sources in this essay and in the texts we have been reading around it. There are, however, a few places in faith and knowledge where Derrida's language lends itself to some ambiguity with regard to these sources. One such passage is found at the end of, where Derrida says he wishes to give two names to the duplicity of these origins, to name these two sources, these two fountains or these two tracks that are still invisible in the desert, to lend them two names that are still historical. Given everything said thus far about the two sources of religion, we might expect Derrida to go on to speak of an experience of the sacred that must remain indemned, on the one hand, and a testimonial act of faith, on the other. Instead, Derrida goes on to write to do this, let us refer provisionally, I emphasize this, and for pedagogical or rhetorical reasons RST to the Messianic, and second to the Kura, as I have tried to do more minutely, more patiently and, I hope, more rigorously elsewhere. Though Derrida's language of sources and fountains at the beginning of this passage would lead the reader to believe that he is talking about the two sources of religion as I have identified them, we soon see that Derrida is instead gesturing in the direction of Kura and the Messianic, both of which are to be identified, as I hope to demonstrate more clearly in what follows, with the second source of religion and not with the two sources. A more complete reading of this passage, which begins, noctural light, therefore, more and more obscure, and which goes on to speak of the ambiguity or the duplicity of the religious trait or retreat, of its abstraction or of its subtraction, would confirm this suggestion. The duplicity Derrida is speaking of here is thus not that of the two sources of religion but of two historical names for the second source, two names from two historical traditions, the Judeo-Christian and the Greek, as well as two different orientations or valences for this second source, one essentially temporal, the Messianic, and the other essentially spatial, Kura, even if, of course, our notions of time and space will have to be rethought on the basis of these names. That these two names are indeed to be thought in temporal and spatial terms can be seen in a passage from Soph el-Enam, Postscriptum, where Derrida speaks of two abysses, one related to eschatology and historical revelation, terms linked throughout faith and knowledge to the Messianic, and the other to non-temporality and an absolute impassibility. That gives rise to everything that it is not, terms related to Kura. This exemplarism joins and disjoins at once. On one side, on one way, a profound and abyssal eternity, fundamental but accessible to Messianism in general, to the tele-eschatological narrative and to a certain experience or historical, or historial, revelation, on the other side, on the other way, the non-temporality of an abyss without bottom or surface, an absolute impassibility, neither life nor death, that gives rise to everything that it is not. In fact, two abysses. Sn, once again, it is as if Derrida is suggesting that in order to think religion today and the bare foundation that makes it possible, one must rethink not only the Judeo-Christiano-Islamic messianic tradition by means of what Derrida will call a messianicity without messianism, but the Greek philosophical tradition by means of something that will have resisted Greek thought from within and from the very beginning, namely, Kura. It is in this chiasm between the Messianic and Kura, between a rethinking of temporality and a reinscription of spatiality, between the religions of the book and Plato's Timaeus, this Bible avant la lettre, AV, that Derrida might say again what he said in Violence and Metaphysics with a line from Joyce: Greek is Greekua. Extremes meet, CWD. In this chapter, I would like to look at these two historical names for the second source that can resemble a desertification but that must be thought in relationship to the tertiary link that would precede all determinate community, all positive religion, every onto anthropotheological horizon, and that would link pure singularities prior to any social or political determination. In both cases Derrida is trying to think a link that must be understood only in relationship to a kind of interruption, to a certain without, in the case of a messianicity without messianism, or a certain withdrawal, in the case of Kura, that opens up the possibility of religion without being reducible to any determinate form of religion. In each of these two historical names, one from a religious tradition and one from philosophy, Derrida will locate a promise of universality that will allow him to criticize, to deconstruct, if you will, all determinate religious traditions. But before turning to the Messianic and to Kura, another possible ambiguity needs to be cleared, a distinction or relation in faith and knowledge that seems to run parallel to that between Kura and everything that appears within it, or, indeed, between the Messianic and all determinate messianisms, namely, the relationship between revealability and revelation. I addressed this question briefly in chapter when I spoke of light as a possible source of both religion and science, the common source of all revelation and all truth. I would like to argue here again that, despite the appearances, the language of revelation and revealability is ultimately more problematic for Derrida than that of either messianicity or Kura. Though all three might be taken as expressing the exact same aporia, dilemma, or oscillation between a universal experience of revealability, or messianism, or appearing and determinate or concrete revelations, messianisms, and appearances, there are good reasons for Derrida to want to displace these more traditional terms of revealability and revelation and speak instead of messianism and of Kura. Derrida will seem to need better resources within these two historical names for thinking the relationship between the universal and the singular than he will in the seemingly ahistorical language of revealability and revelation. While Derrida will thus never completely abandon the language of revelation and revealability, we see in faith and knowledge a marked preference for these two historical names that will allow him both to critique the underlying trope of light in revelation and to displace the problematic into a rethinking of time, in the form of a messianicity that opens the future beyond all time as presence, space, in the form of Kura as the groundless ground that lets things take place without or before being situated in space, and the name, in the form of historical names that do not try to pass themselves off as universal or ahistorical conditions but as promises that are at once conditioning and conditioned. It will thus be no coincidence that, after having raised this question of what is conditioning and what conditioned, of the transcendental and the empirical, in its more traditional terms, that is, in terms of a general structure of revealability, offenbarkeit, and determinate revelations, offenbarung, Derrida will go on to develop the question not in these terms but, rather, in terms of messianicity and Kura, placing equal emphasis, at least at RST, on both but ultimately devoting more time and space in the essay Faith and Knowledge and in subsequent texts to the second. If the question of the relationship between revealability and revelation, between a general structure of religion or religiosity and the revealed religions of the book, the question, that is, of the relative priority or originarity of the one with regard to the other, is not Derrida's primary question in Faith and Knowledge, it is not surprising that it has been treated as such in the secondary literature. For it is in this form and in these terms that Derrida's essay can be read alongside Kant's, Hegel's, or Heidegger's treatment of the same question. While it will be impossible to do justice here to the nuances of this debate in the secondary literature, it is essential to indicate one possible path through it. As many of his critics have argued, Derrida does indeed end himself caught on the horns of a traditional dilemma regarding the priority of revelation versus revealability. Rather than try to resolve or dissolve the dilemma, Derrida attempts to displace it into other contexts and other lexica so as to develop another, deconstructive, logic of the name. In the end, we will see why Derrida would write so much in the years just before and after Faith and Knowledge of these two historical names, the Messianic and Kura, and why the question of revealability is almost always developed not in its own terms but in relationship to these names. Having argued in that religion in the West is always related to light, to the trope of light, to appearances and phenomena, to a certain revelation or coming to light, Derrida invokes the Heideggerian distinction between revelation, offenbarung, and revealability, offenbarkeit. Since offenbar suggests what is clear, evident, manifest, obvious, even public. The distinction here is between everything that appears in the light, everything that becomes manifest and so can be relied on or trusted, looked at or believed in, everything that is revealed or can be revealed, and the originary opening or manifesting of such revelations. Light, foes, wherever this archie commands or begins discourse and takes the initiative in general, foes, phanesthai, phantasma, hence. Spectre, etc., as much in the discourse of philosophy as in the discourses of a revelation, a phenbarung, or of a revealability, a phenbarket, of a possibility more originary than manifestation. More originary, which is to say, closer to the source, to the sole and same source. Everywhere light dictates that which even yesterday was naively construed to be pure of all religion or even opposed to it and whose future must today be rethought, Aufklärung, Lumiere's, Enlightenment, Illuminismo. This relationship between revelation and revealability looks, to be sure, a lot like the two sources of religion we have seen in faith and knowledge, the one related to specific, historically conditioned revelations, and the other to revealability as what precedes, exceeds, or conditions all revelation or all coming to appearance in general, whether in religion or in science. It also looks a lot like Derrida's distinction between religion and faith, or law and justice, or even, as Hent de Vries has argued, the Levinasian distinction between le did, or a phenbarung, and le dire, or a phenbarket. And yet the emphasis on light, on what is obvious, clear, or manifest, on the one hand, and the condition of that clarity, on the other, should give us some pause in this identification of revelation with one of the two sources of religion, with the safe and sound, the indemnid, and revealability with the other, that is, with faith and testimony. For this trope of light, of coming to light or coming to appear, seems to determine both revelation and revealability in a way that would seem to trouble or ill-serve what Derrida suggested earlier regarding the second source of both religion and science, namely, that it is beyond all proof or demonstration, all monstration, all coming or bringing to light. While the very notion of revealability might, of course, be thought otherwise, that is, in terms of a transcendental or quasi-transcendental structure that withdraws from that which it conditions, it seems that Derrida wants to resist posing the question in exactly these terms even as he recognizes their historical importance. Derrida thus calls the relationship between revealability and revelation an aporia, and while it bears a striking resemblance to the aporia between messianicity and messianism, it is this emphasis on light that should distinguish them from one another. Derrida writes in a passage that ends with a reference to Heidegger or, rather, to a certain Heidegger which should put us on guard against thinking that this is really Derrida's formulation of the question, even if, at the outset of this passage, Derrida seems to suggest precisely that in its most abstract form, then, the aporia within which we are struggling would perhaps be the following: is revealability, a phenbarket, more originary than revelation, a phenbarung, and hence independent of all religion? Independent in the structures of its experience and in the analytics relating to them? Is this not the place in which reacting faith at least originates, if not this faith itself? Or rather, inversely, would the event of revelation have consisted in revealing revealability itself, and the origin of light, the originary light, the very invisibility of visibility? This is perhaps what the believer or the theologian might say here, in particular the Christian of originary Christendom, of that Urchristentum in the Lutheran tradition to which Heidegger acknowledges owing so much. Derrida is thus asking here whether revelation is conditioned by revealability or whether revealability is conditioned by an event of revelation. Though clearly engaged by this aporia, which has its origins in Kant and Heidegger, and clearly tempted to grant a certain priority to a universal structure of revealability over determinate revelations, Derrida will not go on to affirm the priority of either revelation or revealability but will instead mark what de Vries calls an oscillation between the two, before going on to displace or reinscribe the problematic in terms of messianicity and chara. The problematic is thus RST displaced by reinscribing the relationship between revealability and revelation in terms of the two sources of religion distinguished throughout faith and knowledge. What we have identified as the second source of religion will thus make possible but not necessary any particular, determinate religion, while any particular, determinate religion will presuppose and wreak the source that made it possible. Derrida begins his argument here by repeating his hypothesis regarding the two sources. Let us remember the hypothesis of these two sources. On the one hand, the douchiary ity of condens, trustworthiness abilite or of trust ants, belief, faith, credit, and so on, and on the other, the unscathed-ness of the unscathed, the safe and sound, the immune, the holy, the sacred, heilig. He then goes on to describe the relationship between these two sources, or what he also calls these axioms, in language that resembles that used to describe the relationship between offenbarung and offenbarkeit, revelation and revealability. Perhaps what in the RST place ought to be stressed is this: each of these axioms, as such, already wreaks and presupposes the other. Secondly, both of these two axioms render possible, but not necessary, something like a religion, which is to say, an instituted apparatus consisting of dogmas or of articles of faith that are both determinate and inseparable from a given historical socius. Church, clergy, socially legitimate authority, people, shared idiom, community of the faithful committed to the same faith and sanctioning the same history. In saying that each axiom wreaks and presupposes the other, Derrida would seem to be suggesting that every determinate religion wreaks and presupposes an elementary faith, and that this elementary faith opens up the possibility at least of a determinate religion without determining any particular religion. Indeed, one could even say that this elementary faith continues to open up the possibility of determinate religions even when no religion is in fact determined, that is, even when what is determined is some secular relationship or even scientific community. As such, a gap in écart, which might then become a trace, remains irreducible between this possibility as a universal structure and the determinate necessity of any given religion. But the gap écart between the opening of this possibility, as a universal structure, and the determinate necessity of this or that religion will always remain irreducible, and sometimes it operates within each religion, between on the one hand that which keeps it closest to its pure and proper possibility, and on the other, its own historically determined necessities or authorities. Thus, one can always criticize, reject, or combat this or that form of sacredness or of belief, even of religious authority, in the name of the most original possibility. The latter can be universal, faith or trustworthiness, good faith as the condition of testimony, of the social bond, and even of the most radical questioning, or already particular, for example belief in a specific originary event of revelation, of promise, or of injunction, as in the reference to the tables of the law, to early Christianity, to some fundamental word or scripture, more archaic and more pure than all clerical or theological discourse. But it seems impossible to deny the possibility in whose name, thanks to which the derived necessity, the authority or determinate belief, would be put in question, suspended, rejected or criticized, even deconstructed. Notice the relationship here between possibility and universality in what has been identified as the second source of religion, the common source of both religion and science. While it might have looked as if respect or reticence before the sacred was the best candidate for such a universal structure for religion, we see here once again why elementary faith, the social bond, is an even better one. Such an elementary faith is better at questioning not only determinate forms of the sacred but the very distinction between the sacred and the secular, religion and science. It is only in the name of this most originary possibility, in the name of the second source of religion, the elementary faith that is at the origin of both science and religion, that Derrida believes we are able to put in question, suspend, criticize or deconstruct Roman Occidentality and the bond it has contracted with the Abrahamic revelations only by means of a universality that is not determined and thus limited by some determinate religion, a universality related to a testimonial faith as a general structure of experience. Will Derrida be able to show not only that a determinate, Abrahamic, revelation may indeed have been the condition for thinking revealability itself, as light or as coming to light, but that both revelation and revealability need to be thought in relationship to the elementary faith or testimonial engagement that opens up history in the RST place. In other words, only a notion of elementary faith as the second source of religion and science can help demonstrate the limitations of structuring the question around the relationship between revealability and revelation. If, as Derrida argues, the testamentary and Quranic revelations are inseparable from a historicity of revelation itself, then it would seem that the one cannot be thought without the other, and that this historicity is itself already somewhat determined and not at all the universal structure that it would seem to be, or, more importantly, that it would present itself to be. Derrida's RST attempt to reformulate the relation between the singular and universal, revelation and revealability, can thus be seen in this attempt to map the two sources of religion onto these distinctions. The distinction between singular beliefs and determinate religions, on the one hand, and a universal faith, on the other, will allow Derrida to argue that faith opens up the possibility of religion without determining any religion in particular. It will also allow him to show that the faith that opens up the possibility of religion opens up at the same time the possibility of science as well as the socius. But because such Kantian distinctions between faith and belief or reacting faith and dogmatic religion have their own limitations and quickly lead to the aporia, identified above, between a general structure of revealability, or faith, and determinate revelations, or beliefs, Derrida will risk two other historical names, messianicity and Qura, in order to reinscribe and displace the aporia. We will look at Derrida's treatment of these two historical names in a moment. But since I have been granting some priority to texts written around the same time as faith and knowledge, let us look briefly at how Derrida, in Archive Fever, a lecture RST presented in London on June, that is, just months after the conference in Capri, rephrases the question of revealability in terms of the archive. As we will see, this rephrasing is, once again, a reinscription and displacement of the question of revelation and revealability in its traditional form. The question for Derrida in this rewriting of faith and knowledge is whether it is some event within the archive that makes the archivability of events possible, or whether it is an originary archivability that makes possible the archive. With respect to this presupposition or this pre-understanding, we end ourselves here before an aporia. I have attempted to struggle with this elsewhere, and I shall say only a word about it. From the point of view of the archive, does one base one's thinking of the future on an archived event with or without substrate, with or without actuality, for example on a divine injunction or on a messianic covenant? Or else, on the contrary, can an experience an existence, in general, only receive and record, only archive such an event to the extent that the structure of this existence and of its temporalization makes this archivization possible? In other words, does one need a RST archive in order to conceive of originary archivability? Or vice versa? This is the whole question of the relation between the event of the religious revelation, offenbarung, and a revealability, offenbarkeit, a possibility of manifestation, the prior thought of what opens toward the arrival or toward the coming of such an event. Is it not true that the logic of the after the fact, Nachtraglichkeit, which is not only at the heart of psychoanalysis, but even, literally, the sinews of all deferred, Nachträglich, obedience, turns out to disrupt, disturb, entangle forever the reassuring distinction between the two terms of this alternative, as between the past and the future, that is to say, between the three actual presents, which would be the past present, the present present, and the future present? In any case, there would be no future without repetition. AF, this displacement of the problematic into the question of the archive does more than just repeat the aporia in other terms. In posing the question of priority or originarity in terms of the archive and archivability rather than revelation and revealability, Derrida is able to address questions about the role of the substrate of the archive, the technical supplement that is required by an archive, and thus the possibility of even thinking an event before its inscription and repetition in an archive. Moreover, the displacement leads to the insight that perhaps the two horns of the dilemma need to be thought not in terms of what conditions, revealability, and what is conditioned, revelation, or in terms of a transcendental structure and an empirical one, universality and singularity, but in terms that might trouble the simple temporality involved in saying that revealability is more originary than revelation, or that a revelation in history is what determines a historicity of revelation. Derrida suggests that the psychoanalytic concept of Nachtragligkeit can entangle forever the reassuring distinction between the two terms of this alternative, making it difficult if not impossible to determine which comes first insofar as the things we are talking about, events being archived, the archivization of the event, are perhaps not simply present and chronologically or logically prior in the way we have been led to believe. Perhaps that is why the two names we must now turn to in Derrida are precisely, and the quotation marks are, Derrida's historical, that is, names that appear in history and are marked by history, but that themselves name the opening of history itself and resist that history from within. Derrida speaks of the messianic, or of a messianicity without messianism, in several texts of the early s, but most prominently in Force of Law, RST presented in, and Spectres of Marx. In these texts, the messianic names, to cite faith and knowledge, the opening to the future or to the coming of the other as the advent of justice, but without horizon of expectation and without prophetic preguration. The messianic, or messianicity without messianism, is thus that which opens the possibility for every concrete messianism and yet exceeds such messianisms. It is the name of a time or of an awaiting where that which is always beyond our horizon of expectations, where the other or where death, where the radically unexpected and indeterminate, can come at any moment in history, but also, insofar as the unexpected cannot be understood from within the horizon of history, as an interruption of history. Derrida continues, the coming of the other can only emerge as a singular event when no anticipation sees it coming, when the other and death and radical evil can come as a surprise at any moment. Possibilities that both open and can always interrupt history, or at least the ordinary course of history. Messianicity without messianism is thus the name of an opening to what is radically other, an awaiting of that which cannot be closed off or determined by any particular revelation or messianism. This exceptional openness to the future must not be understood, however, as some exceptional moment within history that would have to be set apart from all other more banal, more ordinary, or more secular moments. This exceptional openness to an event that interrupts ordinary history is what makes ordinary history possible in the RST place. As that which exposes us to absolute surprise, to the best as well as the worst, to the miraculous as well as the traumatic, messianicity is for Derrida a general structure of experience. The messianic exposes itself to absolute surprise and, even if it always takes the phenomenal form of peace or of justice, it ought, exposing itself so abstractly, be prepared, waiting without awaiting itself, for the best as for the worst, the one never coming without opening the possibility of the other. At issue there is a general structure of experience. This messianic dimension does not depend upon any messianism, it follows no determinate revelation, it belongs properly to no Abrahamic religion, even if I am obliged here, among ourselves, for essential reasons of language and of place, of culture, of a provisional rhetoric and a historical strategy of which I will speak later, to continue giving it names marked by the Abrahamic religions. Derrida thus makes it clear that this messianicity does not belong to any religion, not even to Abrahamic religions in general, and, indeed, it is not even restricted to religion. There is no experience in general without messianicity. Derrida also emphasizes yet again that this name is provisional, part of a provisional rhetoric and historical strategy, the strategy, I think we could say, of deconstruction. That is why the name messianicity is not just another way of saying revealability. As a historical name that has itself been conditioned by what exceeds it, this name at once repeats a certain Judeo-Christiano-Islamic tradition of messianism and opens this tradition to the promise or the coming of what exceeds it. In Saf el-Enam, postscriptum, Derrida speaks of a singular exemplarism that at once roots and uproots the idiom, at once repeats the tradition from which the idiom has been drawn and opens it up to what is beyond it through displacement and translation. Each idiom, for example, Greek onto theology or Christian revelation, can testify for itself and for what it is not, not yet or forever, without this value of testimony, martyrdom, being itself totally determined by the inside of the idiom, Christian martyrdom, for example, SN. It is no doubt for this reason that Derrida put historical in scare quotes when speaking of Kura and Messianicity as two names that are still historical. These two names are historical at the same time as they open up and resist history from within. Like a desert in the desert, they are not ahistorical abstractions but, precisely, historical names to the extent that they name within a particular idiom, language, culture, tradition, and so on, an opening to what exceeds that language, culture, and tradition. Though revealability too, like Messianicity and Kura, is also a historical name indeed, what name is not, it passes itself off much more readily than these other two as a kind of universal, non-historical structure, as an ahistorical condition for all historical revelations. It is for this reason that Derrida displaces the problematic in faith and knowledge and elsewhere from the question of revealability to that of a messianicity without messianism and, ultimately, to Kura. In the passage cited above from Faith and Knowledge, Derrida links messianicity not only to absolute surprise to the possibility of the best as well as the worst but to a phenomenal form of peace or of justice. Though the messianic cannot be reduced to any of these forms, it nonetheless always takes the phenomenal form of peace or of justice. But let's now look closely at to see how Derrida relates this messianicity without messianism to justice understood in what appears to be a non-phenomenal sense, that is, to justice understood as the elementary faith or the act of faith that inhabits all religion and even all science. We will then see how Derrida begins to link the RST of the two historical names, messianicity without messianism, to the second, that is, to Kura. After having spoken of how this messianic dimension does not depend upon any messianism, that is, how this opening to the future is not itself determined by any determinate messianism, Derrida writes an invincible desire for justice is linked to this expectation. By definition, the latter is not and ought not to be certain of anything, either through knowledge, consciousness, conscience, foreseeability, or any kind of program as such. This abstract messianicity belongs from the very beginning to the experience of faith, of believing, of a credit that is irreducible to knowledge and of a trust that founds all relation to the other in testimony. This justice, which I distinguish from right droit, alone allows the hope, beyond all messianisms, of a universalizable culture of singularities, a culture in which the abstract possibility of the impossible translation could nevertheless be announced. This justice inscribes itself in advance in the promise, in the act of faith or in the appeal to faith that inhabits every act of language and every address to the other. The universalizable culture of this faith, and not of another or before all others, alone permits a rational and universal discourse on the subject of religion. What motivates the law and motivates law to go beyond the law is thus not some vision, idea, or ideal but rather the desire for justice, or rather, a desire that essentially is justice, a messianicity that has to do with a faith that cannot be justified by any knowledge. Recall that, in the introduction to this work, I cited a brief passage from an interview from Paper Machine where Derrida says that, just as he makes a distinction between justice and law, so he would distinguish between faith and religion, p.m. It is this reference to justice, now linked to messianicity, that makes this more than a mere analogy. Just as justice would be, as Derrida calls it, an excess of law linked to an invincible desire, the very motivation, inspiration, or aspiration of law, so faith would be the very opening and motivation of religion, never reducible to religion and yet always in some sense traced or girded within it. As Derrida says in his conversation with Mustafa Cherif, I always distinguish between faith and religion. If we limit ourselves to what we have customarily called religion in the Abrahamic universe of the religions of the book, I will then distinguish between the religious adherences to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam and faith, without which no social relationship is possible. I cannot address the other, whoever he or she might be, regardless of his or her religion, language, culture, without asking that other to believe me and to trust me. It is this distinction between faith and religion, on the one